opened a convenience store in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26, Full-Scale Map Canon. You said he lied to you. Although I don't understand your ninja rules very well, according to the village's rules, if the employer deliberately conceals the difficulty of the task, you have the right to terminate the task, right? When watching the anime, Feng couldn't quite understand this plot. Naruto and the other kids were okay. It could be said that they were just too hot-blooded. It could be said that they were young, ignorant and inexperienced, but Kakashi is a veteran who has participated in the Ninja World War. He should know the risks of rashly carrying out a mission without thoroughly investigating it. Just as he himself said, the ninja itself is a treasure trove. The ninja's body contains all kinds of secrets, such as the secrets of ninjutsu of each ninja village, the properties of chakra, the ingredients of secret medicines used on the body, and so on. The Yamanaka clan of Konoha village can even use ninjutsu to read other people's memories. As for these few people, we can leave Sakura aside for now, as she doesn't know much. As for the rest, whether it's Kakashi, Naruto, or Sasuke, who has fewer secrets, the loss of any one of Kakashi and Sasuke's Sharingan or Naruto's Nine Tails would be a heavy blow to Konoha, and it is even possible that the story will directly lead to the finale. Of course, although they themselves do not know their own importance, this is not a reason for them to be willful. Naruto, what do you want me to say to you? Feng said with a look of disappointment. I have told you so many times not to try to be a hero. In this situation, you should return to the village. Even if you have good intentions and want to help others, shouldn't you consider your own abilities before helping them? Now you're fine. You were attacked right after you came here. If it weren't for your teacher's ability, I would have come to see you in mourning, but don't worry, we are acquainted after all. I will make your funeral a grand one. That's right. You know I don't have any money. So, do you have any other savings? Why not leave it with me first, in case something unexpected happens to you and you have no one to take care of your funeral? By the way, Mr. Kakashi, I heard that you are also alone. How about you put your money with me for investment? Don't think that my store is not doing well now, but it definitely has great development prospects. This is a stable investment. When you retire in the future, you will have some spare money to spend, right? Sasuke, need not, don't refuse so straightforwardly. Think about it carefully. Sakura, I don't need it, Uncle Shop Owner. All the money was given by my parents. Seeing Feng's gaze turn to her, Xiaoyan quickly waved her hand to refuse. She didn't know how the topic had strayed to this point. Wasn't they talking about countermeasures to defend against enemy attacks? Naruto was so upset that he yelled, "Shopkeeper!" The elongated tail tone was enough to prove his anger. It's just a joke. Why are you taking it so seriously? Feng had an expression that said, you really don't know how to be funny. Let's get back to the point. You were attacked as soon as you got ashore. And a masked man got in front of you and attacked you. Yes, they are pursuit ninjas from Kirigakure. Kakashi explained to Feng what pursuit ninjas are, fearing that he didn't know what pursuit ninjas are. So-called pursuit ninjas are ninjas who specialize in assassination and are responsible for chasing down people like Zabuza who, for some reason, have drawn their swords against the ninja village they were born in. When people who have left the ninja village appear, they are responsible for chasing them down. In order to prevent the traitorous ninja from revealing the secrets of the ninja village, the chasing ninja will destroy the traitorous ninja's body on the spot after killing him, but the chasing ninja did not destroy it, but took away Zabuza's body. If it was used as proof of killing Zabuza, he only needed to take away Zabuza's head, and the body could be destroyed in front of you, but he did not do that. Feng added, that's right. Kakashi nodded affirmatively. No wonder you doubt that Zabuza is alive. From this point of view, there is a great possibility that Zabuza is alive and well. He is recuperating somewhere now. When he recovers, he will come back to cause trouble for you. Moreover, this attack is most likely just a test by Zabuza. It would be best if he could kill you. If he can't kill you, it would also create an opportunity for his companions to observe you, and his companion is most likely the one who took away his body, the so-called pursuer from the Hidden Mist village. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain his just right. It now appears that the identity of the pursuer was also fabricated by his companions just to paralyze you. According to your description, his sudden appearance caught you off guard. Under the circumstances at the time, You had no way of identifying whether his identity as the pursuer was true. The 5 major ninja villages are currently in a semi-honeymoon period. Without solid evidence, you will not take action against him, so as to avoid causing international disputes, trouble. Yi Feng sighed. You are in the light, they are in the dark. They know your details, but you don't know the details of Zabuza's other companion. The next time we attack, you will be in even greater danger. You might even be wiped out. So, Uncle Shop Owner, you have to think of a solution quickly, Naruto said anxiously. Also, it's not you, it's us, and now you are here too. It would be fine if he didn't mention this. As soon as Naruto mentioned this, Yi Feng got angry. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, why would I be here? I was sleeping well at home, but because of you, I'm now in a life and death situation. Are you still excited? Although he was anxious, Naruto was also secretly excited in his heart. They had finally defeated Zabuza with great difficulty. Whether they killed Zabuza or brought him back to the village alive, it would be their own achievement. He was already upset because someone else had cut him in, and now we fought for so long, got hurt, and got nothing? Now hearing that Zabuza is not dead, Naruto sees a chance to make amends. Look, this is the rebel ninja we captured, a Jonin, who is very powerful. With this achievement, Naruto didn't believe that they wouldn't get more challenging missions. This way, he would be one step closer to becoming Hokage. Looking at Naruto's curved mouth and trembling body, Yi Feng knew what Naruto was thinking. That trembling was the trembling of excitement. Punching Naruto on the head, Yi Feng asked unhappily, is this your dream of becoming Hokage? For the sake of becoming Hokage, you can ignore the safety of your friends? The safety of your classmates? The safety of your teacher? I didn't. Naruto's face turned pale and his excitement was gone a lot. Why aren't you so excited? You seem happy to hear that the enemy is not dead. Don't talk. Let me ask you, what did I tell you before we set out? Yi Feng interrupted Naruto, who was about to say something, and said sternly, didn't I tell you to think twice before you act? Didn't I tell you to ask if you don't understand, and to read more if you don't dare to ask? Yes. Naruto lowered his head, his nose twitching. Don't cry, hold it back. Naruto's crying stopped abruptly. You completely ignored my words. What do you think this mission is? Is it just playing house? Are you just fooling around with your classmates in the ninja school? When you found out something was wrong with the mission, you should have listened to Kakashi's advice and returned to the village. What? Did you think we were just going back to the village to bandage your wounds? We went back to the village to get help. Bandaging you was just a side job. Because of your willful behavior, your teammates were put in such a dangerous situation. It's good that nothing happened. If something happened, how would you explain it to them? Sakura's family, don't say that. From the day I became a ninja, I was ready to die. Bullshit. Like I told you, there is a difference between dying and dying. Thinking about your situation, you knew there was a tiger in the mountain, but you chose to go there. When you die, you won't even be qualified to be on the memorial tablet, and you will become a negative example in the eyes of others. Okay, that's all I'll tell you. You won't remember it if I tell you too much anyway. If you really want to, just face the wall and reflect on yourself for a while. As he spoke, Yi Feng waved his hand with some boredom. After dealing with Naruto, Yi Feng turned his attention to Sasuke and Sakura. You two little brats are going to face the wall too. Aren't you smart people? Naruto is stupid and can't figure out these principles. How can you two not figure them out? When you see that things are not going well, you should retreat first. What's the point of rushing forward, especially a proud little brat like you? Naruto is excited, so you are excited too, right? You think that Zabuza is just so because you fought him before and didn't get hurt. The next time you meet him, if there is two people who are dragging their feet, and you replace them with two teammates who know how to cooperate, you can deal with Zabuza by yourselves without Kakashi's help, right? What are you looking at? I'm telling you, turn your head away. Naruto hummed and turned his head away again. There are two people who are holding back. Naruto is one, and the other one is herself. Sakura lowered her head in shame. Are you still not convinced? Sasuke was not convinced, although he did not deny what Yi Feng said. Hey, if Kakashi hadn't taken the damage for you, and if Zabuza hadn't been paying attention to you, you would have died long ago. Isn't Kakashi awesome? Zabuza, who can fight him to a draw, isn't bad either. Just like your Kakashi-sensei, he can deal with the two Chunins who attacked you in an instant. The man you want to kill can also deal with your Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza in an instant. You have such a hard time dealing with Zabuza, and you still want to kill that man. Sasuke clenched his fists, his whole body trembling because Feng mentioned that man. The killing intent in his heart gushed out. He stared at Feng intently and said word by word, "You know that man?" Being stared at by Sasuke's murderous eyes, Feng didn't care and said nonchalantly, I know him. Many ninjas in the village know him. That man was very famous in his time and was recognized as a super genius of the Uchiha clan. Do you need me to tell you the man's name for you to confirm? You are not allowed to mention that man's name." Sasuke roared with gritted teeth, the veins on his neck bulging with anger. "Do you want to know more information about that man? Do you want to know about that man's strength? Do you want to know where that man is now, huh?" This sounded familiar. Naruto, who was facing the wall, couldn't help but turn his head to look over. If it was as he expected, should he sign his name next, it is better to act than to be moved. Sign this. Before he finished speaking, Sasuke's name appeared on the paper that Feng took out from somewhere. It looks even more familiar. I have signed something like this before, and I also signed without listening to the whole thing. Go, follow Naruto and face the wall. Reflect on whether you have done anything wrong. If you don't go, I won't tell you the information about that man, Feng said to Sasuke, pointing to the place where Naruto was facing the wall in the past. Sasuke would never do such a shameful thing, but now, looking at the extra victims around him, Naruto felt a sense of gloating for some reason. And you, Sakura? It's okay for two boys to be reckless, but as a girl, how can you be like them? Given Naruto's dog-licking nature, once you give the order, he will follow you back obediently, right? Sakura's face turned red after hearing what she said, although she didn't understand what licking dog meant. Chapter 27 Hidden Welfare Matters. Do you want to be favored by your male god? Do you want to live with your male god? Do you want to have a happy family with your male god? Action speaks louder than words. Sign, can't. A loud roar made Sakura's hand, which was holding a pen and about to sign, pause. Feng's face was full of dissatisfaction. Whether to sign or not is their business. Why are you in such a hurry? Naruto, who stopped Sakura from signing, looked aggrieved. Obviously I was here first, owner, you promised me. This isn't contradictory. Sakura chasing after a male idol and you chasing after a goddess are two different things, but, Naruto stammered. Facing Sakura's murderous eyes, he didn't know how to open his mouth in the end. Naruto still failed to stop Sakura, and Sakura resolutely signed her name. The temptation of starting a family with her idol was something Sakura could not resist. Okay, let's put your question aside. You're embarrassed to ask me to speak directly in front of so many people, right? With a point of her finger, before Feng could speak, Xiaoying walked over by herself, and so there was one more person facing the wall. Sakura, with a blushing face, didn't dare to look into Sasuke's eyes. Her long hair blocked her face and also blocked Naruto's view of her. How are you going to convince me? Kakashi looked at Feng with a smile. His three students all signed their names. Although he didn't know what Feng was planning, he always felt something was wrong. They don't sign names casually, especially for ninjas. What if it's a contract? When they, the ninjas, summon summoning beasts, they have to sign their names on the scroll first. Even if you are not a ninja, ordinary people do not sign their names casually, especially in documents such as contracts. No matter how carefully you read it, as long as you are not the drafter of the contract, you may be caught. It's okay if it's a formal contract, but if it's not a formal one, I believe many people know the consequences of being cheated. It's not that he didn't want to stop the three people from signing up, he couldn't stop Naruto. Judging from Naruto's performance just now, Naruto had already signed when he tried to stop Sasuke and Sakura from signing. An invisible force oppressed him, making him unable to speak or move. He couldn't even blink. It's easiest to convince you, Feng smiled. Kakashi's weakness was the most obvious. Obito. Feng said a name that Kakashi cared about very much. Obito was my teammate. Many people in the village know this. He's dead. Are you saying this name to anger me? The hand hidden in the quilt has quietly taken out a kunai. He is ready to take action. He is confident in his own strength. Even though he is injured now, it is more than enough to deal with an ordinary person. Although he knew that Feng was no ordinary person, he did not feel any chakra aura from Feng. There are masters who can hide their aura in front of him and keep their strength from being detected by him, but he doesn't believe that Feng, who came out of nowhere, can have such ability. Of course he couldn't detect it, because Feng was just an ordinary person and he didn't have chakra on him just now. Feng was still thinking about how to find an excuse to fool those people. When Kurama didn't come out and Kakashi didn't know that his Sharingan was the main Gekyo Sharingan. It would be very difficult to defeat the combination of Zabuza and Haku. Although they won in the anime, it was a very hard-won victory. Anime is anime, reality is reality. For Feng, the world of Naruto is a real world. He didn't know whether his arrival would have an impact on the duel, nor did he know whether Jiu Lama could come out in time. Asking Jiu Lama for help was just his subconscious reaction. He really didn't want to take action unless it was absolutely necessary. Convenience stores have so many amazing functions, how could they not have prepared means for the safety of store owners in the store? Feng is almost invincible, and no one can hurt him unless he volunteers outside the store. Although he has no power himself, he can borrow the power of his employees. Otherwise, why didn't the convenience store let Feng just find someone on the street to sign? There are standards for signing people, but Feng is not sure what the standards are. Judging from the content displayed on the cash register, Feng can sign 5 employees in each world. Except for the first employee who will be selected by the convenience store, Feng can decide on the remaining 4. Of course, whether the first employee signs or not depends on whether Feng wants to sign. He can refuse to sign, but after refusing, he can't go out. If he wants to go out, he must seize the opportunity and sign the employee selected by the convenience store. After signing, Feng can borrow the power of his employees, either all or part of it. Take Naruto for example. Naruto's mother is from the Uzumaki clan. Members of the Uzumaki clan are born with strong vitality and huge amount of chakra. Naruto inherited his mother's blood. Although he does not have the red hair that is the symbol of the Uzumaki clan, he has inherited the vitality and chakra very well. When Naruto was injured before, Kakashi thought it was Kurama's ability, but he didn't know it was Naruto's own ability. Even without Kurama's help, Naruto's chakra surpasses most people in the ninja world. Feng can borrow all of his chakra and use it for his own purposes. This is partial borrowing. The 9-tailed fox sealed in Naruto's body is, to a certain extent, one with Naruto. If Feng wanted, he could also borrow the power of the 9-tailed fox, all of it. As long as Feng wanted, he could now possess power almost comparable to Naruto's late period. The reason why he said almost was because there were some moves that Naruto had not yet learned, so Feng could not borrow them. Feng can only borrow what his employees currently have, including knowledge, and knowledge is also power. The borrowed power can be superimposed. Feng can gather all the chakras of Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi into himself, or you can also combine it like this: Naruto, 9 tails and Kakashi's chakra, plus Kakashi's main Gekyo Sharingan, and you don't need Sakura and Sasuke. Their power can be ignored and can be borrowed or not. As for this combination, if it were today, without the 6 paths level combat power, how many people could be his opponent? Moreover, this borrowing is not simply borrowing. After borrowing power, the employee's own power will not be lost. His borrowing is more like borrowing plus copying, which has both. Borrowed power is not permanent. If you don't take action, the power will not be lost. But once you take action, the same amount of power will be lost as you use it. These lost powers cannot be replenished. Before Feng returns the borrowed power, he cannot restore his chakra through meditation or rest like other ninjas. It is worth mentioning that what is lost is only energy, that is, chakra. Things like borrowed knowledge will exist until Feng returns it. Borrowing means borrowing in part or in full, and repaying means repaying all. It cannot be repaid bit by bit, nor can it be repaid one by one. The key and embarrassing point is that Feng has no practical experience, and the only knowledge he borrowed is the techniques. He knows how to use this move, just like Kakashi's Chidori. He can use it, and he can use as many as he wants as long as he has enough chakra. But he didn't know the principle of Chidori, through which meridian the chakra should flow to release the Chidori, and why the Chidori was in this shape. He didn't know any of these. He only knows how to use it. Moreover, he could not borrow any weapons, whether they were senbon, kunai, shuriken, swords, spears, sticks, swords, halberds, or armor and protective gear. Feng could not borrow any of the things that could be held in the hands or worn on the body. He can only borrow what the employee himself owns. This is Feng's confidence, and also the benefit given to him by the convenience store. That crappy convenience store made Feng frightened for so long. Feng was worried that he would be dead if he went out because he had a secret. So he would not go out if he could, even though he was a homebody to begin with. If Feng hadn't been bored after Naruto left and was flipping through the message software on the cash register, he wouldn't have noticed this message about the owner's benefit that was written very small and very remotely, hidden between the lines. Leave. So, when you look at something, you must look carefully. This is on a computer. If it were handwritten, wouldn't you have to use a magnifying glass to read it? As for the fact that Naruto could summon him, Feng had not expected it. He had only discovered this one item among the hidden contents on the cash register. It seems that I have to look through it again after returning. Thinking in my heart, Feng told Kakashi another bombshell news. Obito is not dead yet. He said it lightly, but it shocked Kakashi. What? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. No, it's impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. With your own eyes what? With your own eyes you saw him die? Did you see his body? Kakashi was speechless after asking these questions. He didn't see Obito die, nor did he find his body. However, half of Obito's body was crushed by a huge rock, which was a fatal injury. Then he was hit by the enemy's ninjutsu and buried by rocks. In this case, well, don't be so absolute if you haven't seen it. Your Sharingan is not as simple as you think. It's not just a gift from him, isn't it just a gift? Kakashi stroked his left eye with an inexplicable look on his face. Do you want to know how Obito survived? Do you want to know how Obito has been doing all these years? Do you want to know where Obito is now? It's better to be moved. Can you let me finish what I want to say? Can you let me finish what I want to say? I have been so impatient for so many times. Feng put the contract signed by Kakashi together with those signed by Sasuke and the others, and said something silently in his heart. And several contracts suddenly disappeared. Okay, there are 2 copies of the contract. They are both in my shop now. When you go back, remember to pick up your copy from me. It is most convenient when signing an employee contract, except for the first one, when time is limited and you have to go back to the store to get the contract. The rest is not necessary. No matter whether Feng is in the store or not, as long as he wants, the employee contract will appear in his hands. After signing it, the contract will automatically return and appear in the cabinet in his bedroom. Come over here with the rest of you, let's discuss how to deal with Zabuza. Feng shouted to the people facing the wall and talked about the next arrangements. Your teacher can't move for the time being. During the few days when he recovers, you must practice well. The matter of dealing with Zabuza is left to you. What? Wait a minute, no matter how much we practice, there is a limit. The opponent is a ninja who even puts teacher Kakashi, who possesses the Sharingan, in a tough fight. Sakura is a little surprised. What kind of weird arrangement is this? Just a few of them are no match for Zabuza, not to mention that Zabuza has a companion whose strength is unknown. Although he wanted to know more about Obito, Kakashi was seriously injured now and wanted to get through the current hurdle first. Feng's arrangement was the same as his idea. Facing Sakura's lack of confidence, Kakashi comforted her. Sakura, think about to save us from the difficult battle? You are all growing rapidly, especially Naruto. You are growing the fastest. In the fight against Zabuza, although he was the main force, if Kakashi didn't have the help of Naruto and the others, it would not be a matter of serious injuries if he wanted to defeat Zabuza, but they might really die together. Facing Kakashi's praise, Naruto became excited again. You know a lot, teacher Kakashi, just leave it to me, I will definitely defeat Zabuza. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Tree Climbing Exercise Basics. It's a good thing to be confident, but if you are too confident, it becomes arrogance. Feng lit a cigarette and said meaningfully it was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Naruto's face froze. Uncle Owner, can you have a little confidence in me? I didn't say you. Feng pretended to be confused. I just said what I felt. There was no rush for training, as Kakashi had just woken up from a coma and was still adjusting to his injured body. It is not enough for the 3 of them to figure out the training methods on their own. They also need Kakashi's guidance. Ninjas have existed in the ninja world for so many years that they have long had systematic training methods. Every family has its own, every village has its own, and there are also many methods circulating outside. Although the training methods are different, they are all similar. As the saying goes, a tall building starts from the ground. Without a solid foundation, the building cannot be built. Right, the same goes for ninjas. Without a solid foundation, no matter how good your talent is, it will be useless. Unless you are born with a good bloodline, that will only mean that your starting point is higher than others. If you don't work hard, You will still be surpassed by others. Naruto and the other two had already learned how to lay the basics in school, so there wasn't much Kakashi could teach them. He could only rely on his own experience to teach the three how to lay a more solid foundation. After lunch, Kakashi, on crutches, brought Naruto and the other two to a jungle, and Feng followed. He came here to learn from others. Although the leverage provided by the convenience store ensured his safety when walking outside, external power is external after all, and borrowed power is not always your own. One day, the convenience store may think that Feng, the owner, is too lazy and want to replace him with a more diligent one, thus taking back the benefits given to the owner. Would Feng be left at a loss then? I might as well take this opportunity to try whether I can practice. I didn't have the chance in the village before, but now the opportunity has come. Kakashi didn't care whether Feng came with him or not. Since he needed Feng's help now, in order to get the news about Ibiro, Kakashi could only turn a blind eye. Feng is not trying to be argumentative. Didn't Kakashi always turn a blind eye to it? He just didn't believe that the covered Sharingan was usually open. Wouldn't it be scary? Well, before you start training, I will explain to you the basics of ninja abilities and chakra. Why are you still talking about it now? Sasuke complained expressionlessly. He had heard the basics of the basics many times in the ninja school and was already familiar with it. Of course I know this, Naruto said without missing any opportunity to show off. It's chakra, right? Looking at his confident look, people who don't know him would think what he said is very correct. Idiot, it's chakra. Kakashi was speechless. With this level, how did he graduate from the ninja school? Forget it, let's not waste our breath and let Sakura speak. Zioing, tell them again, Sakura is naturally not a vase. If Sasuke has the highest overall performance in the ninja school, then Sakura has the best theoretical performance. In this regard, even Sasuke has to admit that his theoretical knowledge is not as good as Sakura's. Sakura was not modest and stood up directly. Listen carefully, Naruto, because it is very troublesome, so I will just briefly explain it. Since everyone has learned the basics, Sakura didn't need to explain in detail. She just summarized it. Chakra is the energy used by ninjas when performing ninjutsu. It is composed of physical energy drawn from every cell in the human body and spiritual energy accumulated through countless training or experience. In other words, the so-called ninjutsu is to extract these two energies from the body. This is what is called training them into chakra. Chakra is stimulated through the action of making hand seals. That's right. Kakashi expressed his approval of the theoretical knowledge explained by Sakura. Mr. Iruka is really a good teacher who produces excellent students. Hey, Sakura smiled shyly. She was very happy to be able to show off in front of her idol. What are you talking about? It's too hard to understand. I don't understand. Feng, who was listening, gave Naruto a thumbs up. He didn't understand either. He only understood that chakra is composed of physical energy extracted from cells and spiritual energy. The key is, how is physical energy extracted from cells? What is spiritual energy? How are they combined? Feng didn't understand these questions also. Why do we have to seal when releasing chakra? Is it okay without sealing? Will it be unusable without sealing? Is it okay if I just use my body to remember it? Naruto was still mumbling. His little head simply did not allow him to think about such a complicated problem. As Naruto said, now we can all use chakra. Sasuke didn't want to dwell on such a basic issue. He didn't want to review something that every ninja knew. In his opinion, this was a waste of his time. He would be better off learning a few more ninjutsu to enhance his strength. No, you guys are not able to use chakra flexibly yet. Kakashi held a different opinion, which was what he was about to teach Naruto and the others. What? Naruto was a little unconvinced and a little confused. Okay, listen, just like Sakura said, training chakra is to extract both physical and spiritual power and mix them in the body. Kakashi didn't bother with Naruto, since he was about to finish his talk anyway. Then the rest is naturally to adjust the energy required for each ninjutsu you want to use, and the balance of power will also change. You are still unable to use chakra efficiently. No matter how much chakra you train, if you cannot master the balance, the effect of the ninjutsu may not only be halved, but may not even be activated at all. The energy consumption of Fearless will also cause weaknesses such as being unable to fight for a long time. Remembering that he couldn't even use the clone technique properly in class, Naruto thought thoughtfully, what should I do then? Although he can now use the multiple shadow clone technique skillfully, Naruto still doesn't understand how he learned it. Anyway, he learned it in a confused manner. Use your body to remember the feeling of controlling balance. You have to work hard to learn it with your body. Yi Feng understood this. Practice makes perfect and it forms muscle memory. This way, when you are fighting, you don't have to think about it at all. You can master the balance subconsciously and there will be no lag between switching ninjutsu. This is a very hard way to practice. It is very hard work, but practice makes perfect. And it all comes from practicing over and over again, just like how people learn to walk. Who is born knowing how to walk? Isn't it that everyone learns to walk by falling over and over again when they are infants? Then, what should we do? Sakura was a little confused. She understood the principle, but how should she practice to master the balance? The method Kakashi taught was also very simple. Climb a tree, Naruto and Sakura said in unison. They didn't understand what climbing a tree had to do with maintaining balance. Isn't this something that can be done with hands? When ninjas are on the road, they usually jump around on trees. Why do they need to learn how to climb trees? Isn't it just a matter of jumping? Yes, climbing trees. Seeing their increasingly confused looks, Kakashi explained, it's not just climbing a tree. It's not climbing up without using your hands, nor is it jumping up directly. So what should we do? Sakura asked doubtfully. Okay, just watch. As a teacher, Kakashi is very dedicated. Even if he is injured and has to use crutches, he still insists on going on stage and demonstrating to his students. Kakashi made seals with his hands, and after completing the seals, he came to a tree on crutches. In the surprised eyes of several people, Kakashi stepped up the tree trunk step by step. He stepped up. He stood on the tree trunk and walked upward step by step. With his body perpendicular to the ground, Kakashi walked on the tree trunks as if he were walking on flat ground. Not only that, what surprised several people was that Kakashi walked to a tree branch, faced the ground with his head, and hung upside down. Yeah, that's the feeling. Kakashi felt good. Looking at him, he didn't look like a wounded person at all. You know, if someone has a piece of skin falling off their hand, they will rush to go to the hospital, fearing that the wound will heal if they go too late. Look at Kakashi again. He even has time to stand on a tree branch and teach on the spot. Concentrate the chakra on the soles of your feet and let them stick to the tree trunk. You can do this as long as you can use the chakra flexibly. Wait a minute, Sakura asked curiously. Why can I become stronger by doing this? So here's the key point. Can't we get down first? Yi Feng was scared watching from the ground. Kakashi was known as the Blue Master, and he was already injured. If he lost control and fell from the branch, then, the scene was so beautiful that Yi Feng couldn't even imagine it. I'm afraid that the news will spread outside the next day, and it won't be long before the whole ninja world will be circulating such a message. The famous ninja XXX fell from a tree and died. What kind of conspiracy is hidden in this? Want to know the truth behind the death of a famous ninja? Want to know the conspiracy behind it? Stay tuned for our next issue of the newspaper, where we will reveal the secret exclusively for you. I wonder if Obito would be furious when he saw this message, shouting idiot and jumping up and down while declaring I want to create a world with Kakashi. Hey, it's fun just thinking about it. Kakashi frowned, feeling cold all over. With an inexplicable chill he shook his head, thinking that it might be because of his injury, poor physical condition, and the fact that he was standing too high and was blown by the wind. Thinking of going down quickly, but not finishing the explanation, Kakashi quickened his speech. The purpose of this training is to teach you to use the chakra you have trained only in the necessary places and in the necessary amount. Don't doubt the difficulty. This is difficult even for experienced ninjas. The amount of chakra you need to climb a tree is actually quite subtle, and it's on the soles of your feet, which is said to be the hardest place to gather chakra. That is to say, as long as you master this kind of control, you can learn any kind of ninjutsu. Fearing that he might have misled the others, Kakashi added, in theory. That's right, theory is theory, practice is practice. Learning how to accurately control chakra only reduces the difficulty of learning other ninjutsu. Whether you can learn it or not depends on how flexible your brain is and whether you have enough chakra. After adding, Kakashi continued, the second purpose is to maintain the chakra that has been trained. Ninjas train their chakras basically in combat. In that situation, it is more difficult to control and maintain chakra. There's nothing wrong with this, thought Yi Feng, who is acting as the narrator. You only have a limited amount of chakra, and it won't suddenly increase during a battle. So how to keep the chakra steadily reduced during a battle becomes a science. You can't just use your ultimate skill right away. What if you miss the enemy? After you release your ultimate move, you have no chakra left, but others do. What do you do at this time? Wait for death, or wait for rescue? Are you so sure that rescue will arrive in time? So, in battle, Don't always think about using your big moves. Learn to leave yourself a way out. Before using your big moves, think about whether you have enough chakra. Of course, if you are confident enough that your ultimate move will hit the enemy and the enemy will die after hitting the enemy, or if you have enough chakra to use your ultimate move at will, then just ignore what your Feng said. Chapter 29. Is it true or is it a lie? Okay, no matter how much I say here, you won't be able to grasp it right away, so you can only remember it directly with your body. Swish, swish, swish. 3 kunai were thrown by Kakashi in front of Naruto and the other two. Now use your own strength to carve a mark with your kunai wherever you can climb to, and then work hard to climb to a higher position and carve another mark. You can't climb up like walking at the beginning, so use the running method first to slowly get yourself used to it. Do you understand? This kind of training is a piece of cake for me. Naruto picked up the kunai in front of him and said with great momentum, after all, I am the one who grows the fastest. Well, Naruto still remembers this compliment. Stop talking nonsense and quickly choose a tree to practice on. Kakashi walked down from the tree again, saying as he walked the 3 of them each chose a tree and began the practice. Isn't your head congested? What? I said your head isn't full of blood, isn't it? Yi Feng repeated. After all, you've been hanging on the tree for so long, don't you feel a little bloated? No. Well, Yi Feng could only attribute this to the magic of ninjutsu. Tell me something. Yi Feng touched Kakashi's shoulder, glanced in the direction of Naruto and the others, and saw that the 3 of them were practicing climbing trees and no one was paying attention to this side. He whispered, what did Sakura mean just now? What do you mean? Kakashi withdrew his gaze from the 3 people practicing tree climbing and looked at Yi Feng speculatively. You don't want to refine chakra, do you? Before Yi Feng could answer, Kakashi said in a threatening tone, I don't care what you are planning. If you dare to harm the village, I will kill you. Kakashi knew that Yi Feng was no ordinary person. Putting aside other things, just the secrets that Yi Feng mentioned, whether they were about Sasuke's enemies or his teammates, it was impossible for an ordinary person to know these things. As Yi Feng himself said, Naruto's story is semi-public in the village. The villagers only know that there is a fox demon sealed in Naruto's body and have always regarded Naruto as a monster. After all, when the fox demon was wreaking havoc in the village, many villagers' relatives died in that disaster, but only the ninjas who participated in that battle, or the high-ranking officials in the village, know the truth of that battle. The 9 tails is sealed in Naruto's body. For the village and the entire ninja world, if the 9 tails comes out, it will be a disaster for the entire ninja world. The 9 tails possesses tremendous power. Once it gets out of control, no one can stop it. At least in Kakashi's opinion, anyone who can stop the 9 tails from going crazy is either dead or old. It is hard to say whether the old third Hokage can subdue the 9 tails, but at the same time, some people want peace, some want war, and some are ambitious people who want to stir up chaos in the ninja world so they can profit from it. They don't care what kind of damage the appearance of the 9-tailed fox will cause. For these ambitious people, as long as they can achieve their goals, it doesn't matter how many people die. What about you? Are you the former or the latter? Do you want peace or chaos? Kakashi's tone was calm, but there was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Me. Yi Feng shook his head and spread his hands, saying, I don't want either. I'm just an ordinary person who wants to live quietly. This was his true words. He came to this world in a daze and got a training work from a great god. He did not say that he had the ambition to dominate the world. He just wanted to stay in his own little piece of land and live to die of old age, or go back in a daze. Otakus are probably the most peace-loving group of people. As long as they have food, drink and internet access to play games, they can stay at home quietly and not go out. But the premise of all this is based on social stability. If there is either famine or war every day, how can they stay at home and wait to starve to death? Therefore, they are the ones who most hope that there will be no social unrest. As one of them, Yi Feng had the same idea. It's a pity that the world is different now. Kakashi, hey, when will the ninja world really calm down? Kakashi shook his head. He didn't know either. Hiss. After taking a puff of cigarette, Yi Feng said quietly, is the world big? No, the world is small, but you see, there are so many countries, so many ninjas, and so many civilians in this world. A powerful ninja can sense the entire world and everything that happens with just a thought. Don't rush to refute me. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. They can go wherever they want. It's just a matter of thought. Kakashi frowned. They? More than one. Even if they haven't reached their level, they can still travel faster than ordinary people. It may take ordinary people several months to travel, but they may only need a few days. The difference is so big that it causes some people to feel unbalanced. People who are high and mighty think, why should I be on an equal footing with ordinary people? I am so powerful, they should serve me. Ordinary people are thinking, when will I be able to eat and wear warm clothes? Ordinary people are the most submissive group of people. Their demands are also very simple. They just want to make their lives better, provided they have enough food and clothing. Since ancient times, have you ever seen a war started by ordinary people? How can a group of people who can't even get enough food think of fighting? What can they use to fight? Kitchen knives? Or hoes for farming? If the oppression was not unbearable, how could they have the idea of fighting? Tell me, living in a world where power and strength are in the hands of a small group, especially when those in power are not very kind, what should ordinary people do to survive? I don't have any intention of fighting for power, I just want to have the strength to protect myself. If I really had this idea, the position of Hokage would have been mine by now. Why do you say that? Kakashi frowned even more tightly. What your Feng said was all true, perhaps a little extreme. Some ninjas were good, but it was undeniable that many ninjas did not treat ordinary people as human beings. What he didn't understand was why Yi Feng was so confident that he could become Hokage. Is it so easy to get the position of Hokage, not to mention the inheritance from generation to generation? Just talk about the contribution to the village. If you have not made any contribution to the village, no matter how strong you are, you will never be able to sit on the throne of Hokage. My surname is Senju, and my name is Senju Yi Feng. With the Senju clan's contribution to the village, I believe I don't need to say much. Can I become the Hokage? Although Senju Yi Feng is just a fictional character created by the convenience store, this does not prevent Yi Feng from using him as a tiger skin. Why else do you think the third Hokage was so confident in leaving Naruto with me? Since Kakashi has already made Naruto's matter clear, Yi Feng will no longer hide it. The 9 tails in Naruto's body is very important to the village. I believe you know it better than me, although I'm not a ninja, my last name is here after all, and there are many things that can't be hidden from me. Now the high-end fighters in the village are either dead or gone. The 9 tails in Naruto's body can be said to be one of the few fighters in the village. Although the 9 tails is not very obedient, others don't know that Naruto is here. The 9 tails is here, and the 9 tails is here. It is a deterrent to the outside world. You are watching outside, and I am watching inside, so the 3 generations can feel at ease. Yi Feng asked a lot of questions, and Kakashi couldn't figure it out for a while. There was one thing he didn't understand. Since you are from the Senju family, why haven't I heard of you before? Can you guarantee that you know everyone in the Senju family? Even I can't recognize them all. You haven't heard of me before because I didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the village. Not only did I not care before, I will not care in the future either. Why? Kakashi was a little surprised. You know, the Senju family is one of the founders of Konoha village. The first and second generation Hokage are both from the Senju family. It can be said that the Senju family has a high prestige in the village. This is also the reason why he has no doubt that Yi Feng can become the Hokage. I'm lazy. Yi Feng certainly wouldn't say that. Although it was true, Kakashi probably wouldn't believe it. He could only combine his own guesses with the situation in the anime and say, it's a family motto. Since the first generation established a village, there has been constant fighting in the village. There are irreconcilable conflicts with the Uchiha clan, and there are ambitious people who want to seize the position of Hokage, and that's all later. When the first and second generations were alive, they were able to barely suppress some of the situations in the village. Although the Uchiha clan was dissatisfied, they didn't dare to show it too obviously. After they died, the situation got out of control. Over the past few decades, conflicts have become more and more obvious. First, the 3 ninjas left, then the 4th Hokage passed away, and then the Uchiha clan was annihilated. These were major events, but smaller events continued. There is an invisible black hand controlling everything from behind the scenes. Konoha is no longer the same Konoha it once was. When the village was first established, there were countless masters and it overwhelmed the ninja world. Now, Konoha has been rotten from the root. You mean the root is behind this? Kakashi thought. The root? The creation of the root is indeed strange. Every ninja village has a team that handles dirty things, called the Anbu. The pursuit ninja who rescued Zabuza is from the Anbu. The Anbu are the direct subordinates of the cage of each ninja village and only take orders from the cage. But the strange thing is that they have 2 teams in Konoha that deal with dirty things. One is the Anbu and the other is the root. The root's actions are very secretive. Even in their village, many people are unaware of the root's existence. The people of the route only listen to the orders of the route boss and not the Hokage. The route's boss is Danzo Shimura. Hey, that's what you said. I didn't say it. Yi Feng neither denied nor admitted it, but continued. The reason why it's called a family motto is that when the village was built, the Senju clan was gradually disbanding. Some people continued to be ninjas and worked hard for the village, while others hid their identities and lived a dull life. This is also the order of the second Hokage, because he knows that as long as the ninja world is not unified, war will exist. The current peace does not mean that it will be peaceful in the future. Rather than the entire family being destroyed, it is better to break it up into pieces. At least a trace of blood can be preserved for the family. He has a far-sighted vision. In the two shinobi world wars, those Senju clan members who continued to be ninjas were wiped out. In the third shinobi world war, have you ever heard of any Senju clan members? As for those Senju clan members who stayed in Konoha, they gave up the surname Senju. Over the past few decades, as the older generation died, the new generation knew nothing about this past event. Then why are you telling me all this now? Kakashi frowned, somewhat confused about what Yi Feng wanted to say to him. I don't want to die, and I don't want anyone I know to die. He has the power to protect himself. At worst he can hide in a convenience store and not come out, but what about the people he knows? Bring them into the store too. Yi Feng can stay here, but they may not be able to. After all, Yi Feng is a person from another world. He is not a cold-blooded person, nor is he a holy white lotus. He just wants to protect the people he knows. To be honest, he doesn't care about anything else since he didn't know him. It was difficult for him to feel sympathy. Kakashi, chaos is coming. This time, it's not the small fights of the past few times. Chapter 30 Chakra and Betting. Let's exchange. You teach me how to refine chakra, and I'll tell you some information about the troubled times. This is Yi Feng's real purpose. He said so much just to divert Kakashi's attention and make him stop worrying about his identity. Now Yi Feng has clearly told Kakashi, I am from the Senju clan. Anyone can betray the village, except me for no other reason than because my last name is Senshao. Kakashi agreed. He had no other choice. Whether it was about Obito or about the chaotic world, it was what he cared about. Don't say that it has nothing to do with him, whether it is a chaotic world or not. Have you ever heard that no eggs will be left unbroken when the nest is overturned? As a member of the village and one of the village's high-end combat forces, once chaotic times come, he will also be involved. According to Kakashi, if you want to refine chakra, you must have a primer in your body. Without the primer, you cannot refine chakra, and you cannot become a ninja. The trait may be innate or inherited from parents. If your parents are ninjas, then their offspring will most likely be ninjas as well. Congenital means that the newborn is born with it, regardless of whether it is inherited from the parents. The latter are rare. And if they do exist, it is most likely because their ancestors were ninjas. Kakashi didn't think that Yi Feng had no chakra in his body. The power coming from his bloodline made the people of the Senju clan naturally possess a huge amount of chakra. Even if Yi Feng has never refined chakra before, as long as he starts refining, he will catch up with some ninjas who have been refining chakra since childhood. There is no other way. He has good bloodline. In a world that pays attention to bloodline, if you have bloodline, you can do whatever you want. How could he know that Yi Feng was just an imposter? Thousand Hand Yi Feng did not exist or not. Thousand Hand Yi Feng only existed in people's memories. Yi Feng lived in people's eyes. It was impossible for Yi Feng to reveal his true identity to Kakashi. He thought, just give it a try. If it can be refined, then refine it. If it can't be refined, then forget it. We'll talk about the future later. Chakra is composed of physical energy and spiritual energy. The latter can be increased through meditation and accumulation of experience. It is also easy to understand, and ordinary people also have it. When you feel sleepy, tired, and mentally exhausted, your brain will tell you that you need to rest and sleep. This energy that controls a person's mental state is spiritual energy. Body energy needs to be extracted from human cells. The human body has 130 trillion cells. Simply put, these 130 trillion cells affect a person's physical fitness, or strength, or endurance. Spiritual energy controls a person's spirit, and physical energy controls a person's physique. The combination of the two can produce chakra. There is no need to extract spiritual energy. Everyone has it. If you don't have it, you can only be said to be a dead person, or like in the movies, a living dead zombie, with a moving body but no brain. Everyone has physical energy. Without you, there would be no body. Just like Dr. Manhattan or Lucy in the movie, the difficulty lies in how to extract the energy from the body's cells. This is what Kakashi mentioned as the introduction. The role of the primer is to spontaneously absorb cellular energy. All things are difficult at the beginning. If you can sense the primer, you will naturally learn how to extract energy from cells. As for how to sense the primer, it depends on the individual. If you can sense it, it means it exists. If you cannot sense it, it means it does not exist. A mysterious statement left Feng confused. He tried to sit cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and felt if there was anything wrong with his body. Slowly, listening to the snoring next to his ears, Kakashi was speechless. This was the first time he heard of someone falling asleep while sensing the induction. He originally wanted to remind Feng that if he couldn't sense the trigger, he could help. There is another way to perceive the primer, which is to find a ninja with chakra, and input the chakra in his body into the body of the person who perceives the primer, thereby helping the person who perceives the primer to perceive the primer. Everyone's chakra attributes are different. Even if they are ninjas of the same type, individual differences will cause overall differences. When an unfamiliar force enters your body, it will cause a subconscious counterattack, just like a person with a cold. Even if you don't take medicine or get injections, you will recover on your own. If you are in good physical condition, the cells in the body will actively fight back to eliminate or expel the viruses that have invaded the body. This is why some people have a runny nose involuntarily when they have a cold. You can think of this as the body detoxifying. When the trigger strikes back, you can feel something is wrong with your body. The part where the strike back is the strongest indicates where the trigger is. The primer is just a primer. When you use the primer to extract cellular energy, the primer will not disappear. It will actively act as a bridge to help you complete the combination with spiritual energy, so that you can control the extraction of chakra. Before he even talked about the latter method, Feng couldn't wait to try it himself. Then, Kakashi watched Feng go from sitting on the ground meditating to lying on the ground sleeping. The whole process took only a few minutes. Over there, Naruto and the others were practicing tree climbing, and over here, Feng was sleeping. Only Kakashi was left, and he felt a little bored for a while, so he took this opportunity to meditate. Although chakra can be restored through rest, there is no need to sleep. As long as you don't use chakra, it will restore on its own, but this recovery method is very slow. Through meditation, the recovery of chakra can be accelerated. He didn't know when Zabuza would attack again, so it was important to recover his strength as soon as possible. While Zabuza was not around, chakra can not only release ninjutsu, but also repair the injured human body. The more chakra there is, the faster the repair speed. What Kakashi lacks most now is time. Uncle shop owner, it's time to go. Really? We are in training, how can you sleep here? Naruto shook Feng's body, somewhat dissatisfied. He also wanted to show off in front of his shop owner, so that Feng wouldn't think of him as just a kid who liked to play games. When Feng said this, he didn't think about the fact that it was always him who dragged Naruto to play. The only time Naruto took the initiative to play games was also when he wanted to show his affection to Sakura. Feng yawned and opened his eyes dazedly. Is it time to eat? Yes, Naruto said unhappily. It's time to eat. It was already dark, and the group finished an afternoon of practice and rushed back to Dazuna's house where they were staying after dinner. No one spoke for the rest of the night. Early the next morning, they came to the woods again. It was still the same woods, and the same few damaged trees. The tree was covered with scratches. Naruto's tree had the most scratches, Sasuke the second, and Sakura the least. It seems that Sakura has the best performance. I estimate that Sakura will be able to complete the tree climbing exercise this morning. As for you two, tisk. Feng shook his head without commenting, but the last two tisk revealed his disgust. Stop talking nonsense, Uncle shop owner. It's very difficult to maintain a certain amount of chakra. Too much chakra will be bounced out, and too little will not be able to absorb it, Naruto muttered dissatisfiedly. He was not dissatisfied with losing to Sakura, he was just dissatisfied with Sasuke. Sasuke's progress was much faster than his. Looking at the scratches that are moving upwards, it won't be long before they catch up with Sakura's progress. When it comes to catching up with Sakura, there is no way that Naruto can be behind Sasuke. Although Sasuke had no thoughts about Sakura, he was thinking about how to become stronger and kill that man as soon as possible to get revenge. Thinking of this, Sasuke glanced at Feng. This man had news about that man. What, you don't accept it either? Feng misunderstood. He thought Sasuke was looking at him and saying, if you can do it, go ahead. If you can't, stop talking. Is it difficult to climb a tree? Do you believe that an ordinary person like me can do better than you? Not to mention Sasuke, even Kakashi didn't believe it, and he sneered at Feng's statement that he was just an ordinary person. But he knew that Yi Feng had already refined the chakra when several people were practicing tree climbing yesterday afternoon. Kakashi, who was sitting near Yi Feng and meditating, could clearly sense that after Yi Feng fell asleep, a huge amount of chakra gathered on his body. The amount was so large that it exceeded that of an elite Chunin, which made Kakashi sigh that he was worthy of being from the Senju family. He could produce so much chakra in his first time of refining chakra. The gathering of this power cannot be hidden, and Naruto and the others all know it. Therefore, when Yi Feng said that he was an ordinary person, the speechless look in their eyes was very obvious. Yi Feng took out a cigarette from somewhere and lit it, then said meaningfully, "What can I say to you guys?" Yi Feng was not very clear about how the chakra in his body was gathered. He just knew that after he fell asleep, he felt warm and did not feel cold at all lying on the ground. He had been lying there for the entire afternoon and had no signs of catching a cold. If an ordinary person lay in the wild for such a long time, even on a sunny beach, he would feel uncomfortable. When he woke up, Yi Feng didn't. He felt everything was normal, except that there was an extra energy called chakra in his body, which surprised him a little. Ninjas are also human beings, they are just a little more powerful. Some ninjas can be called the god of ninjas, some are called ninja technique professors, some are called demigods, and some are called copy ninjas. Just say it nicely. Why are you mentioning me? I don't think I can compare with the previous ones, Kakashi thought speechlessly. There are so many ninjas with titles, why can't I call myself an ordinary person? Naruto, remember what I said, ninjas are also human beings. Even if you become Hokage in the future, you must remember that you are not serving ninjas, but serving civilians. Your existence is to ensure the safety of civilians and let them live a happy life. Don't listen to some people's flattery and think that you are powerful and should draw a line between yourself and the common people. If you do this, you can only gain people's bodies, but not their hearts. Don't you want to be recognized by others the most? If you do this, you will never get recognition from others. They flatter you on the surface, but point fingers at you secretly, which is more than what you feel now. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility. As long as you can get along well with people, others will recognize you even if you are not the Hokage. Do you understand? Yes, Naruto shouted loudly. After drinking Yi Feng's bowl of chicken soup, Naruto's blood boiled. With great power comes great responsibility. What a wise saying this is. Kakashi was also moved by it. This was the first time he heard such a statement as expected of the Senju family. This level of awareness is so high. Ahem, listen up, shall we make a bet? After coughing a few times to attract the attention of several people, Yi Feng said with a smile, let's bet that I, a novice, can surpass your results. Whoever loses will treat us when we return to the village. We will have barbecue and eat until we are full. I have no money, Uncle Shop Owner. Naruto was the first one to disagree. Every time he went out to eat with Yi Feng, wasn't it him who treated him? Others may not know how much money Yi Feng has, but he knows it best. How could Yi Feng have the money to treat everyone to a meal? No need for you to treat me. Yi Feng waved his hand, knowing what Naruto meant. After you left the village, the business of the store has improved in the past few days. I can still afford a meal. Kakashi, do you want to come with us? Chapter 31, Ninjutsu Without Seal. Kakashi shook his head. He felt there was something fishy going on. Hey, as a teacher, you have to learn to set an example for your students, Yi Feng said unhappily. You have to know that there is motivation only when there are benefits. If you only let students practice but don't let them see the benefits, how can that work? How can students have the motivation to practice? What kind of perverse logic is this? What good is there to gain from this? The purpose of the exercise is to help them master the subtle differentiation of chakra and how much force to exert in what state. After learning it, they will naturally understand how to distribute chakra when fighting with the enemy so that their combat power can be more lasting. Isn't that the benefit? If you want to eat barbecue, can I treat you later? Kakashi said tiredly. At this moment, he missed his old friend Kai in green so much. He had never felt so tired when he was with Kai. No way. I never accept food given out of pity, Yi Feng refused with great dignity. I bet with you, Sasuke said with a cold expression. He didn't believe that a novice could perform better than himself. Well, you're the one who's straightforward. Yi Feng glanced at Kakashi, as if to say, look, a little kid is more generous than you, and you're still hesitating here walking to a tree. Yi Feng looked at Sasuke and said, don't worry, I won't let you suffer. If you win, I will tell you an additional piece of information about how to upgrade your Sharingan. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. I'll join. He also wanted to know the information about the Sharingan's advancement. Feng looked at Kakashi meaningfully and said, "Count you in. Is there anyone else who wants to join? I know someone's favorite food." Sakura said quickly with a blushing face when Naruto saw that everyone else had joined. Wouldn't it seem like he was out of place if he didn't join? He also hurriedly raised his hand and said, "And me, I'll join in too." "Okay, now everyone join in and watch, I will show you a performance." Following Kakashi's example, Feng climbed up the tree, 1 step at a time, 2 steps at a time, going higher and higher. Finally, he did the same move as Kakashi, hanging upside down. "You lost?" Feng's face was full of excitement before climbing the tree. He didn't think he could really do it. As he said, he was a novice. Since he woke up yesterday and knew that he had chakra, he had not really tried it after all. It was just a gamble, so winning or losing didn't matter to him. He also wanted to eat barbecue. He had been in Konoha for so long, but he had never eaten barbecue before in the past. It was because he didn't have enough money, but now that he has enough money, of course he has to spend some. It's boring to eat alone. What's important for barbecue is the atmosphere. Gathering with a few good friends, drinking beer and chatting, that's the right way to enjoy barbecue. "How did you do that?" Kakashi asked in disbelief. "I just walked up step by step, it didn't work." His head was still a little congested. Feng changed his posture, sat on a tree branch, and answered Kakashi's question. "No, that's not what I wanted to ask you." "Then which one do you want to ask?" Feng was a little confused. "Didn't we agree in advance that I would tell you extra information only if you win? Now that you lose, there is naturally no information. Are you trying to default on your debt?" "I'll treat you to barbecue when we get back," Kakashi said. He wasn't asking for money for a meal. "I want to ask you, how did you manage not to cast a seal?" "That's right." After Kakashi's reminder, Naruto and the others suddenly realized. No wonder they felt something was wrong. It turned out that they did not see Feng's process of forming hand seals before they climbed up the tree. They all made hand seals, including Kakashi. "Before I answer this question, let me ask you a question. Why do we need to make hand seals? Who told you that you must make hand seals to release ninjutsu?" This, Naruto was dumbfounded. This was a question he had never thought about before. Not to mention that he didn't know why he had to make hand seals. Before yesterday, he even remembered the name of chakra wrong. Sakura and Sasuke were also thinking hard. Whether in their cognition or in the knowledge they learned in school, it seemed that everyone was saying that a ninja needed to make hand seals to release ninjutsu, and without hand seals, ninjutsu could not be released. Kakashi was still experienced. He answered this question. The purpose of forming a seal before launching a ninjutsu is to refine the chakra and guide the chakra out of the body, so as to achieve the effect of releasing the ninjutsu. That's why we need to make seals. To put it bluntly, forming hand seals is not the goal. The process of forming hand seals is the most important. Forming hand seals is telling yourself that I am about to release ninjutsu, so please let out your chakra. "Is that what you mean?" Feng asked, stroking his chin. Although Feng's statement was a bit distorted, that was the meaning. Kakashi nodded. "That's about it. Then let me add something." "Do you think I'm right?" Feng said analytically. "First of all, before you can use ninjutsu, you must have chakra as the raw material, and chakra is divided into physical energy and spiritual energy. Before releasing the ninjutsu, according to the type of ninjutsu and the requirements of the scale, mix the two in different ways to prepare the chakra that matches the released ninjutsu. Although the mixing process is completed quickly in the body, the ninja himself actually needs to use hand seals to remind his body how to complete these steps. Each hand gesture corresponds to a step in the body. Before the ninjutsu is activated, all the hand seals are doing one thing, which is to guide the chakra outwards. At the same time, each set of hand gestures also corresponds to ninjutsu. The hand seals are also to remind myself that I need to release this ninjutsu instead of other ninjutsu. Am I right? That's right. Kakashi couldn't deny that hand seals were a process of channeling out the energy in the body, while also reminding himself to release that ninjutsu. Since you both agree, let's go back to the original question. Why do we need to make hand seals? Who told you that you must make hand seals when you release ninjutsu? You don't have to answer. I'll answer for you. First of all, no one told you that you must make hand seals to release ninjutsu. You have been taught to do so since you were little, and the ninjas you have come into contact with since you were little all do so you naturally think that you have to do so too. Actually, to export chakra, You don't necessarily have to make hand seals. You can also export chakra using your own thoughts. The effect of hand seals is very small. That's why some ninjas need a long series of complicated hand gestures to release ninjutsu, while other ninjas only need a few simple hand gestures to release it. Take the typical character, the second Hokage, for example. The hand seals he made when launching ninjutsu did not need to be that complicated. Another example is the first Hokage, Senju Hoshirama. The hand seals he made were even fewer. Basically, he just put his hands together and whatever he thought of would come true. That's what I said, but why does it sound so awkward? What does it mean that whatever you wish for will come true when you put your hands together? Give me another example. Tailed beasts, Kakashi. When have you ever heard that tailed beasts need to make hand seals to release ninjutsu? They don't even have hands. How can they make hand seals? Kakashi shook his head. How would you know? What are the tailed beasts? Naruto asked like a curious baby. Kakashi's face changed. He couldn't tell him that because Naruto didn't know that there was a tailed beast in his body. He tried desperately to wink at Feng, hoping that Feng would not tell this to anyone. Feng was too lazy to explain it to Naruto. Even if Kakashi hadn't winked at him, he wouldn't have said it. Anyway, Naruto would be exposed to it soon, so he was too lazy to explain it again. We'll talk about this later. Let's get back to the point. Through the above narration, we can draw a conclusion. As long as you can remember the flow path of chakra in the body when releasing ninjutsu, as well as the proportion of physical energy and mental energy, then whether to seal or not will become an irrelevant matter. So, this is why I can achieve the same operation as you without making hand seals, because I remember it. If you remember it, you can do it too. However, I have to remind you in advance that I can remember it because I am experienced. It has nothing to do with whether I had chakra before. On this last point, Feng admitted that he lied. He was not experienced at all. If you asked him about other knowledge, he didn't know as much as Naruto. After all, Naruto had been to school. He learned part of it from watching anime, and also learned part of it from the martial arts movies he saw in his previous world. He made his own guess based on the combination of these. Isn't the use of internal energy in martial arts movies the same as the use of chakra? When have you ever seen a person with internal strength in a martial arts movie pause with his fingers before making a move? Isn't it just about posing, shouting, and then going up and starting to fight? Admittedly, there are people who make useless gestures before a fight, but if it weren't for the movie effect, who would make a bunch of useless gestures before a fight? The Naruto world used to be fictional, but after he came, it became the real world. Whoever wants to gesture can do so, but Feng doesn't know how to gesture anyway. Seal. What seal? If you can't guarantee that you are faster than me, then don't perform seals in front of me. Otherwise, Feng can hardly guarantee that he won't go up and stab others twice while they are performing seals, allowing you to show off. Okay, I'm done. You guys continue practicing. Feng jumped down from the tree and said, "Don't forget to treat me when I come back." Naruto and his friends were practicing tree climbing with their heads down. All of them had been practicing ninjutsu for several years. But now they were surpassed by a newcomer. One can imagine how devastating this was to them. They kept Feng's words in mind. Being able to perform ninjutsu without forming hand seals opened a new door for them, but they also knew that they were too far away from the gate. They didn't even know a few ninjutsu, so they were still some distance away from the entrance. What they need to do now is not to think about how to release ninjutsu without forming hand seals, but to practice ninjutsu well. Only when they have mastered the operation of chakra finally, will they try to step towards the gate. What they are doing now is learning how to control chakra accurately. Hey, are you thinking about it too? Looking at Kakashi, who was lost in thought, Feng patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Come on, I believe you can do it. By the way, do you want to see my new ideas?" What? Kakashi didn't know how Feng did it. Since he could manipulate chakra so delicately right from the start, why didn't he try to refine chakra himself before? I didn't want to before, but now I have no choice. Kakashi's face changed slightly. How could Feng know what he was thinking? Could it be a secret technique similar to that of the Yamanaka family? I didn't use any secret techniques on you. I don't know any secret techniques, and I don't know any mind-reading skills, Feng said a little speechlessly. Don't think that just because you wear a mask, others can't see what you're thinking. Your eyes betray you. Have you not heard of this saying, eyes are the windows to the soul? If you want to know what a person is thinking, you can tell by looking at their eyes. There is another way to guess what a person is thinking, through his facial expressions, which is more accurate than looking at his eyes. After all, A person's happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy are most easily reflected on his face. Do you have any new ideas? Kakashi quickly changed the subject. It was still very embarrassing to have someone see through what he was thinking. Hey, look at my feet. I don't have any weird fetishes. Don't look at me like that. Chapter 32 New Ideas to Watch. Feet? What's so good about feet? The shoes you wear are all from Desna. Suddenly, Kakashi's eyes narrowed. How is it? Not bad, right? Feng said with a smile. This is an idea I just came up with, the levitation technique. Looking closely, Feng's feet were not on the ground, but were about 1 foot above the ground. Don't underestimate this 1 foot. It is something that many ninjas cannot do. At least Kakashi knew that he could not do it. How did you do it? Kakashi asked curiously. Ever since he met Feng had brought him so many surprises. He suddenly learned that his friend was not dead, and now Feng performed a levitation trick for him. Can the ability to levitate go one step further, such as flying? Since ancient times, many people have dreamed of growing a pair of wings and flying freely in the sky like a bird, but after so many years, how many people can achieve it? Although the magic of chakra has solved one thing after another that ordinary people think is impossible to accomplish, Kakashi has never heard of any ninjas who can fly. Even someone as strong as the god of ninjas, Hoshirama Senju, would stand on the ground and fight, but today someone performed a levitation in front of him, especially since he knew this person. Who didn't even have chakra yesterday? It's very simple. The principle is similar to the tree climbing you taught me. To climb a tree, you gather chakra at the soles of your feet to create suction, which allows you to cling to the tree trunk, and to leap, you form the chakra into a solid entity under your feet, like an invisible barrier. When you step on it, you achieve the effect of leaping. How is it? Is it simple? It's very simple. Bullshit. Everyone knows the principle. The key is how to materialize the chakra after it leaves the body. Seeing Kakashi's speechless eyes, Feng shrugged helplessly. That's what he did, and then he succeeded. What do you rely on? You rely on your thoughts. This is another mysterious statement. Just like Feng doesn't know how the chakra in his body is produced, he also doesn't know how he can fly. That's what he thought, and then he did it. To be honest, is it difficult? Feng didn't think it was that difficult. He thought about the operation of the ninja in Naruto. When releasing ninjutsu, isn't it just to separate the chakra from the body and then throw it out like an energy ball? Isn't this out-of-body experience plus materialization? Since you can get rid of it, why can't you stay? If he can spit out fire from his mouth, why can't he form a barrier under his feet? Are you wondering how I was able to separate the chakra from my body and then materialize it? Kakashi nodded. He really thought so. Feng took out a cigarette from somewhere and lit it, and began to preach. Kakashi, have you been with Naruto for too long, and have you also been infected with his bad habits? What does this mean? Is there something wrong with Naruto that has infected him? Kakashi thought about it for a while and felt that he didn't. Seeing that Kakashi still didn't understand, Feng said directly, stupid, think about how you release ninjutsu. How did he release the ninjutsu? Wasn't it just to channel the chakra out, and then? Kakashi was stunned. You see, this is the same as when you release a ninjutsu, except that when you release a ninjutsu, the emphasis is on releasing, while when you release a levitation technique, the emphasis is on retaining, leave the chakra you are about to release on the soles of your feet. Or, you can leave it anywhere instead of just on the soles of your feet. If you keep it on your feet, you can fly. If you keep it somewhere else, you can use it as a shield to protect your safety. You can also do this. As he was speaking, a blue chakra gradually extended outward from Feng's hand, eventually forming a blue light blade about 1 meter long that wrapped around his palm. Chakra knife. How is it? Isn't it cool? It's just that I have mastered chakra for too short a time and I am not proficient enough, so the chakra knife I made is a bit brittle and not very useful in actual combat. If you want to use the chakra sword in actual combat, you have to further condense the chakra and further compress the density of the chakra. Kakashi didn't hear clearly what was said next. In his mind, Feng's previous words were replaying on a loop. The time is too short, I can't master it well enough. The time is too short, I can't master it well enough. Time. For a moment, Kakashi was shocked. Kakashi, graduated from school at the age of 5, was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, became Jonin at the age of 12, participated in the ninja war, carried out missions, and now, he has been famous for nearly years, but he is no match for this person in front of him. who has only practiced for less than a day. He was still not satisfied and thought that his chakra control was not proficient enough. Listen, is this human language? Huh? You are already at this level, but you are still not skilled. Then what am I? Kakashi left dejectedly, raised his hand to stop Feng, who wanted to follow him, and said expressionlessly, "Don't follow me, I want to be alone." Seeing that Kakashi was in a bad mood, Feng didn't make fun of the "who is Jing Jing" joke. He was afraid that if he said it out loud, Kakashi would fight him to the death. Kakashi didn't go far away, only about 10 meters away from Feng. He had to watch Naruto and the others practice, and at the same time, he was also watching Feng, not giving Feng the chance to speak to Naruto and the others. What Feng talked about was too profound. Even he, a senior ninja, only had a vague understanding of it. Let alone Naruto and the other newbies, they would probably not understand it at all. A young bird must learn to walk before it can learn to fly. Naruto and his friends can't even control their chakra. If they learn Feng's high-end operations, it would undoubtedly be like forcing something to grow too fast, and it would not do them any good. Now it was Feng's turn to have nothing to do, so he pulled Kakashi aside to chat about this and that just to kill time. He originally came here to learn from others, but he turned out to be gifted and was able to extract chakra without knowing it. He tried to learn the fine operations, but a lot of fancy operations came to his mind. Feng had watched quite a few movies, TV series, online articles and animations before, and he also knew a lot about the analysis of the various protagonists practicing martial arts, so he thought, why not give it a try? What if it succeeds? There is nothing to lose by trying. As a result, he succeeded. He successfully used the levitation technique. Levitation only allows you to stay in the air, but he also wants to try flying, the air dance, which is the standard of flying. He already had the theory, as it was mentioned in Dragon Ball. So all that was left was practice. However, he didn't think it was a big problem, and he was thinking of asking Kakashi to help him check it and teach Kakashi at the same time. It seems like we should just forget it. Kakashi has been hit hard already. If we continue to hide him, it might be too much and it would be difficult to deal with. Cigarettes. The cigarettes are almost gone. Cell phone. The cell phone is out of battery. These two things were the only two things he had with him when he was summoned by Naruto. His cell phone didn't have much battery to begin with, and he went to bed only after being tired from browsing on his phone. He didn't have time to charge it, and when he woke up he found himself here while resting. Last night, Feng used up all of his limited energy. Feng was thinking about how to kill time, but Xiaoying's call brought him back to reality. Hey, I did it. Sakura sat on a tree branch and greeted Naruto and Sasuke below. Sakura is so amazing, she is worthy of being my favorite. Naruto, with a scar on his head, stood below and congratulated her, but for some reason, Naruto felt a little unhappy in his heart. Tisk. Sasuke snorted in dissatisfaction. Sakura, who was sitting on the tree, was too far away to hear anything, but Feng, who walked up to the two of them, heard Sasuke's cold snort with a roll of his eyes and a sly smile on his face. Feng leaned close to their ears and whispered, "What color pants is Xiaoying wearing?" What? Startled by the sudden voice beside their ears, the two looked up. Subconsciously the plan worked, and Feng shouted towards the tree, "Xiaoying, you are exposed. These two guys are peeking at you." His eyes were closed when he said this. When Sakura heard Feng's shout, she subconsciously looked down. When she looked up, she happened to meet the eyes of Naruto and Sasuke, who were looking up. Sakura was shocked and hurriedly covered her high-slit cheongsam, but she forgot that she was wearing knee-length shorts underneath, so there was no problem of exposure at all. Feng seemed to hear the sound of a kettle boiling. A large amount of steam rose above the heads of Naruto and Sasuke. From the front, their faces were flushed. He waved his hand and touched the steam above the two people's heads. Wow, it was real. This made Feng sigh again. They were worthy of being characters in anime. They were so outrageous. The shy Sakura was just about to take an unconventional approach and jump down from the branch to hide somewhere, but was stopped by Feng. "Don't jump, your clothes will float up and it will be even worse if you expose yourself." The sound of the kettle boiling became louder and louder. If the kettle was not taken down, the water would boil away. Naruto had a smile on his face, and I don't know what scene he was thinking of. Sasuke lowered his head and didn't dare to look up. The boy, who usually had a cold image, was completely broken by Feng's words. To Feng's regret, his cell phone was out of battery, otherwise he would have to take a picture of Sasuke's appearance at that moment. "What are you two thinking about? Sakura is gone," Kakashi shouted to the two dazed people while sitting under the shade of a tree. If you two don't speed up, you won't succeed before dark. Young man, now is not the time to fall in love. Think about when I was your age. Never mind, let's skip it. I was the same as you too. Can't you learn from Sakura? Not only does she know about chakra, but she also knows how to control and sustain it. It seems that the person closest to the Hokage should be Sakura. She is different from a certain person. And the Uchiha clan is unexpectedly not that powerful. The sarcastic words he said made Naruto and Sasuke look at each other, and they saw a blazing flame in each other's eyes. Sakura has already left here. Her tree climbing training has been completed. Afraid that Feng would stay here and cause trouble, he was also driven away by Kakashi and followed Sakura to the bridge to protect Asuna's safety. Only Kakashi, Naruto and Sasuke were left here. Uncle shop owner, will it be okay for them to stay there? Sakura asked worriedly. She knew that Sasuke and Naruto did not get along well. Whenever they met, either you mocked me or I mocked you, although most of the time it was Naruto who started the trouble. Sakura has recovered from her shyness and knows that she has been fooled, but she is not angry. It is the first time she has seen Sasuke shy, and that scene made her call him cute. Naruto, who is standing next to her, is selectively ignored by Sakura. Don't worry, with Kakashi here, the two of them won't fight, Feng said indifferently, and once you leave, their fighting spirit will be even higher. With you here, and your achievements far surpassing theirs, they will inevitably feel pressured. When they do things, they will always unconsciously follow your lead. It's good now. Once you leave, they will both feel relieved and practice harder. Then, when you meet, they can secretly surprise you. After Feng said this, Sakura became even more worried. Sasuke won't hate me, right? How could that be? Feng said in a soothing tone. Think about it, you were only good at theoretical knowledge before, and Sasuke was a step behind you, but he didn't take you seriously. Do you know why? Sakura shook her head. If she had known, she would have launched an offensive against Sasuke long ago. Although she had done so now, Sasuke always ignored her. Chapter 33, Advice for the People and number 039, S livelihood. That's because Sasuke believes that no matter how strong the theory is, it is not as real as the actual combat power. You also know Sasuke. In his eyes, he only cares about people who are stronger than him. Practicing tree climbing is also a disguised way to enhance my combat power. Well, now that you are one step ahead of him on the road to becoming stronger, he will only think more highly of you. In this way, won't your status in his mind rise? Girl, it's very difficult to fall in love with a man like Sasuke. You know he has a lot on his mind, and until his worries are resolved, there's very little he can put into his heart. You should be thankful that you are the only girl around him. You are close to him and have ample opportunities to get close to him during the mission. The more you occupy in his heart now, the closer you two will be to getting married. Come on, girl, I'm rooting for you. No way, I'm still young, it's too early to talk about marriage. Sakura smiled sheepishly, but the little stick figure in her heart was dancing with joy. What a great talk. You really understand me. Come on, I will definitely work hard. It's too early. You can confirm the relationship first, Feng said teasingly. Think about it, after confirming the relationship, you can do some intimate things with Sasuke, such as shopping, dating, and holding hands, right? Think about it again. You were holding Sasuke's arm and walking with him on the street when you ran into your old classmate. Before, you would worry that your old classmate would take away your Sasuke, but now, you can walk past her with your head held high without even looking at her. When I'm happy, I'll just say hello. Hey, where are you going? Me? I'm shopping with my boyfriend. Oh wow. Thinking of this scene, Sakura couldn't help but laugh out loud happily. Asuna, who was passing by carrying steel bars, saw the two people whispering to each other. Just as he was about to step forward to say hello, he was startled by Sakura's devilish laughter. After thinking about it, he turned around and left, carrying the steel bars. But, Sakura, you can't be happy too soon. Hey, what's wrong? Xiaoying was happy, but was startled by Feng's long sigh. As the saying goes, the world of flowers and beauties is fascinating. When you were in school, your clothes and appearance were all very ordinary. Now that you have graduated, you can go out and about. The girls out there are not as innocent as those in school, so, you have to stand up and learn how to dress yourself. Don't let those slutty girls out there snatch your sweetheart away. I will kill anyone who dares to steal my things. The stick figure brandished two swords and roared. Sakura also looked determined. What should I do? You should do this and that. Do you understand? Yeah, Sakura nodded repeatedly. As the sky gradually darkened and approached dusk, Desna walked on the street with a cloth bag on his back. Xiaoying and Yi Feng walked on his left and right, protecting his safety. Uncle, where are you going? Sakura looked left and right, afraid that as Abusa would jump out from the corner. The busy streets are one of the best places for ambushes. It's no wonder that Sakura is worried. Kakashi, the main force, is not there, and she doesn't know Yi Feng's specific strength. If any accident occurs, Sakura can't guarantee that she can handle it. Yi Feng was watching the scenery on the street with peace of mind. Although he wanted to return to Konoha as soon as possible, he was alone and didn't know the way. There was no point in being anxious. He might as well take this time to relax. It's a rare opportunity to come out, isn't it? For an island country like the Kingdom of Waves, the infrastructure is neither perfect nor imperfect. Looking up, you can see the electric wires crossing the roofs, and looking down, you can see the gutters on both sides of the street. There are few houses with electric lights hanging at the door. You may think it's strange. Electricity has been invented, and so have televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, microwave ovens and other modern equipment, but those who are in a hurry have to walk on their own two legs. Those who are better off use horse-drawn carriages pulled by livestock. There are motor-driven boats even on the water, but there are no electric-driven vehicles on land, not even an electric car. No, just no. I don't know whether it has not been invented yet, or someone doesn't want to see the emergence of this invention. This is a business opportunity, but unfortunately Yi Feng doesn't have the mindset to seize it. It's because he's lazy. My daughter asked me to buy some ingredients for dinner when I get home. Desna was in a bad mood. He lost another helper this afternoon. Building a bridge is what every citizen of the Land of Waves hopes for. Before Cardo came, everyone was full of fighting spirit. Those who had money contributed money, and those who had no money contributed their labor. Everyone was striving for a happy tomorrow. Although Wave Country is an island country, it is not far from the land. When the weather is good, you can see the other side at a glance, but this short journey has become the culprit of poverty in the Kingdom of Waves. It's not that no one has thought about building a bridge to connect the two sides of the river to improve the poor image of the Wave Country, but they either had no money or no people, and they could never have both at the same time. After waiting for a long time, we finally got it. Desna, the technology and the people, and the money, and the construction of the bridge began. The bridge is getting longer and longer, and is getting closer and closer to the other side. Hopeful days are beckoning to them, but at this time, Cardo came and brought his men, using either intimidation or bribery, and slowly, fewer and fewer people participated in building the bridge. Everyone was scared. Those who didn't listen to Cardo died, and everyone was in despair. In terms of money, they are not as rich as Cardo's combined. In terms of people, they are just unarmed civilians and cannot defeat Cardo's men. Everyone has compromised. What else can we do if we don't compromise? Cardo has already controlled the entry and exit of the Wave Country. Anyone who dares to go out without Cardo's order will be killed. Cardo controls the economy of the Wave Country. Anyone who wants to go out to do business must use his ship and pay a large sum of hiring fees. If you don't pay, you can't go out. After each trip, not only do you not make any money, you also have to pay a lot more. Gradually, no one did business anymore. Everyone lived off their savings and waited for death in the Land of Waves. Walking on the street, there are people sitting on the ground begging everywhere. People of all kinds, with yellow faces and dull eyes, and signs hanging around their necks. Are everywhere looking for jobs. It shouldn't be like this. Our country shouldn't be like this. In the past, although people were poor, they did not lose hope for the future. Why is this happening? When did everyone become like this? Cardo. Yes, it is Cardo. Since Cardo came, our country has become like this, lifeless and with no end in sight for the oppression. Walking on the streets, Desna became more and more determined to fight Cardo to the end. Even if it cost him his life, he would get his country back on track. Yi Feng didn't see the scenery, but he was very angry. Damn, you bastard, you have ruined a good country into this state. Beautiful scenery should be accompanied by smiling faces, but look at you, how can anyone smile now? Fuck, don't let me catch you. I'm not called Qian Shao unless I beat the shit out of you. He cursed in his heart for not giving birth to a son. No, Yi Feng wanted Cardo to not even have offspring. He wanted to kill Cardo. Yi Feng was no longer in the mood to enjoy the scenery, and Xiaoying was also a little depressed. When they arrived at the grocery store, Xiaoying was speechless. A belly full of anger was burning in her heart. The huge shop had empty shelves with only a few cabbages and carrots displayed on them, and the rest of the vegetables were mostly just one or two. This is already considered a great power for the store owner. In such an environment, those who can still open a store are all capable people, and they are all people who have connections with Cardo. Desna didn't mean to blame the shop owner. Everyone is trying to make a living. You may not care about it, but you cannot ignore your family after buying groceries. A hand reached out for the backpack Sakura was carrying. This happened to her in the store, and Sakura was about to kick it like she did in the store, but she saw a child of a few years old, stretching out his hands, as if wanting to ask her for something. Although the child's clothes were worn out, they were very clean. He had round eyes and was very polite. After Sakura gave him a few candies, he thanked her and ran away happily. What's going on in this town? Sakura felt sad. The numbness of the adults and the innocence and cuteness of the children formed a sharp contrast and also hurt her nerves. After Cardo came, it became like this. Sakura's kindness was seen by Desna, who explained to her who was in a bad mood. The adults here are becoming more and more cowardly, he sighed. Although he said this, Desna knew what was going on in his heart. It's not that everyone's courage has diminished, but that Cardo is too powerful. If they endure, they may still find an opportunity. If they give it a try, they may be able to destroy the future of the entire Wave Kingdom. Although I have found external forces, I guess no one dares to take sides until the situation becomes clear. After calming himself down, Desna said in a firm tone, "So, the bridge is indispensable now. It is a symbol of courage. It is to help the people of this country who have been submissive regain the courage to never give in. As long as there is that bridge, as long as we can build it, the town will be the same as before, and everyone will come back. There is hope." Feng, who had been silent all the way, suddenly spoke. What? Perhaps because he was thinking about something, Desna did not hear clearly what Feng said. "I say, there is hope." Feng turned his gaze away from the children who got the candy and happily shared it with their friends, and said, "Look, how happy the children are laughing. Don't you want to take a closer look?" Although Feng had thought that the death of all the people outside had nothing to do with him, he was still happy to help if he had the ability and saw it with his own eyes. "Of course I do. How could Desna not want to? If you want to, then just focus on building your bridge and leave the rest to us." Feng sneered. "If Cardo dares to show up, he'll be dead. I say, even the six-path sage can't stop me. Oh, I'm so happy. It's been a long time since I had a meal with so many people." Desna sat at the head of the table, looking at the people on both sides of the table with some joy. Feng was not very hungry, so he put down his bowl and chopsticks after eating only one bowl of rice. Naruto and Sasuke seemed to be competing with each other, using both hands to stuff food into their mouths. "One more bowl," they said this in unison, shocking Sakura so much that she was stunned. She had never seen Sasuke in such a state before. He was like a starving ghost, clamoring to fill up the bowl before he even swallowed the food in his mouth. The sizzling sound of electric current collided in the side of the two people. There was really an electric current. Feng could see it clearly and feel it. He tried to light a cigarette, and guess what happened? Hey, it's lit. When the electric current flashed, it produced a wonderful effect. The two of them turned their heads at the same time and vomited. With a vomit sound, an angry symbol appeared on Xiaoying's forehead. She propped her hands on the table and yelled angrily, "You're still eating even though you've already vomited." "No, I have to eat." Sasuke wiped the vomit from the corner of his mouth and said stubbornly. Naruto also looked unconvinced. "Even if I have to endure it, I have to eat. I must become stronger sooner." "Does becoming stronger have anything to do with how much you eat?" Feng didn't quite understand Naruto's train of thought. Feng casually slapped the top of their heads with two palms, and said with a smile, "Very good, you two. Okay, you want to eat, right? Eat back what you vomited." Two slaps were not enough, so he slapped them on the head again. "I told you to waste food. You have nothing to do after eating, right? If you have nothing to do, I will practice with you." Two more slaps. "Others are eating, and you two are vomiting here. Aren't you disgusted? You two must clean up each other's vomit. If you don't, you won't be able to rest tonight." Chapter 34, People I Don't Want to Mention. When they heard that they had to clean up each other's vomit, their faces changed and they wanted to resist, but were suppressed by Feng again. "You, Naruto, if you dare not clean up, then don't even think about asking me to pay you back." Naruto was convinced. This was really his weak spot. He was still waiting for Feng to pay him back before buying weapons. "You, Sasuke, I don't care, but don't even think about getting any information about your enemy from me. Believe me, no one else knows as much as I do." Sasuke also obediently took the broom and mop and went to clean up, seeing Kakashi looking at him with a strange look. Feng frowned and asked, What's wrong? Nothing. Kakashi retracted his gaze. It's just the first time I see these two being so obedient. Thinking back to the time when he took Naruto and Sasuke to carry out missions in the village, Kakashi sighed. One of them was reckless and always couldn't figure out what he was told to do, while the other liked to act alone and always thought he could complete the mission by himself and didn't need help from others. Yes, there is no need for help from others. After all, the tasks for novices in the village are either to find cats or dogs, or to help with farming, which can be completed by one person. But isn't this about fostering teamwork, getting familiar with each other's abilities and cooperating with each other during the mission? If you can handle everything by yourself, what's the point of a team? Kakashi tried many ways to make the two of them work together, but the results were minimal. Once the two of them got too excited, they wouldn't even listen to him. But they didn't expect that just one sentence from Feng could make the two of them so obedient. Kakashi was still thinking, should he also borrow some money from Naruto, and then drag his feet and not pay it back? He had already dealt with one, so would the other still be a problem? He also knew a lot about Sasuke's enemies, which was almost semi-public in the village. Although what I know is not as much as Feng, it can also be considered a threat, right? Sakura is the most honest one. Once Sasuke is dealt with, there is no need to tell Sakura that she will be obedient. It seems that if I can deal with Sakura, I can also deal with Naruto. Doesn't Naruto like Sakura? If that's the case, this is another way. The change in Kakashi's facial expression left Feng confused. He could see it even through the mask. After dinner, Desna's daughter Tsunami was cleaning up the dishes, while Feng and others sat around the table drinking tea. Desna's little grandson was rare and did not make any noise. He just watched the adults talking. Sakura was standing in the living room digesting her food at this moment. A family photo on the wall caught Sakura's attention. The Desna family is all in the photo, but the missing corner just happens to cover the figure of a man. Well, why did you hang the broken photo here? Sakura was curious. Inari was looking at this photo while eating. The torn parts look like someone deliberately tore someone out of the photo. It's my husband, Tsunami, who is washing dishes, said in a heavy tone. A man who was once called a hero by everyone in the city. Desna was also in a bad mood. In order to take care of the feelings of his little grandson Inari. The person missing from the photo has always been someone their family was reluctant to mention, but some things have to be faced eventually. Inari stood up from his seat, opened the door and walked out. He didn't want to hear the man's story again, even if that man was his father. He hates his father. Tsunami also opened the door and chased after him. She was a little worried about her son Inari. Before she left, she complained, "Dad, didn't we agree not to talk about that guy in front of Inari?" Really? The atmosphere in the living room was a little depressing. Sakura realized that she had said the wrong thing and wanted to make amends but didn't know how to start. There seems to be some hidden secret in it, Kakashi said casually. He didn't want to poke anyone's scars, but during the mission, any concealment might lead to the failure of the mission. Originally, Desna had concealed a lot of things from them. Only after arriving in the Land of Waves did they learn the details of the mission. If Kakashi had not been soft-hearted for a moment, he would never have accepted a mission like this before. Desna was also afraid that they would misunderstand him. Now Kakashi and the others were his last hope, so he spoke out the truth. Inari has a stepfather who is not related to him by blood, and they have a very good relationship, just like biological father and son. Inari was a very cheerful child at that time, but, 1 drop, 2 drops, tears fell on the table, and his clenched fists showed his anger that he could not hide. But Inari changed after what happened to his father. The word courage was taken away forever from the people of the island, and from Inari. It all started on that day, from that incident, what happened in Inari. Kakashi was not sad. He had heard and seen many similar incidents. He just wanted to figure out what had happened and whether it would affect their mission. To explain that incident, we must first start with a man who is called a hero in this country. Taking off his glasses, Desna wiped his tears and continued, about 3 years ago, Inari met that man. Since Inari has no father, he has been bullied by other children since he was a child. He has no friends either. A puppy named Pachi is his best companion, but one day, some bad boys wanted to snatch his friend away. No matter how he struggled or shouted, his arms were firmly clamped, making it impossible for him to break free. He could only watch as another boy, who was slightly older than him and was the leader of the bad boys, hugged his friend and told him that he would change his friend's name and that after the name was changed, his friend would no longer belong to him. The young Inari didn't understand anything. He thought that after his friend changed his name, he no longer belonged to him. He argued loudly, and the bad boy leader thought that if it was not mine, you could never own it, and in a fit of anger he threw the puppy into the water. Although the dog can swim, the puppy is still small. In addition, the river is rushing fast, and the puppy is struggling in the water and is about to sink. Inari couldn't swim, so he could only stand on the bridge and worry when he wasn't paying attention. The bad boy kicked him into the water, wanting him to save the puppy but also wanting to laugh at him. But when Inari really fell into the water and called for help, the bad boy leader panicked again. He knew that Inari could not swim, and he just wanted to see a joke, not to kill Inari. He panicked and shook the body of his little follower, hoping that he would jump down to save the people. The little follower was unwilling to do that, and at this moment, the puppy that fell into the water did not sink to the bottom, but learned to doggy paddle. The place where the puppy fell into the water was not far from the shore. The puppy paddled on the water and swam to the shore. The running away puppy attracted the attention of several bad boys, who left Inari, who was still calling for help, and ran after the puppy. Inari, who couldn't swim, slowly sank to the bottom. It was fortunate that he was not destined to die. When he woke up again, he saw Kesha making a fire and roasting fish. Kesha is a fisherman from abroad who came to the island to pursue his dreams. He saved Inari. From then on, Inari became close to Kesha after taking a sip of the cold tea. Desna continued, maybe it's because Inari lost his father before he could remember anything, so he always sticks to him like a follower, just like a real father and son. Then, Kesha became a member of our family. At the same time, Kesha is also an indispensable person in this town. The island country is prone to torrents, and the floodwaters have breached the dam and are about to flood the downstream areas. If you want to stop the flood, you have to repair the dam and divert the flood. But how easy is that? The rapidly rushing flood became an obstacle for everyone, and no one dared to go into the water and take the risk to repair the dam. It is called a dam, but in fact it is just a few pieces of wood fixed together. The middle of the wooden dam was washed away by the flood. As long as the section of the wooden wall that was washed away was reconnected with a section of the wooden wall connected to the shore, the repair work would be completed, and it would be able to block the flood and divert the flood. At this moment, Kesha stood up and jumped into the flood without hesitation. The rope tied on his body allowed him to rise and fall in the flood without being washed away by it. Kesha repaired the dam and became everyone's hero for his bravery. To Inari, Kesha was a father that made him hold his head high and be proud of him. It was also at this time that Cardo set his sights on this country. The hero Kesha became a thorn in Cardo's side and the object of his authority. Kesha died in public, and the people in the town lost the courage to resist. From then on, Inari never smiled again, and became hostile to those who attempted heroic acts because his heroic father Kesha once told him that he would use his own hands to protect his country and Inari. For Inari, his father broke his promise. No wonder when I said I wanted to be a hero to save this country, Inari always scolded me for thinking this idea was stupid. So that's why. He was thinking of his father. Among the people present, probably no one felt as deeply as Naruto. He had never seen his father and rarely even heard any information about his father. He was also bullied since he was a child, and others laughed at him and called him a wild child. If there hadn't been the guidance of the third Hokage, if there hadn't been the guidance of Sensei Iruka, I really don't know what I would have become. Naruto thought to himself with self-mockery. He kept what happened in the past deep in his heart. He learned how to disguise himself so that others would not notice anything unusual. But when Naruto heard about Inari, he was still moved. He really wanted to find Inari and tell him loudly, since your father told you to protect your country and everyone you love with your own hands, you must do it well. Your father did it when he was alive. He gave people courage, protected your little family, and protected you. Now it's your turn. Your father has passed away. As the inheritor of his legacy, shouldn't you complete what your father failed to do? Wouldn't your father's spirit in heaven be sad to see you like this? This is what he thought and planned to do. He wanted to find Inari and talk to him properly. He wanted to prove to Inari that heroes do exist, but as soon as he stood up, Naruto fell to the ground with a thump. What are you doing, Naruto? Sakura frowned when she saw Naruto's embarrassed look. If you want to practice, don't continue today. You've trained your chakra too much? If you move any more, you'll die. Kakashi was not exaggerating. Chakra is composed of spiritual energy and physical energy. If chakra is used excessively, both the mind and body will collapse due to the unbearable load. Once these two things collapse, it is equivalent to the collapse of the whole person. If a person collapses, he is dead, right? Naruto gritted his teeth stubbornly. Although his whole body was sore, he still insisted on standing up. His legs were shaking, and he said with a firm face, I will prove it to him. Prove what? Sakura asked doubtfully. You're already in this state, What else do you want to prove to others? I want to prove to him that there are still heroes in this world. Haha, your smile is really ugly, Yi Feng said in a stern voice. With your condition, you have been practicing climbing a tree for 2 days and still can't do it well. Do you still want to prove to others? Prove that there are heroes in the world. Are you a hero? Hey, everyone, come and see, Naruto is a hero. He is the hero who has been climbing a tree for days but couldn't climb up. Changing the subject, Yi Feng said disdainfully, Tisk. If you are a hero, then what is Sakura who is faster than you, a hero among heroes? Then what am I who is faster than Sakura, a king among heroes? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35, No Shame for Money. Naruto's face fell again. It's always like this, always like this. Whenever I get in the mood, you always hit me down. Yi Feng understood what Naruto meant from his eyes and replied, yes, I am going to attack you. If I don't attack you, won't you go to heaven? Where do you want to go? Yi Feng snorted, do you want to go find Inari and comfort him? His mother is comforting him right now. What will happen if you, an outsider, go there? Or do you want to go out into the woods and practice your tree climbing skills? You know Zabuza is not dead yet, and you don't know when he will jump out. You are alone now. Do you think your life is too long, or do you think we will come to save you? I didn't think so much about it. I just wanted to train and try to make further progress before Zabuza attacks. Naruto thought a little aggrievedly. Go ahead, I won't stop you. Really? Naruto was overjoyed. Sakura's grades surpassed his, which made him unhappy. Sasuke's grades surpassed his, which made him even more unhappy. It was obvious that everyone started from the same starting line. Sakura has already graduated, but Sasuke has not. Although Sasuke's performance was better than his from the beginning, Naruto believed that hard work can make up for lack of talent, and with more practice, he will soon surpass him. Really? Go ahead, then I'll leave. Naruto didn't dare to look back, for fear that Yi Feng would stop him, so he opened the door and was about to rush out. Great, I'm out. Naruto has already stepped one foot out of the door. If you die, I won't have to pay you back. The other foot that was about to step out paused, and the foot that stepped out of the door retracted. Naruto closed the door without saying a word, walked back to his seat, lowered his head, and no one knew what he was thinking. Why don't you leave? Go ahead, no one is stopping you. I'll be angry with anyone who dares to stop you. Uncle shop owner, you're doing this again. Naruto was so angry. It was the nth time he kept using money as an excuse. If you do this again, you must pay me back when you go back. What if I don't return it? Yi Feng looked as if to say, what can you do to me, if you don't return it? If you don't return it, I will. Yi Feng asked with great concern, what happened to uncle? Is aunt okay? I'm so angry, Naruto yelled anxiously. He had never taken advantage of Yi Feng when it came to making excuses. I'm quitting. That's right, Naruto said fiercely, I'm not going to work in your store anymore. I'm going to move out. Really? Yi Feng was even more excited than him, and asked cautiously, so after you move out, does that mean you'll have nothing to do with me anymore? Yes, let's write off our debts. I don't want you to pay me back. Just consider it as my accommodation fee. Okay, I agree. I'll go through the formalities when I get back. This way, number one's matter will have nothing to do with me. Yi Feng had an expression as if he had made a profit. Number one. Hearing number one, Naruto's excited heart calmed down, and he asked tremblingly, number one, what happened to number one? The word is well used. Who are you? Drawing the line so quickly, Naruto was stunned, then angrily said, I haven't resigned yet. Oh, ahem, I was hallucinating just now. Yi Feng coughed twice, pretending that the person who just spoke was not himself, and said, number one, I don't know, isn't number one your shadow clone? Why are you asking me, uncle? Owner, you have sweat on your forehead, Sakura kindly reminded. It's too hot, it's too hot. Yi Feng quickly wiped the sweat from his head. Don't change the subject. Naruto was smart for once, and asked, what happened to number one? I don't know. Yi Feng shook his head and still insisted that he didn't know. You really don't know, Naruto said threateningly. If you don't tell me, I will release number one and let me find out for myself. No. Yi Feng hugged Naruto's thigh and begged for mercy. You can't cancel number one. If you cancel it, What will happen to the business of the store? You're the one who summoned me here. I don't care. If no one is in the store and something gets stolen, you'll be held responsible. It's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. Kakashi covered his forehead with his hand, and then covered his only remaining eye. Really? He is an adult, but he looks like this. He doesn't act like an adult at all. Sasuke watched with great interest from the side. Yi Feng's embarrassment made him very happy. I asked you to make me clean the house, and I asked you to threaten me these 2 days. Humph, Naruto didn't expect Yi Feng to do this. Let go. Naruto tried to pull his legs out, but Yi Feng was holding him too tightly and he couldn't. I won't. Yi Feng shook his head like a rattle. Unless you promise me first that you won't release number 1, let go of me. My pants are going to fall off. Okay, I promise you. Naruto had no choice but to make a promise. If he didn't agree, his pants would really fall off. After hearing the promise, Yi Feng sat up as if nothing had happened, with a normal expression on his face, and there was no sign at all that he was the one who had acted like a rogue just now. It's like this. What about number 1? What about this person? Him? Well, him. He spoke incoherently, stalling for time. He had to find an excuse. He had accidentally let the secret slip just now, and he had to find a way to cover it up, at least without letting Naruto know before he returned to the village. It's no big deal if there's no one in the store. When the owner and the clerk are not there, the store will automatically close until the owner or clerk returns. Although number 1 is a shadow clone, his original body is a clerk, so he can be considered half a clerk. If the store owner is not on the store, the clerk cannot be absent without the owner's consent. The convenience store will catch the clerk back and force him to work at the specified time. He had already told the convenience store that if he and Naruto were not there, and Naruto's shadow clone was there, he would let Naruto's shadow clone look after the store. It was just a precaution, but I didn't expect Naruto to use a remote summon. Well, number 1 is useful after all. So Yi Feng was not worried about the business in the store. What he was worried about was that Naruto would fire number 1. And the fact that number 1 had stolen Naruto's money would be exposed in advance. If number 1 just walks away, he will be the one who suffers. No, we have to share the good times and the bad times together. His eyes rolled and his mind worked quickly. Seeing Naruto's expression becoming more and more impatient, Yi Feng clapped his hands and shouted, "Got it." "No, I meant I thought of it." "No, that's it, right, number 1. Number 1 is moving in." The more he talked, the better this excuse seemed to him. Yi Feng said angrily. "Number 1 moved into your bedroom the same day you left. I advised him that Naruto doesn't like others entering his bedroom, but he didn't listen. He even said something like the shadow clone is the real body, the real body is the shadow clone, and we are family and don't have different opinions. He even hit me. Look, the lump on my arm hasn't gone away yet." Yi Feng rolled up his sleeves and stretched his arm in front of Naruto so that Naruto could see the injury on his arm. There was a red spot on Yi Feng's arm. It was very obvious. Kakashi was speechless. Due to his sitting angle of view, others might not have seen it, but he saw it clearly. The wound on Yi Feng's arm was clearly caused by his own hands. "That's too much? He actually dared to hit you." Naruto slammed the table and said angrily, "Wait until I get back, and you'll see how I deal with him. He still dares to sleep in my bed. It seems that the lesson I taught him last time was not enough." "Yeah." Yi Feng nodded and said, "Wronged. I'm obviously doing this for his own good, but he doesn't even appreciate it, eh?" Xiaoying rubbed her arms. She was disgusted by Yi Feng's coquettish words and got goosebumps all over her body. She also had some doubts in her heart, wondering whether the method Yi Feng taught her would work. Why was it so sissy? "Settle it." Yi Feng raised his eyebrows at Kakashi and said, "Even if you find out that I caused my injury myself, so what? If you dare to say it, I will not tell you any information about Ibiro." The threat in his eyes was obvious. Kakashi understood it and gave up the idea of reminding Naruto the little farce past like this, and Naruto did not go out, although in the anime he did sneak out to practice tree climbing and met by because of it. But as Yi Feng said, Zabuza might jump out at any time, and it is very dangerous to be alone at night. When everyone had gone to bed, Yi Feng tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. The noise of him tossing and turning made Kakashi unable to fall asleep. Although there are not many rooms in Desuna's house, it is more than enough to accommodate several people in order to take care of the injured Kakashi. Yi Feng squeezed into a room with him. Naruto, Sasuke and Desuna were in one room, and Sakura, Tsunami and Inari were in one room. The latter could be considered as close protection. "What's wrong?" Kakashi asked helplessly. He wanted to rest and sleep. It was true that chakra could repair physical damage, but it could not repair mental fatigue. Nothing. He took out the last cigarette, thought about it and didn't want to light it. He put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it. It was considered to be satisfying, and he took it back. I was just thinking, if the first generation could be ruthless and unify the ninja world with Uchiha Madara, would things like this not have happened? Kakashi also became interested. Don't you know a lot of things? You should let go of these things, right? Just like you said, as long as there is no unity in this world, there will be chaos. Everyone has their own ideas. Different camps and different interests always drive some people with ulterior motives. That's right, Yi Feng smiled. He understood the truth, but seeing it with his own eyes still made him feel uncomfortable. According to Desna's description, the people of Wave Country should have been happy, but because of one person, a guy who is not even a ninja, they became like this. It really shouldn't be. Kakashi, tell me, if one day, a guy who wants to unify the ninja world appears in the ninja world, what will you do? Is this the coming chaos you told me about yesterday? Kakashi said in a deep voice, if there really is such a person, then I will definitely stop him, even if you die, even if I die, even if that person was your former partner, even if... Kakashi paused for a long moment before he said, is it Obito? Yes and no. Yi Feng didn't know what the ending of the anime was, as he hadn't finished watching it when he came here. It was only from the news circulating on the internet that he knew it was related to Obito. Is it impossible to save it? Kakashi didn't want his friend to end up like this. Why would a good last place student end up like this? Obito has gone too far down the wrong path. There's no turning back. Why? Because of you. Because Rin died in your hands. You should know how important Rin is to Obito. But Kakashi wanted to say that this was not the case, but was interrupted by Yi Feng. It doesn't matter what Lin died for. Don't be offended by my saying this. I don't know Lin, so it's hard for me to sympathize with her death. What I want to say is that you killed Rin with your own hands. That's right. Obito saw it with his own eyes, and that's also the case. So, he thinks that it was you who killed Rin? Obito is here too. Kakashi was a little excited. Why doesn't he come out to see me? I will explain it to him. It's useless. This is related to the eye he gave you. The secret of Sharingan's advancement lies in it. What's going on? Kakashi demanded, but no matter how he asked, Yi Feng couldn't answer him, because Yi Feng fell asleep and snored loudly. He fell asleep, but Kakashi couldn't fall asleep at all. What Yi Feng told him made it difficult for him to fall asleep the next morning. It was the third day that Class 7 had come to Desna's house, and it was also Yi Feng's third day. A group of people sat around the table listlessly eating breakfast. Except for Yi Feng, none of them slept well. Chapter 36, Something Icon in number 039, T. Understand. The Desna family hasn't had a good night's sleep since Cardo came as the head of the family. Desna is not afraid of death. He is just afraid that the construction of the bridge will not be completed before he dies. Desna always felt unwilling that he had not seen the people on the island with his own eyes and regained their lost courage. Whenever Inari thought of his father dying in front of him, he would wake up from his sleep. Tsunami is worried about her son and her father. She has already lost 2 husbands and doesn't want to lose her son and father. Sometimes Tsunami would wonder if she had a bad fate. Otherwise, why would she have killed 2 of her husbands? She also gave up the idea of getting married. She was a daughter-in-law who married into the family. Desna treated her very well, both before and after the death of her first husband. Just like his own daughter, she was also worried that she would not be able to see Inari grow up safely, get married and have children, and that she would not be able to take care of Desna in his old age. Naruto usually has a good sleep quality, but he suffered from insomnia last night. Not only because Yi Feng didn't let him go out to practice, but also because he thought back to what Yi Feng said about number 1 and always felt that something was wrong. He couldn't sleep and tossed and turned in bed, which made Sasuke unable to sleep either, even though Sasuke's sleep quality was not good to begin with. As long as the flame of revenge is not extinguished, Sasuke will suffer whenever he opened his eyes or closed them. All he thought about were his tribesmen, his parents, and the man who had killed them. Only training and improvement of strength can make him forget all this for a short time. Sakura, not to mention Sakura. There are 2 people in her room who are always woken up by nightmares in the middle of the night. Anyone who has ever had a nightmare knows that when waking up from a nightmare, people will always scream unconsciously. How could Sakura possibly sleep peacefully in this environment? Kakashi? All he could think about was how to explain Rin to Obito when they met. Also, although Yi Feng said that Obito was beyond saving, Kakashi was unwilling to give up, and he wanted to try to save his friend. The latter is not in a hurry. It is useless for him to be anxious. If he wants to save Obito, he must know what happened to Obito, whether he investigates it himself or learns from Feng. If he doesn't figure out what's going on, how can he save his Obito? Naruto opened his mouth and yawned. It is said that yawning is contagious. Sure enough, Naruto's yawn was like the referee blowing the whistle to start the race. All of a sudden, everyone else at the table started yawning as well. Ha, ha. Feng yawned 7 times, not more, not less. He didn't yawn and he wasn't sleepy after breakfast and helping Tsunami clean up. The group split into 2 groups. Naruto, Sasuke and Kakashi went to the woods to practice tree climbing. Kakashi didn't plan to teach them anything else until they had mastered the tree climbing technique, as he would have bitten off more than he could chew. Feng and Xiaoying protected Desna and went to build the bridge just in case and to prevent anyone from being left alone. At Feng's strong request, Tsunami and Inari also went to the bridge. Don't blame Feng for being cautious. Countless movie experiences have told him that people who are alone will either be captured by bad guys or will embark on the road to heaven earlier than others. We all know that Cardo regards Desna as a thorn in his side, and that 2 groups of people have come to assassinate him before and after. This is what we know, and there may be even more assassinations that we don't know about. Desna was lucky enough to have fled to Konoha and invited Team 7, making it impossible for Cardo to do anything to him since he can't deal with Desna directly. Can't Cardo use Tsunami and Inari to threaten him? Will Desna still insist on building the bridge when the time comes? It's hard to say. Feng will not let this situation happen. If it can be avoided, why not avoid it in advance? I don't know if Cardo had someone protecting him because of the Desna family, or if Cardo was waiting for Zabuza's injuries to heal, but the next few days were peaceful and Cardo didn't send anyone to cause trouble. These days were the most difficult days for Feng. His cell phone was out of battery and he couldn't access the internet. There was electricity at Desna's house, but, damn, he didn't bring his charger. He was desperate and wanted to ask Kakashi to try whether his lightning chakra could charge his phone if he hadn't still retained a bit of rationality, and told himself that the phone was expensive and that he had spent several days' sales from the store to buy it. Feng really wanted to find Kakashi to discuss it. There was only 1 cigarette left, but Feng was reluctant to smoke it. When he felt the urge to smoke, he took out the cigarette and smelled it to satisfy his craving. Although cigarettes are available for purchase in the world of Naruto, regardless of whether or not people are used to smoking, the people on the island can barely afford to eat, so how can they smoke? The cigarettes on the island had long been out of stock, and Feng couldn't buy any even if he wanted to. This made him want to kill Cardo even more. Just because of you, a little punk, I have no cigarettes to smoke. Just wait and see how I kill you. Feng was in a bad mood and was dissatisfied with everything. Kakashi tried to get information from him several times, but was rejected by Feng. You can't let yourself suffer alone, right? Naruto and Sasuke were in bad luck. They had been practicing tree climbing for several days, and although they were making progress every day, the scratches on the tree were getting higher day by day. But Feng, who didn't follow them, didn't care about this. He just knew that these 2 guys hadn't started their apprenticeship yet, and that was enough. Every night during dinner, Feng would make sarcastic remarks to the 2 of them, and Xiaoying's name would be mentioned by him frequently. The negative effect is that Naruto's attitude towards Sakura has decreased a lot. Sasuke was already annoyed with Sakura. He felt that Sakura, who was always pestering him at school, was delaying his practice. Now that Feng was comparing her to him, he undoubtedly became even more annoyed with Sakura. If Sakura hadn't secretly told Naruto her tree climbing skills, and Sasuke hadn't asked questions and learned from Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura's marriage would probably have come to an end. Here Naruto and Bai met again. For 1 or 2 nights, Naruto did not go out, but he could not suppress his restless heart. Naruto never forgot to prove to Inari that there were still heroes in the world. Sasuke's grades were getting better than his every day, which made him even more anxious. He thought that since he couldn't sleep at night anyway, he might as well practice at night. He would practice climbing trees secretly, and then surprise everyone when he succeeded. After a few days of rest, Kakashi's body finally recovered, and the bridge was almost built, leaving only the final finishing stage. In other words, Class 7's mission is about to be completed, and Feng can finally return to the village to celebrate Kakashi's recovery and the upcoming completion of the bridge. Mrs. Tsunami prepared a table of delicious dishes in the evening. No one started eating, still waiting for the 2 absent people. With the sound of the door hinge, Naruto and Sasuke walked in, dragging their tired bodies. Naruto practices tree climbing every night, so how could he hide it from Sasuke, who sleeps in the same room with him? Naruto's diligence aroused Sasuke's competitive spirit. If Naruto goes, he will go too. Naruto works hard, and he wants to work harder than Naruto. However, people's physiques are different. Sasuke does not have as much energy as Naruto. In the second half of the night, Sasuke could not hold on any longer, while Naruto was still practicing. The results were effective. The two of them, one in front and one behind, mastered the skills of climbing the tree. Hey, the two young masters are back. As soon as they entered the door, Naruto and Sasuke received greetings from Feng. Looking at Naruto being supported by Sasuke, Feng snorted in his heart. Two idiots. They thought no one knew they went out every night. How could you not know? He and Kakashi took turns, one guarding the first half of the night and the other guarding the second half, hiding in the dark to watch over the two of them. If Kakashi hadn't gotten enough rest, his injury wouldn't have taken so many days to heal. Knowing that Feng was in a bad mood these days, the two did not dare to bring bad luck to Feng. They lowered their heads and sat in their seats without saying a word. Okay, you should stop talking too, Kakashi said in a nice way for the two of them. You've been getting mad at them these past few days. We'll be going back tomorrow, so let's not talk about anything else tonight and just have a good meal. I'm giving you face. Feng stepped down and snorted. Practice also requires relaxation. The way they practice will sooner or later break their bodies. You all heard it. Feng is right. You two should not go out tonight. Have a good rest. There are more important things to do tomorrow. Let's eat first, Desna said, trying to smooth things over. The food will get cold if you don't eat now. Rubbing his hands, Desna said happily, I haven't seen such a sumptuous meal in a long time. Come, let's have a drink. Kakashi didn't drink during the mission, but Feng didn't have that concern, so he drank with Desna. After eating and drinking, several people sat at the table, drinking tea to digest the food. Naruto hadn't recovered from his fatigue yet and was drowsy on the table, while Sasuke's head was also nodding. After spending a few days together, the two of them supervised each other's practice, and their relationship has eased a lot. Otherwise, with Sasuke's previous personality, he would never support Naruto. During the chat, Desna suddenly asked, I wanted to ask you before. Why are you willing to stay here when I forged the content of the mission? A man who does not stand up for what is right is not a hero, and a strong general has no weak soldiers. Kakashi used a common saying, this is the teaching of the previous generation of Hokage. Which generation? Feng wanted to argue, but after thinking about it, he decided not to answer this question. He did not come here voluntarily. He was summoned. If it weren't for Naruto, he would probably be in bed at this time, playing with his phone comfortably. Before coming here, Feng knew about the affairs of the Wave Country, but he had no intention of interfering. His thoughts remained the same as always, to help if he could, and not care if he couldn't see anything. There are too many injustices in this world. How much can you control? Not to mention in Naruto, where transportation and communication are underdeveloped. Even in modern times with convenient transportation and a phone call can reach the other side of the ocean, injustices are still happening every moment in places you can't see. Listening to the adults' conversation, Inari was a little confused. Looking at Naruto sleeping on the table, he was even more confused. Tears dripped onto the table. He didn't understand, so he asked, why? Okay, Naruto, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly heard crying. He raised his head with sleepy eyes. Why are you crying? For no reason. Why? What? Naruto was still a little confused. Inari slammed the table and stood up. Confused, he could no longer hold back. Why? Why do you have to work so hard? He saw Naruto and Sasuke practicing hard every day, but he couldn't understand why the two of them worked so hard. Even though they were sore all over and could hardly stand, they still went out early the next morning to continue practicing. No matter how much you train, you can't beat Cardo's men. No matter how many nice words you say, no matter how hard you try, in front of a truly strong person, the weak can only be defeated. Inari almost shouted these words. He was afraid that the two people who worked so hard would be noticed by Cardo like his father. Didn't my father die because he worked too hard and was too outstanding? You're so annoying. I'm not like you, Naruto muttered. He had his reasons for having to work so hard. Shut up, I get angry when I see you, Inari cried and yelled. You don't understand this country at all, and you love to show off. You don't know anything about painful things. I'm different from you who smile all day long. No, that's because you don't understand Naruto, Feng thought to himself as he was watching the fun. Chapter 37. Comforting two people separately. Feng's favorite thing to watch is children quarreling and playing around. It's so funny to see them mumbling and unable to speak clearly. It was obvious that Inari couldn't speak clearly when he was angry. If a normal person read what he said, It would obviously not make sense he was angry. Naruto, who always had a smile on his face every day, formed a contrast with him, who was immersed in sadness. He hated people laughing in front of him, and he hated people being happy in front of him. He feels wronged, no one understands him, and no one knows what he is thinking. Others thought that he was trapped in the shadow of his father's death and couldn't get out. He couldn't get out, and he didn't want to get out. He wanted to use this incident to remind himself at all times. He needs to remind himself that people who love to stand out will not have a good ending, and the ending of a hero is even more tragic. He was afraid that Cardo was so powerful, and even his heroic father couldn't do anything to Cardo. He resented, since you said you were a hero, why didn't you show up when my father died? Why didn't those who said he was a hero stand up to help my father when he died? He didn't want to. He didn't want to see anyone sacrifice for this country anymore. This country was beyond salvation. Let's go, my friend. I know you are here to help us, but Cardo is too powerful. No one can resist Cardo. Anyone who could resist Cardo is dead. I don't want to see the people I care about die in front of me again. He was desperate, but he was also hoping. He shouted, who can help me? Who can save this country? Everyone I care about is here. I love every piece of land here, and I want to see smiles return to people's faces. Feng, who was watching the fun, dubbed Inari's psychological activities. Maybe he was wrong, but he was also somewhat correct. Inari is still young, and he doesn't understand that the adult world is complicated. Why doesn't anyone stand up to help his father? It's because everyone has things to worry about. You can help someone who is alone, and at worst they can die, and that's all. But what about those who have elderly parents and young children to take care of? What if this person is the pillar of the family? If the main beam collapses, the house will collapse. If the house collapses, the people will die. If you don't stand up, the whole family can survive. If you stand up, the whole family will die. Reality is cruel. I believe that most people with families would choose the former. Besides, it's not like no one stood up, but what was the result? Dead. They are all dead. In the world of ordinary people, if you have money, you can do whatever you want. Why did Cardo choose the land of waves? Isn't it because there are no ninjas in the land of waves, only civilians, and a group of penniless civilians at that? No big country can look down upon this place when there is no tiger in the mountain. The monkey becomes king. Many people present could understand Inari's angry questioning and complaints. He thought he was the most unfortunate one, but little did he know that there were people who were more unfortunate than him. Sasuke was born into a large family. He had parents who loved him, an older brother who doted on him, and tribesmen who played with him. But overnight, his tribesmen were gone, his parents died, and the culprit of everything was the older brother who doted on him the most. He wanted revenge. But he wanted to ask his brother why. Why did he do this? Although Kakashi did not have as good a background as Sasuke, he also had a father who was called a hero. His father's prestige was so high at that time that he was the person with the greatest hope of taking over the position of Hokage. In the end, he died on a trumped-up charge. He once went on missions like crazy, trying to prove to others that my father was not wrong, and that there must be other reasons for his suicide. As he grew older and matured mentally, Kakashi gave up. It no longer mattered why his father committed suicide. The water here is too deep. On one side is the truth about his father's suicide, and on the other side is the village he loves. Between the two, he chose the latter. Inari at least still had a chance to resist, but he had already compromised. Naruto doesn't even know who his parents are. The adults point fingers at him and call him a fox demon that is bringing disaster to the village. Until now, Naruto still doesn't know why the adults say that to him. The children followed suit, and the adults' dislike for him was transferred to the children themselves. He had no friends since he was young, and no one wanted to play with him. When he saw other children playing happily together, he could only envy them. After coming into contact with the world of ninja, he swore that he would protect the village. He wanted to prove to the people in the village that he, Naruto, was not a fox demon who brought disaster to the village, but a hero who could protect the village. For this, he can give everything, even his own life. Among these people, Naruto is the one who understands Inari the best. When he heard Inari say this about himself, Naruto changed his usual smiling manner and spoke seriously, which was rare for him. Is it different? So you should feel like you are the hero of a tragedy and cry every day, a fool like you can just cry all day long. Anyway, you dare not do anything and dare not change anything, you're just a crybaby. The sudden rise in voice startled Inari, and even his sad mood was interrupted for a moment. Naruto, you're going too far, Sakura complained. He's just a child, kids. Who isn't? Ignoring Sakura's words, Naruto stood up and went back to his room. After Naruto left, the tea party was over, and everyone's happy mood was dampened a lot. Desuna's house is close to the sea, and you can see the sea when you open the window. The scenery on the sea during the day is very nice and boundless, giving people a relaxed and happy feeling. Watching it at night gives you a completely different feeling. It is deep, dark and depressing. It is difficult for most people to adapt to watching the sea at night. However, for those who are in a bad mood or are worried about something, watching the sea at night will feel very comfortable. Are you depressed? What I want is that kind of oppressive feeling that resonates with the sea. Inari sat on the floor with his legs hugged, looking at the sea and telling the sea about the grievances that no one could understand. There were footsteps and Kakashi walked up to him. Can you listen to me for a moment? She whispered softly, as if to say, if you don't want to listen, I'll leave right away. Inari didn't say anything. Kakashi took his silence as a tacit agreement. Since you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. Inari still didn't speak, and Kakashi didn't care, so he just continued talking to himself. That guy Naruto didn't say that out of malicious intent. He's just clumsy. Your grandfather has already told me about your father. Naruto is just like you. He lost his father when he was very young. To be exact, he doesn't even know who his parents are. Not only that, he doesn't have any friends. What? Inari finally reacted. He was a little bit unconvinced. He didn't believe that Naruto, who was laughing all day long, had the same experience as him. No, compared to Naruto, I am still lucky. At least my mother and grandfather are still with me. Moreover, I have a father. Even though he has passed away, at least the good times I spent with him exist. Yes, Naruto had no friends when he was a child, but I have never seen him cry because of depression and frustration. That guy always wants someone to recognize him, and he works very hard for it. And he is willing to risk his life for his dream at any time. That guy, Kakashi said slowly with a sigh. Maybe he has cried enough, so he knows the true meaning of the word powerful. Just like your dad, Naruto may be the person who can understand your feelings the most. What Naruto said just now must be what he has said to himself countless times. Kakashi felt a little emotional. Naruto was simply the most optimistic person he had ever seen or heard of. It seemed that no difficulties could bother him. This is because Kakashi doesn't understand Naruto well enough. It's not that Naruto doesn't have troubles, he just habitually keeps his troubles to himself and leaves the positive side to others. Hey, are you asleep? Naruto rolled over and said nothing. You really fell asleep? That's a pity. I have a bag of snacks in my pocket from the store. I haven't been willing to eat them, so I wanted to leave them for you. A hand stretched out from under the quilt and stood in front of him. Are you awake? Feng slapped the hand in front of him and lifted the quilt a little, revealing Naruto's head. If you're not asleep, talk to me for a while. I was just about to go to bed. Naruto still wanted to cover his head, but he couldn't pull the corner of the quilt that Feng was holding. Why? Do you want to hide under the covers and cry secretly? I didn't. He said this stubbornly, but his voice was choked with sobs. Cry if you want to. I won't laugh at you. The moonlight shone in from the windowsill and onto Feng's face, casting a hazy look on his face for some reason. When Naruto saw this scene, he really felt like crying, even though he hadn't cried for a long time. Did that brat's words make you angry? Do you want me to beat him up and vent your anger for you? PFFT, Naruto laughed. Shopkeeper, you are such a fool. He is just a child. You better not do that. Naruto had no doubt that as long as he nodded, Feng would really beat Inari up. He still remembered that just a few days after he moved into the convenience store, a man came into the store to buy something. He didn't know the man, but he knew him when he saw himself for the first time. That person pointed at his nose and said to himself that he was a disaster star and a fox demon. He also told the store owner that if he dared to stay in the store, he would never come to buy anything from the store again. Not only would he not buy anything, he would also tell everyone he knew not to come to buy anything from the store at that time. The shop owner asked me whether I should kick that person out. I didn't understand what he meant, so I nodded subconsciously. As a result, the shop owner beat the man up and kicked him out. The shop owner pointed at that person just as that person pointed at him. Naruto remembered very clearly the harsh words Feng said to that person at that time. He remembered that he said, Naruto is a clerk in my store, he is my man. How dare you say my man? Beating you up is to teach you a lesson, to let you know what it means to speak ill of Naruto. If I hear you say bad things about Naruto again, I will beat you up again. Who cares if you come to the store to buy things? I think it's unlucky if you come. Get out of here, don't let me see you again. He remembered this sentence quite clearly, but he didn't know why Feng didn't go out for several days when he beat that man. He did it in the store. At that time, Feng didn't know that he had the ability to protect himself when he went out in order to avoid possible revenge from that person. Feng did not go out for several days. Can he let Naruto know about this? Are you kidding me? He has shame. Feng was just so angry. Kurama was Kurama's business, and Naruto was Naruto's business. Just because Kurama was sealed in Naruto's body, it didn't mean that Naruto was Kurama. If you are really capable, why don't you show up when Jiu Lama comes out? What? Naruto has been used to being pointed at by you since he was a child. Just because he has never beaten you, do you really think that Naruto can't beat you? Naruto longs for your approval, but I don't care. Now Naruto is mine. If you say something about him, it's like saying something about me. You say something about me? I won't spoil you. Hey, he can still laugh, which means he's fine. He's just a little brat. What does he know? He's just spoiled by his family. Inhale after taking a deep breath and satisfying his urge to smoke. Feng continued, he is suffering and he feels sad. Doesn't he know that his grandfather and mother are suffering more and are sadder than him? He only had an impression of his stepfather and thought the sky had fallen after he lost him, but he didn't know that the sky had fallen twice for his grandfather and mother. Chapter 38. The title is getting more and more biased. He thinks you're always laughing and joking and have no worries. Do you really have no worries? To be honest, Feng is probably the person who understands Naruto the best. Even Naruto himself doesn't understand him as well as Feng after all. Feng is an outsider and watched Naruto's life from a third-person perspective. Those who are involved are often confused, but those who are not involved can see things clearly. Sometimes even things that Naruto himself has forgotten and doesn't know can be seen very clearly through another perspective. There are many things he doesn't know. He can only see what he can see and understand what he can understand. At his age, you can't expect him to understand much, right, Naruto? You're still young? Still young? Naruto laughed in silence. It seemed that since the day he became a ninja, everyone who knew him said that he had grown up and had to take on the responsibility of protecting the village uncle shop owner. Have you forgotten that you also said something similar to me? Feng had no idea what Naruto was thinking. Seeing that Naruto didn't say anything, he just continued talking to himself. You are still young? There are some things you can't understand, just like Inari doesn't understand you, and similarly, you don't understand him either. The appearance of Kesha has become Inari's spiritual sustenance and made up for the fatherly love that Inari lacked. He regards his stepfather as a hero, and it seems that everyone on the island regards Kesha as a hero. Children of Inari's age will always look up to those who are stronger than themselves. On this island, what is stronger than a hero? Everything Kesha says and does affects Inari. Inari's living habits and thoughts are also unconsciously moving closer to Kesha. He has become accustomed to living under his father's protection, and he also believes that under his father's leadership, the people on the island will definitely have a better life. In Inari's eyes, his father is omnipotent. No difficulty can stump his father. No matter what the problem is, his father can solve it, or we can say that Kesha is not only Inari's spiritual support, but also his mental support. But that all changed when Cardo came. The omnipotent father is dead. The hero who brought courage to everyone and always rushed to the front is dead. Your presence, your hard work, and your optimism have made Inari see the shadow of his father in you. He's afraid. He's afraid that you'll end up like your father, so he mocked you and attacked you with words, just to make you give up and leave the country before Cardo noticed you. Maybe his words were a little harsh, but his heart was good. It's just that a child of his age can't express his thoughts very well. The more he couldn't express himself clearly, the more anxious he became. The more anxious he became, the less clear he expressed himself. His words naturally changed in tone. He probably didn't even realize it himself, so, don't take his words to heart, or you can try to answer it in another way. This is where you don't understand him, and this is where he doesn't understand you. You know, in some ways, the world of ninjas is different from the world of ordinary people. In the eyes of ordinary people, what seems like an impossible task is just a small problem that can be easily solved in the eyes of ninjas. Of course, you may not understand this very well. Since you have never been out of the village before, you must know that the villagers in the village can live in peace with the ninjas, and there is no barrier between them, because of the philosophy of the first Hokage. But outside, ninjas have a very high status, at least when interacting with civilians. Outside, when civilians see ninjas, they must be respectful, humble in words, and tolerant in their interactions, no matter how rich you are. Even if you are just a rebel, when the former sees the latter, he still has to say please. There is no doubt that Cardo is a wealthy man, and Zabuza's identity is also obvious. He is a traitorous ninja. Think about it again. Over the past few days, hasn't Cardo sent anyone to cause trouble for us? Is it true that after we came to Wave Country, Cardo's activities have become less frequent, or even almost non-existent? At least we haven't encountered them, right? Naruto thought about it carefully and found that it was indeed as Feng said after they arrived in the land of waves. Not only did they not see Cardo, they had not even seen Cardo's subordinates except for Zabuza, who was a helper hired by Cardo. Oh, that's right, Zabuza. Seeing Naruto looking thoughtful, Feng smiled and asked, "Do you know why? Is it related to Zabuza?" Naruto was not very sure. This was just his guess. Yes, it is related to Zabuza. Feng nodded affirmatively and said, "As ninjas, when facing ordinary people, there is a sense of pride in them. After all, ninjas are the mainstream of this world, and ordinary people only serve ninjas. Don't rush to refute me. This is not my own conclusion. When you see more and experience more things in the future, you will find out for yourself. There are quite a few ninjas who think this way. Except for a few very special ninjas, the more powerful the ninjas are, the more they look down on ordinary people. Kato sent 2 waves of ninjas to assassinate you. One wave was encountered when you just left the village, and the other wave was encountered when you arrived at the land of waves. Because of the former's failure, Zabuza took action himself later. You have fought against him before, so you should know how strong he is. Such a strong man will definitely be very unwilling to be defeated by you. Before he defeats you and avenges his previous shame, he will not allow anyone to interfere in the duel between him and you, even if that person is his employer. So, it was precisely because of Zabuza's pressure that Cardo did not attack us. Instead, he used some tricks in secret to force the villagers who were building the bridge with Desna to withdraw, thereby delaying the completion of the bridge. Otherwise, given Cardo's personality, would he be so patient? He has already sent his men to directly trouble Desna, the person involved. Naruto nodded unconsciously. What the shop owner said made sense, but it seemed to be a little off topic, but he was used to it. He knew Feng's habit. He usually didn't talk about it, but once he started talking, he would always change the subject to other things. What Naruto admired most was that Feng was able to make it come together in the end. Well, that's the problem. It has started, and it is starting to circle back. Naruto is a little excited and wants to see how Feng will circle it. Naruto actually didn't take what Inari said to him to heart. But he was a little excited at the time and spoke in a harsher tone. Unconsciously he went back to his room to sleep. He really didn't think much about it. He was also really sleepy. Didn't you see that he almost fell asleep at the dinner table before? Of course, there were some small emotions, but Naruto was used to it. When he was in the village, what the villagers said to him was much more serious than what Inari said to him. Naruto, who knew how to control his emotions, quickly came out of Inari's accusations. It's just that people are weird sometimes. When you are alone and encounter bad things, maybe that person doesn't take it to heart at all and just lets it go, but as long as someone says something nearby, that person's emotions will surely break down, and he will uncontrollably think more and more. Naruto was like this. He didn't think much about it at first, but as soon as Feng came in and talked to him, the more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, and the more he wanted to cry. Obviously my starting point was good. I just wanted to prove to you that heroes do exist. It is not just one person. As long as you have the heart, everyone can be a hero. It can be you or me. Why do you say that to me? Do you know what I've been through? Why do you say that to me? Naruto didn't know, but Feng knew, and this was also the direction Feng would return to next. There is a huge gap between ninjas and ordinary people. In the eyes of Inari, Kato, who is extremely terrifying and cannot be resisted by anyone, is just a slightly stronger ant in the eyes of ninjas. It takes no effort to crush him to death. I'm talking about Zabuza. This is also related to Zabuza's identity as a traitorous ninja. As for the rebel ninjas, they don't have as many resources as the village. If they want to improve their strength, they need ninjutsu scrolls and money, especially the latter. Ninjas also need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. Without money, ninjas can't move a single step. When in the village, ninjas can accept missions issued by their own village. By completing the missions, they can obtain new ninjutsu and monetary rewards, and if the rebel ninjas who left the village wanted to obtain these things, they had to take orders from the black market. So many rebel ninjas became bodyguards for the rich. Some people like to see those who used to be high and mighty working under them. In order to gain spiritual satisfaction, they might think, look, Even though I'm not a ninja myself and don't have the talent to become one, so what? You ninjas still have to work under me, right? Some rebellious ninjas might bend for money, but a proud lord like Zabuza would never become a puppet for money. I can work under you, but that's for the money. Whether I go on a mission depends on my mood. Zabuza thinks so, and he does so. This is related to another aspect. The more he listened, the more something seemed to be wrong. Naruto felt that his shop owner was going too far again. Feng hadn't noticed this problem yet and was still talking non-stop. In addition to mastering new ninjutsu, there is another way to improve a ninja's strength, and that is to gain combat experience by fighting with others. The more you fight with those who are stronger than you, the more combat experience you will gain. However, this method has a disadvantage, which is that it is easy to get out of hand. Sparring among one's own people doesn't count. Although it can also increase combat experience, it's not as fast as a life and death fight. It's a life and death fight. If you're not careful, you'll die. That's the downside. Zabuza is confident in his own strength. As I said before, the first time we fight, it would be best if I can kill you. If I can't kill you, I can still detect your strength. I think the second time will be tomorrow. We will leave tomorrow. If he doesn't make a move now, he won't have another chance. Fighting at sea can maximize his strength. Once he leaves the sea, his combat capability will be greatly reduced, so, tomorrow is his best chance to strike. Here, Naruto, you must remember that before completing the mission, even if you are only one step away from completing the mission, as long as it is not completed, you must not take it lightly. Many ninjas died at this step because they relaxed at the last moment. You can't make such a mistake. I don't want to hear bad news about you one day. Let's get back to the point. The reason why Inari doesn't understand you is because he is an ordinary person and you are a ninja. In his opinion, Cardo is the most terrifying person in the world, but in your opinion, Cardo has never been an opponent. Your opponent is only Zabuza and Zabuza's mysterious helper. As long as we deal with Zabuza and his helpers, it won't be a problem to deal with Cardo. The final conclusion is that you don't need to care about what Inari said, and you don't need to prove anything to Inari. As long as you deal with Zabuza and his helpers tomorrow, and then deal with Gado, then Inari's misunderstanding of you will naturally be resolved. Proof requires evidence, not just words. Do you understand? Chapter 39 Everyone in number 039, S arrangement. Do you understand? No answer? I've said so much, you should at least respond to me. Looking at Naruto, who buried his head in the quilt again, Feng frowned. Hello. After pushing Naruto's body and hearing no movement, Feng shouted again. Hey? Hey, no need to shout. Kakashi leaned against the door and said silently, Naruto is already asleep. Fell asleep? Never mind if you fell asleep. Feng stood up from the ground and stretched his sore body. He had been sitting on the ground for so long. Fortunately, the weather was not cold, otherwise his hands and feet would have been frozen. When did you come? Feng asked Kakashi, who had arrived at some unknown time while stretching his body, just when you were explaining the traitorous ninja to Naruto. Oh, you've been here for quite a while. Feng noticed that Dazno was also here. There's only one last bit left to complete the bridge, right? Dazno nodded. The bridge was almost completed. If it weren't for Cardo's obstruction, the bridge would have been completed long ago thanks to Team 7. Cardo hasn't sent his men to cause trouble these days. Although the workers building the bridge were constantly withdrawing, it did not affect the progress of the bridge construction. Instead, the speed was increased. The remaining people were all feeling angry, and no one blamed those who quit, because everyone knew what was going on now. This bridge has become the spiritual sustenance of many people. They want to build the bridge as soon as possible to prove it to those who have withdrawn. They want to regain the lost courage of the people on the island. Okay then, I won't disturb your rest. We'll try to get everything done tomorrow. After stretching his arms and legs, Feng walked out of the room and found Sasuke leaning against the wall with a grim look on his face. You should also go to bed early, little brat. You will be even more tired tomorrow. Sasuke was also very tired. If his personality hadn't allowed him to behave like Naruto in front of others, he would have fallen asleep on the bed long ago while leaning against the wall, still holding on. Returning to his room and lying in bed, Feng stretched his arms and legs comfortably. The soft quilt made him yawn. Are you so sure that Zabuza will come? A sudden word rang in his ears, scaring Feng. Oh my god, brother, please don't be like this, it's scary. Kakashi was sitting cross-legged next to Feng's pillow at this time, looking at Feng leisurely. Are you afraid too? What are you saying? Feng complained speechlessly. Why wouldn't I be afraid? I'm just an ordinary person. Yes, you are an ordinary person who knows a lot of things, an ordinary person with a surname Shen Xiao. Not wanting to discuss this with Yi Feng, Kakashi repeated what he had just said. Are you so sure that Zabuza will come? This is obvious, Yi Feng said while resisting the urge to sleep. The bridge will be completed tomorrow and we will evacuate. If Zabuza wants to get back at his enemies, tomorrow will be the best opportunity to do so. You know his ninjutsu. The sea is his home turf. If he doesn't come now, when will he come? Maybe when we get to the bridge tomorrow, Zabuza will be waiting for us there, and Cardo will most likely show up tomorrow. After all, he has been obstructing the construction of the bridge. There is no way he will not show up for the final stage tomorrow. First, I came to see how your duel with Zabuza went. Second, I came to judge whether I need to evacuate based on the situation of your duel. If Zabuza wins, he can continue to dominate the Kingdom of Waves. If you win, he can run away, and I guess Zabuza is the most powerful ninja under Cardo. Otherwise he wouldn't wait for Zabuza to recover from his injuries and would send someone else to deal with you. It's us, Kakashi stressed. If we lose, do you think Zabuza will let you go? No, Yi Feng was very sure. If he was just an ordinary person, it would be fine. Maybe Zabuza would let go of a small person like him, even though he was very close to Kakashi and the others. But the key is, I am not. No, I am just an ordinary person. As if he had guessed what Yi Feng was thinking, Kakashi smiled and said, do you think Zabuza would believe that you are an ordinary person? Well, Yi Feng admitted that the idea of making Zabuza believe that he was an ordinary person was unreliable. Ordinary people? How many ordinary people have ninjas killed? It was just a matter of convenience. Okay, I will help. Yi Feng was helpless. Originally, he didn't want to interfere in the fight between Zabuza and Haku and Team 7. Now it seems that if he doesn't give Kakashi a satisfactory answer, he won't be able to sleep tonight. However, Yi Feng also had his own ideas. I will not directly interfere with your fight. I will scout from the sidelines. I can guarantee that you will not die. As for how to defeat Zabuza and his helper, it depends on you. It's not that I don't want to contribute, Yi Feng said defensively. I just think that the world is now ruled by young people, and we old people should step down. I'm not old, I'm only in my 20s. You are younger than me. How can you have the nerve to say such things? Kakashi thought speechlessly. That's enough. Even though it was slander, Kakashi knew what Yi Feng meant. The fight with Zabuza is a good opportunity to train Naruto and the others. Battles between ninjas are never fair. It doesn't mean that your opponent should be as strong as you are. Dealing with various emergencies is also a compulsory course for a ninja. It's best if you can understand. Yi Feng turned over and changed to a more comfortable position, and said, Naruto and the others have just graduated from school. They have been performing novice tasks in the village before. What they lack is actual combat. Didn't you say before that they performed quite well against Zabuza? It's okay. Kakashi nodded. Although when we were attacked not long after leaving the village, Naruto's performance was not good. No, he simply did nothing. He just stood there in a daze. Can you believe it? Yi Feng thought to himself. I believe it. I saw it in anime. However, when Naruto met Zabuza later, his performance was still remarkable. Overall, the performances of the three of them were good. That's it, isn't it? If there's a first time, there's a second time. Fighting with a master like Zabuza is a great experience package for both you and them, but it's still too difficult for them to fight Zabuza directly, Kakashi said with a frown. The last time he was trapped by Zabuza's ninjutsu, and Naruto and the other two had no choice but to fight against Zabuza. If he had not escaped in time, Naruto and the other two would not have been a match for Zabuza. What's more, Zabuza has an extra helper this time. Although Kakashi doesn't know whether Zabuza's helper will appear, he has to make plans in advance. After thinking for a while, Kakashi said, how about this? Let me take care of Zabuza tomorrow, and Naruto and the others will take care of his helper. This is a good arrangement. Yi Feng had no objection to Kakashi's arrangement. He added, while I help you raid the battlefield, I will also protect the Desna family. Don't worry, the Desna family will be fine, but don't tell Naruto and the others that I will help you plunder the enemy. With a way out, they may not fight to the death. They won't be so lucky every time, with me by their side. For them, this is an opportunity to broaden their horizons. I know. Kakashi nodded. Yi Feng yawned again. Do you have any more questions? If not, then I'll go to sleep. No more. Kakashi shook his head. He had already received a satisfactory answer from Yi Feng. and he also had some anticipation for tomorrow's battle. Naruto and the others who had already fallen asleep had no idea that their tomorrow had already been arranged. Nothing more was said that night, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning after breakfast. The entire Desna family went out, ready to follow Kakashi and the others to the bridge. As I said, things that can be avoided should of course be avoided in advance. Taking hostages is something that Cardo's men have done many times. After Kakashi's guidance, Inari's feelings towards Naruto changed a lot, but they had just had a quarrel the night before, and he couldn't even say sorry. Naruto didn't care. After a night's rest, he had recovered to his usual state. At this moment, he was walking in front, looking left and right to see if there was any ambush. Sakura and Sasuke also each held a kunai as they walked on the left side of the Desna family, keeping a vigilant attitude. Kakashi was on the right, and although his steps were casual, the fact that he didn't take out his favorite book while walking was enough to show his seriousness. Feng was walking at the back. He was really relaxed. Ever since he knew that he had the ability to protect himself outside the store, he has been very relaxed. He held the last cigarette in his hand and put it under his nose to smell it from time to time. He had already thought about the purpose of this cigarette. He would definitely give it a decent death. Being surrounded by several people like this, the Desna family couldn't help but feel a little nervous. They walked very carefully along the way, and would huddle into a ball in fear at the slightest disturbance. Seeing how nervous they were, Feng counseled them, "Everyone, relax a little. Don't worry, your safety is absolutely guaranteed. You will be fine until all of them are dead. Can you speak? Can you speak? If you can't speak, don't speak." Xiaoying rolled her eyes, and the stick figure bared its teeth and claws at Feng, cursing, "You will die, you are so old, I will live longer than you." Feng saw it and replied with his eyes, "That's not necessarily true. Older people don't necessarily die first. Why are there 4 avatars on the Hokage rock, but the current Hokage is the 3rd Hokage?" The stick figure retreated. She didn't say anything about Feng. The journey was safe, and there was no attack on the road. Only Naruto, who was jumping up and down, accidentally stepped on empty foot while jumping on a tree and fell from the tree. Suffering some injuries that healed before he reached the hospital. Coming to the bridge, Desna breathed a sigh of relief. The only time he could relax was when he was at home and building a bridge. Whenever he walked on the street and saw the numb crowds, Desna felt uncomfortable. He felt a little guilty. If he had been faster and built the bridge faster, would people not have become like this? Is it Cardo? Yes or no? If a Cardo leaves today, a Leto might come tomorrow. If people cannot find their lost courage, it will be useless even if the Cardo is driven away. Ultimately, people have lost the courage to resist. Desna was unsure either. Using the built bridge to awaken people's lost courage was just wishful thinking. Perhaps in the past, the completion of the bridge was what every resident on the island wanted to see, but after a series of events, Desna didn't know whether the people still cared about the bridge, but he had no other choice. This was the only method he could think of. He would not be willing to give up if he didn't try it. What the hell is going on? When he reached the end of the bridge where it was to be built, Desna was shocked to see the workers who came to help build the bridge lying on the ground in all directions. Although there was no blood on the ground, their painful expressions showed that they had suffered serious injuries. Before Desna could go forward to check the situation, the white fog blocked his vision. Fog is very common, and in an island country like theirs, heavy fog is even more common, but this fog was too strange. Not only did it come very quickly, it was also very thick, so thick that he could hardly see the people around him. Chapter 40. I've kept you waiting for so long. Be careful, they're here, Kakashi said as a warning. There was no need for him to remind me that this strange fog was obviously unusual. How could there be such an ordinary fog? Naruto and his companions reacted quickly and cooperated with Kakashi, forming a circle with their backs to each other. Standing in the circle were the Desna family and Feng. Feng no longer had his leisurely look on his face. He was panicked as he squeezed into a small circle with the Desna family. I have to say, this actor overacted. Even Desna performed better than him. At least Desna was standing. This was not his intention. Before breakfast in the morning, Kakashi suddenly found Feng and wanted Feng to cooperate with them in a play. They knew that Zabuza had a helper, but at the same time, they also had Feng on their side. They were not clear about the strength of Zabuza's helpers, and Zabuza and his friends did not know Feng's strength either. After all, even they themselves don't know. Although Feng had already said that he could save the lives of several people and allow them to have no worries, Kakashi was the only one who knew about this for the time being. But to be honest, Kakashi was unsure. He didn't know how strong Feng was, and he didn't dare to fully believe Feng's promise. Besides, The battle situation between ninjas changed very quickly, and he didn't know whether Feng would be able to protect them in time. After thinking for a long time, Kakashi made some small changes to the tactical arrangements. The bottom line remains unchanged. Feng is still their insurance, but other than that, Kakashi will really treat Feng as just an ordinary person who does not know any ninjutsu and does not have any special abilities. Kakashi will treat Feng as an ordinary person, no different from the Dazna family, and include Feng in his protection list. In this way, the enemy can be confused and made to think that Feng is an ordinary person, so they will not target him. Kakashi was also betting that Zabuza and the others would not attack the Dazna family before dealing with him. Feng said something last night that Kakashi agreed with. Some ninjas really look down on ordinary people. In their eyes, ordinary people can be easily dealt with without any scruples compared to killing the Dazna family. Kakashi felt that Zabuza was more interested in him. This is also the reason why Feng acted so cowardly. His main role was to play an unexpected role. It was Feng's mission to protect Dazna's family and prevent any accidents from occurring during the battle. Apart from that, he doesn't have to do anything else. The reason why he is called an acting genius is that Kakashi just wanted Feng to act a little more ordinary and not be too attractive. He didn't let him act so ordinary. If he was too ordinary, he would look like a coward. In the tense situation, Naruto and the others did not notice anything unusual about Feng. In their eyes, Feng was just a rookie ninja who had just learned chakra, but his control over chakra was a little more sophisticated. Others are not even as good as they were before entering school. So what if you know more? A newbie is a newbie, and a rookie is a rookie. They only join in reluctantly for a high-end game like the one against Zabuza. If Feng goes up there, he will be dead. Therefore, they were not at all surprised that Feng was hiding in the protection circle. And Sasuke even felt a little proud in his heart. You usually talk big, but when you are in danger, you are still scared? Don't you still need our protection? Of course, this is what he thought in his heart. Sasuke would never really let Feng get into trouble. He was probably the most serious person besides Kakashi. He was also hoping to learn news about his enemy from Feng. The fog became thicker and thicker, to the point where you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Suddenly, a voice came from the fog. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Kakashi. You are still the same as always, with these little brats. The sound is erratic, making it impossible to tell from which direction the sound is coming. This is also the brilliance of the mist hiding technique. While blocking your vision, your hearing is also restricted. The invisible enemy is the most terrifying because you don't know where he will appear from and give you a fatal blow. The sound continued, stirring the nerves of several people. You're shaking all over again. How pitiful. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures emerged from the fog and surrounded them before anyone could react. Looking at Zabuza in front of him, Sasuke raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a hint of sneer. This is the trembling of joy before the battle. Zabuza didn't care whether Sasuke was trembling because of fear or because he was going to fight with him. It was meaningless. It was just a casual remark. Regardless of whether it is a ninja duel or even a fight between ordinary people, everyone will always use words to provoke the other party before the fight begins. As long as the other party loses his mind because of your provocation, your goal will be achieved. As his words didn't have the desired effect, Zabuza was ready to take action, but unexpectedly, Sasuke was faster than him. The kunai was spinning in his hand, and as he turned and moved, the figures surrounding the crowd turned into balls of water and collapsed on the bridge. Oh, you can see through the water clone now. That kid has made a lot of progress, Tisk. Anyone who is not blind can see through it, right? Feng thought disdainfully. 7 or 8 identical figures, if not clones, what else could they be? Footsteps were heard, and Zabuza's true form walked out of the fog, accompanied by a masked helper disguised as a Kurigakure pursuer. Zabuza wore a rebel ninja forward protector, a white mask on his face, and had bandages wrapped around his neck. This was the injury he sustained during his fight with Kakashi, and it seemed like it hadn't fully healed yet. He was still as open and above board as ever, just like when he first met Kakashi and the others. He stood in front of Kakashi and the others so openly. This time he was more careful and knew to use the mist hidden technique to clear a path. The several water clones were his greeting to Kakashi and the others, and a small test. Your opponent has appeared. Bye. Zabuza had a stern expression, holding the beheading sword in his hand, and said excitedly, it has been a long time since he fought with a master like Kakashi. Since becoming a rebel ninja, he has not met a decent opponent. Not only did his strength not improve, but it actually regressed a lot. It seems so, the helper beside him said in cooperation. The young man named Bai had an even colder voice, but it was surprisingly pleasant to hear through the narrow gap. Feng focused his eyes on Bai. He was quite curious about the character of Bai. When he watched the anime before, netizens on the internet paid special attention to Bai's gender even though the original author has already come out to explain that Bai is a man. There are still many netizens who stubbornly believe that it is impossible and that Bai is a girl. You are a comic artist and you know nothing about Naruto. Just go and draw your comics. There is another group of netizens who think that it doesn't matter whether it is a boy or a girl, as long as they look good. Those of them who are obsessed with appearance don't care about gender. Some netizens with special hobbies find the fact that Bai is a boy even more exciting. Feng was neither of these. He was just curious about what kind of face the person who could cause such heated discussion among netizens had. After all, what you see in anime is different from what you see in reality. The two groups in confrontation seemed to have forgotten that there were several wounded people lying on the ground. They did it in vain just to create a suitable fighting environment for Zabuza. After all, it was quite awkward to have a few people standing nearby watching the fight. Taking action against them was also to prevent them from revealing their whereabouts, so that Kakashi and others could be prepared in advance, or simply not come. Would they have been waiting here in vain? Bai didn't kill them, he just knocked them out. But Bai thought that the blow was very light, but he forgot that the physique of ordinary people is different from that of ninjas. For a ninja, it was very light, but for ordinary people, it was no less than a sledgehammer hitting their neck. The bones were not broken, but a large swelling appeared on the back of the neck. Even when they were unconscious, they could feel the pain in their necks. The unconscious groan of pain turned into a whistle. In an instant, both groups moved. Moving your mouth. Oh my, it seems I guessed it right. Kakashi looked as if it was just as I expected. What did you guess? Desna asked Kakashi. The funny guy explained. The masked boy. Sakura opened her mouth in surprise. What are you surprised about? Feng, who was just there to watch the show, was speechless. Don't you know everything? Sure enough, Sasuke sneered. What are you really saying? Don't you know that? Naruto looked left and right, not knowing what was going on, and he also shouted, I can tell you really don't know what those people are talking about. Talking about being a pursuit ninja from Kirigakure is a complete lie. Desna concluded. Kakashi added, why do they all look like Zabuza's companions? Why are they standing together? Sakura sneered. How did that guy have the nerve to come out here so brazenly? How annoying. That kind of cool kid, Kakashi said with disapproval. Sakura subconsciously said, he's still stronger than Kakashi-sensei. She doesn't allow anyone to talk about her idol, because Sasuke also has a cold look on his face, although Kakashi is not talking about Sasuke. Really? Kakashi was speechless. I'll deal with that guy. Sasuke's forehead was covered by the forehead protector, making it impossible to tell whether he was frowning or not. One could only judge from his tone that he was very serious about this sentence. What? Sakura was a little worried. They didn't know Bai's strength yet, and she was worried about letting Sasuke go alone. What kind of trick is this? Okay. It's confirmed. Sasuke frowned, and the corners of his eyes turned up. I hate those pretentious brats the most. The way you said it sounds as if you are not this kind of person in the eyes of outsiders. Feng, who was watching the fun, complained in his heart. So handsome. Sasuke. Sakura was being infatuated with him again, even though Feng had told her that when girls are pursuing boys, they should not be infatuated with him. Do not be infatuated with him. Do not be infatuated with him. He had told her the important things 3 times, but she still did not remember. No, it should be said that she could not control herself. Kakashi also complained in his mind. Don't complain about what Sasuke said, Sakura. They were all singing the same tune, and Zabuza was not idle either. What an amazing young man. Even though the water clone only has 1/10 of the power of the original body, I didn't expect him to reach that level. Bai Yuang said in an appreciative tone. He actually recognized Sasuke's strength. After all, if Zabuza's strength was 1/10 of his, even if it was divided into 7 or 8 water clones, it would be more than enough to deal with the Jinan. Humph. Zabuza looked at him with disdain and snorted. Then I have the first move too. The thick fog surrounding everyone is his first move. Others would be restrained in such an environment, but not only would he not be, on the contrary, he would feel like a fish in water. The other party's words would not affect him, but he had heard enough and shouted, go ahead. Bai responded and went straight to Sasuke. Kakashi on the opposite side was planning to train Naruto and the others, and Zabuza was also planning to target them. Bai has been with him for a long time, and he has taught Bai almost everything he can. What Bai lacks now is practical experience. It just so happens that there are few good opponents right in front of us. Bai's body spun, forming a small whirlwind, and the weapon that was extended out was a hidden murderous intent. If Sasuke couldn't take it, His body would inevitably be cut into several pieces. It might be troublesome for others to deal with it, but it is different for Sasuke. His eyes, even without activating the Sharingan, are still better than the dynamic vision of ordinary people. Chapter 41. What kind of ninjutsu is this? He could see the trajectory of the weapon from the rapidly spinning whirlwind. Bang! This is the sound of weapons colliding. Sasuke has used a kunai to block Bai's weapon. Oh, he can actually see through that speed. Zabuza was a little surprised. He had already overestimated Sasuke, but he didn't expect that he still underestimated Sasuke. Zabuza knew very well that if an ordinary Jinan came, it might be possible to dodge, but it was basically impossible to intercept the rotating weapon. Naruto then realized that he really didn't understand what the others were saying. Seeing that Sasuke and Haku were already fighting, Naruto shouted and was about to go and help. Naruto, Kakashi stopped him. You and Sakura protect the Dazna family together. Remember, don't leave my side. Leave that guy to Sasuke. As he spoke, Kakashi kept his eyes on Zabuza, fearing that if he was distracted for a moment, Zabuza would disappear in front of him. Zabuza defected from the Hidden Mist Village. The ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village are best at assassination. Once Zabuza hides, Kakashi is not confident that he can defend himself. I also want to fight the enemy, Naruto muttered to himself. Although he was somewhat reluctant, Naruto was still able to distinguish the priorities of things. Their mission has not been completed yet. If something goes wrong with their employer, it will be meaningless even if they can defeat Zabuza and Haku. The top priority is to protect the safety of employers, Naruto replied with unguided and retreated back to the Dazna family. Ding 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 ding. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard from time to time. Neither of the two people in the fight used any ninjutsu. The simple physical skills competition was a warm-up exercise and also a test between them. Although I don't want to kill you, it seems that you have no intention of backing down. Bai really didn't want to kill anyone, so he kept trying to persuade her if he really wanted to kill someone, Naruto would have been dead when he met him. Sasuke, who went to find Naruto and passed by him, would not be standing here quietly. Although Feng and Kakashi would watch Naruto and Sasuke, who were exercising at night, there would inevitably be some negligence between the two of them during their shifts, and it was at that time that Bai and Naruto met. Naruto didn't recognize Bai, but Bai recognized Naruto. The two of them drank tea and chatted together, and told each other some of their thoughts. I know it sounds weird to describe it this way, but that's the truth. Naruto regards Bai as an intimate older sister, and Bai also regards Naruto as a confused little brother. Even so, the two get along pretty well. When Bai was leaving, Naruto was quite reluctant to let him go. When Sasuke came to find Naruto, he passed by Bai. Although he felt a little strange as to why a girl would appear here so late and not afraid of encountering any danger, he was in a hurry to find Naruto to ask Sakura for the tree climbing skills that she taught him, so Sasuke did not take Bai too seriously. Of course, it also has something to do with the fact that Bai was not wearing a mask and was wearing different clothes. Neither of them knew that danger had been so close to them. If Bai really wanted to kill them, the two who were defenseless at that time would have been sleeping peacefully now. Well, Naruto might not, because Kurama is still inside him. And Kurama will not watch Naruto die in front of him. Although Naruto didn't know about Kurama's existence and Kurama had never said hello to Naruto, but with a relationship with Feng, Kurama at least wouldn't try to lure Naruto to let him out like in the anime. Jailama thought this was pretty good, with food and drink, and occasionally he could play games. The same cannot be said about Sasuke. What nonsense are you talking about? Sasuke had no idea what Bai meant. At this moment, he was completely immersed in the excitement of fighting with others. Sure enough, Bai knew it wouldn't work, but he still kindly reminded her, be careful, next time, you won't be able to keep up with my speed. Besides, I already have two advantages. Sasuke was shocked. When and why didn't he notice it? First, it's the water that was sprinkled around you, and second, I already have control of one of your hands. The water scattered around was left by Zabuza's water clone. Sasuke understood that by controlling one hand, he was referring to my left hand that was holding the weapon and confronting you. Aren't you also being controlled by me in disguised form? Therefore, you can only defend against my attacks. What a joke, aren't you? No, Bai wasn't. He put his hands, which were behind his back, in front of him. What? Sasuke's pupils shrank, a little bit unbelieving he had already used up all his strength just to block Bai's attack with his left hand. Although he still had his right hand, if his right hand also exerted force, his left hand would inevitably have a process of releasing force. It doesn't matter in normal times, but when facing a force, Those who dare to reduce the force are those who think they are not dying fast enough. Sasuke thought Bai was the same as him, but he didn't expect that Bai could block his full strength with just one hand. What shocked Sasuke even more was that Bai's hands had actually started to form seals, with one hand. This guy actually, Kakashi was also a little bit unconvinced. His wide-open eyes and the cold sweat on his forehead showed his inner uneasiness. Ninjas all use both hands to make hand seals. Kakashi has never heard of anyone who can make hand seals with one hand. At least in his understanding, it is impossible to form seals with one hand. Guys like Feng who can release ninjutsu without forming hand seals don't count. It is much more difficult to make seals with one hand than with both hands. Just how to combine the gestures of both hands into one hand and release ninjutsu without affecting the power of ninjutsu is a big problem. Secret technique: 1,000 killings. Water flying. As the seal was completed, the water on the bridge rose into the air and formed water needles. A trace of anxiety flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Although water is invisible, water that has been refined and compressed can still have tremendous power. Sasuke didn't want to experience the feeling of being shot by water needles, especially with so many of them. If he was really hit, his body would be pierced like a hornet's nest. Force yourself to calm down. The more you don't want to panic, otherwise it will be easy for the enemy to find your flaws. Recalling what he did when he practiced tree climbing, Sasuke made a decision in his mind. He gathered all his chakra at the soles of his feet, suddenly leaped upwards, exerted force in an instant, and at the same time, bounced by away, and dodged the dense water needles that were shot at him. The water needles collided with each other, lost the control of chakra, turned into a ball of water, and returned to the bridge. Dodged it. Sasuke leaped into the air and breathed a sigh of relief. He was just trying it, but he didn't expect that he actually succeeded. When practicing tree climbing, not only Naruto discovered the problem, he also discovered the same problem. Too little chakra would prevent it from absorbing, and too much would bounce him out. What we want is to pop it out. In the situation just now, there were water needles all around him, in front, behind, and on both sides. There was a bridge surface under his feet, and the only gap was above. What he wanted was to increase his jumping ability. Only in this way could he dodge being in midair with nowhere to exert force. Sasuke took the initiative and threw out several shurikens before Bai, who has bounced back, could stand firmly, leaping backwards to dodge the shuriken. Before Shiro could stand firm again, another voice rang in his ears: "I didn't expect you to be so slow. Now, you can only defend against my attacks." It's behind. Bai's reaction was not slow either. Before the sound even fell, he had already dodged forward, trying to keep some distance. How could Sasuke let him go? He swung his kunai forward, but he didn't expect that Bai's dodging was just a deception. When Sasuke swung his weapon, he quickly turned around and squatted, and his usual weapon, the flying needle, also stabbed at Sasuke. "I knew it," Sasuke thought to himself. He guessed that Bai might use the tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries. The kunai in his other hand was thrown out, knocking away the needle that was stabbing at him. The remaining force was still there, and the kunai continued to fly forward due to inertia. Judging from the route, if Bai hadn't dodged it, the kunai, which still had some power left, would have pierced his forehead. It was too late to dodge. Bai could only tilt his head back and avoid the kunai, but failed to avoid Sasuke's kick that followed. Sasuke's kick was so powerful that Bai's body flew backwards and then fell heavily to the ground. Bai actually lost in speed. Zabuza couldn't accept it. He knew Bai's strength clearly, and because he knew it clearly, he felt it was impossible. Bai's strength has already surpassed that of an ordinary chunin. That's why Zabuza is so confident in letting Bai fight Sasuke alone. In his opinion, Bai's strength should be able to crush Sasuke, both in terms of speed and chakra amount. "It seems that I am better in speed," Sasuke said sarcastically. "What are you talking about, little brat? If you look down on our team, I'll have a headache." Kakashi also boasted on the side. "Don't look at him like that. Sasuke is the top rookie in our Konoha, and Sakura is the smartest in the village." Sakura seemed embarrassed when she heard Kakashi's praise, but the stick figure in her heart put her hands on her hips and laughed wildly. That's great. What about me? What about me?" Naruto jumped up and down, begging for praise. "Oh, yes, and you." Kakashi seemed to have just remembered that there was another person. "Naruto, you are the most attention-seeking and unexpectedly mischievous ninja in our village." That doesn't seem like a good thing to say, accustomed to Feng's various ways of praising him. Naruto had long learned to distinguish good from bad words from other people's mouths, especially those directed at him. He could tell right away as soon as he heard them. The other two received praise, but he didn't, which made Naruto a little frustrated. Zabuza laughed softly and said, You know what? If we continue like this, they will counterattack us. Others may not understand what Zabuza meant, but Bai understood it very well. I see, Bai replied, and stood up from the ground. I'm sorry, but it has to end here. What? Sasuke didn't understand where Bai got his confidence from, since he was clearly the one who had the upper hand, making seals with his hands and releasing chakra from his body. Bai had already started to think seriously. Is this air conditioning? Sasuke felt a chill on his body and knew that he should be serious. Bai's seal was complete, and an icicle began to spread upwards from the puddle behind Sasuke, while also spreading in all directions, eventually forming a huge rectangular block of ice. There was not just one piece of ice. Sasuke looked around and saw dozens of ice cubes surrounding him. This time, Bai did not forget to seal the gap upwards. The ice blocks were suspended, and although there were gaps between them, the width was not wide enough for a person to pass through. What kind of technique is that? It was the first time Kakashi had seen such an ninjutsu. Secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. This is Bai's unique ninjutsu. Kakashi certainly has never seen it before. Bai also rarely uses this move. His chakra level cannot sustain it for too long. The ice is not thick. If you stand on one side, you can see the other side. But this thin ice can actually accommodate a person from the arms to the entire body. Bai's body slowly melted into the ice. This is not the end. As he merged, his figure appeared on the ice. At first, his figure was only on one piece of ice, but soon, his figure appeared on all the ice that Sasuke could see. Is this a mirror? Sasuke's pupils shook and he was a little shocked. It was also the first time he saw such a ninjutsu. The ninjutsu he had come into contact with in the past were all released once, and he had never seen a ninja's moves that could be integrated with ninjutsu. What exactly is it? There's a Bai on each mirror like ice block. For a moment, Sasuke couldn't tell which ice mirror Bai's real body was hidden on. How can we fight if we can't even find the enemy's true body? Damn it! Kakashi cursed inwardly. This is beyond the ability of a Jonin, and is not an enemy that Sasuke can handle. Kakashi was anxious and rushed forward, trying to get Sasuke out and replace him. A figure flashed by and stood in front of him. Your opponent is me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42: A Rare Moment of Wisdom. Once you use that move, that guy is basically doomed, Zabuza said with a smile. Zabuza had experienced the power of the secret technique, the magic mirror ice crystal. In his opinion, Sasuke, who was trapped in it, had no chance of escape. Kakashi's mind was racing, thinking of ways to rescue Sasuke, while Haku, who had already completed the secret technique, still remembered Sasuke's ridicule of him. Then I'm almost there, to show you my true speed. Before he finished his words, several flying needles suddenly appeared in Bai's hand, and then he threw them away. It hurts, Sasuke cried out in pain softly, but he didn't react at all. By the time he reacted, there were already scratches on his body left by the flying needles. He could see the flying needle in Bai's hand, but he could not see the trajectory of the flying needle being thrown out. Superior vision is of no use at this time. Often, before the eyes catch the flying needle, the body has already sent out a pain warning. For a moment, Sasuke was in danger. If there was no external intervention, Sasuke would most likely die here. Kakashi was anxious, but Zabuza in front of him became an obstacle to his rescue of Sasuke. Zabuza didn't look back, but Sasuke's constant groans of pain made him vaguely feel that something was wrong. The groan of pain lasted too long. The fight could have been over in an instant. Bai, you were still too soft-hearted, Zabuza sighed in his heart. Indeed, Bai showed mercy, otherwise the flying needles would have gone straight to Sasuke's vital points, instead of just causing scratches on him. Bai knew this, Zabuza knew this, and Yi Feng, who was pretending to be an ordinary person, also knew this, but others are not sure. Kakashi, whose view was blocked by Zabuza, could only hear Sasuke's screams but could not see Sasuke's specific situation. Sakura, Naruto, and the Dazna family were the same. They could only hear the sounds but could not see inside the area surrounded by the ice mirror. The ice mirror is like processed glass. You can see outside from inside, but you cannot see inside from outside. Sakura, who could only hear the voice, had an anxious look on her face. Naruto was ready to make a move, looking for a suitable opportunity to make a move. Even though Zabuza stopped Kakashi, Zabuza was also stopped by Kakashi in disguise, but Zabuza had no scruples. He knew Bai's strength, so he was not panicked at all. He even had the energy to threaten, "If you act rashly, I will kill those people over there." This was said to Kakashi. If Kakashi were to rescue Sasuke, it would be like giving up on the Desna family, as well as Sakura and Naruto. No, Sasuke's life is in danger again, and once Bai has dealt with Sasuke and has freed up his hands, he will definitely choose his opponent again, that is, one of Sakura and Naruto, or both of them. Mr. Desna, I'm sorry, I have to leave here for a while. Sakura couldn't wait any longer. Sasuke's screams were getting weaker and weaker. She was afraid that if she waited any longer, something she didn't want to see would really happen. Without paying attention to Kakashi's instructions to her, she exchanged a glance with Naruto, and the two of them disappeared from the spot in an instant. As soon as the two of them moved, Kakashi and Zabuza also moved. Several people started fighting. Feng stopped pretending and said to Desna, who was watching the battle nervously, "Mr. Desna, there are doctors on your island, right? When the battle is over, you'd better find some doctors right away." What? Desna was a little stunned. It was true that he was watching the battle, but how could an ordinary person like him understand the fight between ninjas? The speed of the ninja alone is not something that an ordinary person like Desna can catch, especially Kakashi and Zabuza. Desna could only see the two of them releasing ninjutsu at each other, but he couldn't figure out which ninjutsu is released by which person. Sakura and Naruto were better off. Their strength wasn't that strong, and their speed wasn't that fast. Desna could see them holding kunai and hitting the ice mirror. "I just want to remind you that it's okay, but don't forget that there are still injured people here." Feng pointed at the islanders lying on the ground, in a coma, and said, "They don't know how long they have been lying here." Such a big scene couldn't wake them up, which means that they are still in a deep coma. After Feng's reminder, Desna suddenly remembered that there were still several workers lying on the ground unconscious. Just as he was about to go forward to check, he was stopped by Feng. "We don't know yet whether they were knocked unconscious by someone or suffered some other injuries that caused them to be unconscious, so it's best not to move them arbitrarily to avoid causing secondary harm to them. It's better to let professionals handle professional matters. The most important thing for you now is to calm your family down. Don't worry about their fight. You can't understand it anyway." Feng's words were very blunt, making Desna feel a little ashamed. He was so focused on the battle situation that he ignored his family's feelings. He was used to being hunted. Whether it was because of good luck or something else, he managed to escape several times when Cardo chased him after a long time. He got used to this feeling, so when he was attacked by ninjas just after leaving Konoha, he was at most a little panicked, but not very surprised. Perhaps building the bridge had become his obsession, suppressing his other emotions, including the fear of death. So when Kakashi and the others were fighting, what he thought about most was whether Kakashi and the others could defeat Zabuza and the other two, and how he would continue to build a bridge after defeating them. As for the possibility that Kakashi and his companions would be defeated by Zabuza and the other two, and the possibility that he would die after Kakashi failed, to be honest, Desna had never thought about it. He was used to it, but his daughter-in-law, whom he treated like a daughter, and his grandson had never seen such a scene before. At the moment, they were hugging each other. Terrified Tsunami held her son in her arms, and even though she was also scared, she still comforted Inari softly. Seeing several people fighting, Inari couldn't help but think of his father. Thinking of his father's ending, the fear in Inari's eyes became even greater. Without mentioning how Desna comforted his family, Feng turned his attention to the people who were fighting. The battle was divided into two. Kakashi was entangled by Zabuza and couldn't get away for a while. Sakura and Naruto were still working hard outside the ice mirror. There is no need to worry about the former. Kakashi is very strong and it is not easy for him to be defeated. Zabuza has temporarily gained the upper hand only because Kakashi still has some of his mind focused on his students. Take Sakura and Naruto for example. The two of them were outside the ice mirror, scratching it with kunai, trying to break it. But after scratching for a long time, they only added a few scratches to the surface of the ice mirror, and there was no sign of the ice mirror breaking at all. Naruto also came up with a bad idea. Aren't there gaps between the ice mirrors? They are in the air, and there are also gaps underneath. Naruto was wondering if he could get through these gaps. As a result, if Sakura had not reacted quickly and pulled Naruto out in time, Naruto might have set foot on the road to heaven earlier than Sasuke. Do you really think they are innocent? Are the gaps they left for people to get into? It is true that you can get through if you have the ability, but if you don't have the ability and your defense is low, I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Since Bai can launch attacks from inside, He can naturally launch attacks between the gaps. The gaps are not very big, so if you want to get in, you have to lean sideways. Think about it, with the way you're moving forward and backward, your vital points are wide open. If Bai attacks you at this time, you won't even be able to defend yourself. Isn't this just rushing to give your head to others? This method didn't work, so Naruto thought of another way. Sakura, you take care of this first. I'll go check on teacher Kakashi. Naruto's figure disappeared in an instant, and the second half of his words could be heard in the air. If I can help Kakashi-sensei defeat Zabuza, then once he's free, it will be easy for him to break the ice mirror. Stupid Naruto. Sakura's anxious true colors were revealed, and the stick figure in her mind popped up and cursed. Is it okay for a Jonin like you to get involved in a fight between Jonin? It's good that you didn't cause any trouble. Why are you helping? But no matter what Sakura thought, it was too late. Naruto had disappeared and appeared on another battlefield. Naruto's appearance made Kakashi lose his composure, and he couldn't help but curse him as idiot. In his heart he could still keep up with Zabuza's attack rhythm by himself, and even had enough energy to pay attention to the situation on the other side. But now that Naruto is here, he has to distract himself to take care of Naruto. He wasn't the only one who was upset. Bai's heart was also confused. Of course Bai could hear what Naruto said. He also knew that the fight between Jonin was not something that Jonin could interfere with. But what if? Always be prepared for the worst, in case Naruto made some unexpected move, or in other words, if Naruto did nothing but harassed Zabuza from the periphery to distract Zabuza, then the situation of the battle might change in an instant. Naruto's departure also distracted some of Bai's attention, slowing down his attack rhythm. This gave Sasuke a chance to catch his breath and also allowed Sakura to find an opportunity. Sasuke! Sakura shouted and threw the kunai in her hand towards Sasuke. Don't get me wrong, Sakura didn't want to take advantage of Sasuke's misfortune. She likes Sasuke very much. How could she do such a thing? It's almost the same if it's the other way around. Sasuke could stab Sakura at any time and make her bleed. Sakura sent kunai to Sasuke because Sasuke's kunai was shot down by Bai's flying needles. He now had no weapon in his hand, so he couldn't use it to block the flying needles. Sakura's kunai solved the immediate problem. At least it allowed Sasuke to block the flying needles and reduce the injuries. Sasuke naturally understood Sakura's intention. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, he was intercepted by Bai's half-body was sticking out of the mirror. Sakura's kunai still in his hand. It is true that part of his mind was taken away by Naruto, but the ice mirrors were created by his ninjutsu, and his figure can be seen on each ice mirror. He can attack from the inside, from the side, and naturally from the outside. After all, he was integrated into the ice mirror from the outside. It can be said that each ice mirror is his perception of the outside world. He can use the ice mirror to perceive everything outside, which is no different from seeing directly with his eyes. Sakura's every move could not be hidden from him. Sakura wanted to give Sasuke a weapon, but Haku of course refused originally. Bai didn't want to kill anyone. He used ninjutsu to trap Sasuke and attacked Sasuke with flying needles, all in order to make Sasuke lose his fighting ability. If Sasuke was seriously injured, Kakashi, as a teacher, might give up the mission for the sake of his student. This way, Sasuke's life would be saved, and they could deal with Desna after Kakashi and the others withdrew, and their mission would be completed by this idea. But now he is worried about Zabuza, afraid that he will lose Zabuza because of Naruto's intervention, so he wants to end the battle quickly, regardless of whether Sasuke is seriously injured or not. As long as he can get out of the battle and let him help Zabuza, that would be good. Just at this moment, something strange happened. A figure took advantage of Bai's attempt to seize Sakura's weapon and slipped in from the gap in the ice mirror, holding Sasuke who was lying on the ground. Before Bai could react, the figure slipped out from the gap in the ice mirror again. Before leaving, he did not forget to give Bai a kunai. The kunai cut through Shiro's mask and knocked Shiro out of the mirror, causing him to fall to the ground. Ha ha ha. What do you think? My method is good, right? The figure laughed and boasted about himself. Idiot, don't you know how to be gentler? Sasuke, lying on the ground, groaned in pain. He was hit hard by the blow just now. Chapter 43, Premature Compliments. The gap between the ice mirrors is only wide enough for one person to pass sideways, so the person who saves Sasuke can only throw Sasuke out sideways. Sasuke already had many scratches on his body, and the moment he was thrown out and fell to the ground, it was so painful that Sasuke almost couldn't help crying. If he hadn't known about his screams, it would have been embarrassing enough. If there hadn't been so many people around, referring to the Desna family and Feng, Sasuke might have really cried. He held back his tears and cursed, and the word idiot made the person who saved him unhappy. Hey, what do you mean? I saved you, another Naruto? Sakura was dumbfounded. Then what's going on with that one over there? Or Kakashi said that Sakura is the smartest in the village. Of course, this is definitely an exaggeration, but if you ask who is the smartest among them, it must be Sakura. Sakura figured it out in an instant. It's a shadow clone. That's right, it's the shadow clone. It was Naruto who rescued Sasuke. He used his shadow clone to attract the attention of several people, while his real body hid a sight and took advantage of the moment when Bai was distracted to rescue Sasuke. Bai on the other side also figured out this problem. Although his ice mirror allows him to observe the outside world, his field of view is limited. He has only one real body, and the him on the ice mirror is just an effect created by his high-speed movement and the reflection of the mirror. In fact, there is only him. This made it impossible for him to take care of all aspects. When he leaned out to grab the kunai, he could not see what was behind him. Naruto took advantage of this and successfully rescued Sasuke. To be honest, I hope you can be defeated by me obediently, Bai said as he stood up from the ground and dusted himself off, but it seems that I can't do that. In that case, I'll just get rid of you first. It was the truth, but Naruto didn't believe it. What nonsense are you talking about? Now there are 3 of us against you alone. Sasuke, you can still move, right? Not hearing Sasuke's response, Naruto turned his head, but found that Sasuke was no longer on the ground. He was immediately shocked. Where is Sasuke? Where is Sasuke, who is so big as me? He threw Sasuke out, and when he jumped out, his landing point was different from Sasuke's. But the bridge was so small, there was no possibility of throwing Sasuke into the sea. What's more, he was just talking to Sasuke, so how could Sasuke disappear in the blink of an eye? Sasuke struggled to get up from the ground, looked at the familiar ice mirror, and was speechless. He came in again. It was good that Naruto threw it out, but he didn't expect that Bai's ice mirror was movable. It disintegrated and gathered again in an instant, surrounding him again. This was very embarrassing. If it weren't for his quick reaction, Sakura would have been surrounded as well. Sasuke, Sakura called out anxiously again after Sasuke was thrown out by Naruto. She was about to go up to check on Sasuke's injuries, but when she got there, she was kicked by Sasuke before he could come to his senses. He saw Sasuke trapped again, and then he realized that Sasuke was saving him when Sasuke kicked her. She was still wondering if Sasuke hated her or if she had done something to make Sasuke angry. While I was worried, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not. It's good that it's not. After hearing Sakura's shout, Naruto saw Sasuke trapped again and was a little surprised. Wow, Sasuke, why did you go in again, idiot? Sasuke lowered his head and didn't want to talk. He was tired. Is this something I can decide? Do you think I want to come in? Come in and feel it yourself, and you will know the pain inside. As I was thinking this, I heard Naruto's voice. Sasuke, I'm here to save you again. The voice was very close, as if they were talking face to face. Sasuke looked up and was so shocked that he could hardly speak. You idiot, who let you in? Naruto was squatting in front of Sasuke. Hearing him say that, he became unhappy again. Why are you saying that again? I'm here to save you. As a ninja, you need to be more cautious. Sasuke was furious. It's fine if you're outside, but if you come in too, then, it was too late. Naruto had already come in. No matter how much he said, it was useless. He could only grit his teeth and say, damn it, forget it, you idiot, stupid, idiot? What does idiot mean? You said I'm an idiot. Naruto was also very angry. I came here to save you with good intentions, and you actually said I was an idiot. If you are not an idiot, what are you? Feng was speechless. Why didn't you save the person more quickly? After rescuing the person, couldn't you take the person away from him? Why did you just leave him there and not care about him? Did someone teach you a lesson today? The ninjutsu you cast can move. Is this your first time seeing this? It's my first time seeing it too. Feng pondered over it. He had never paid attention to this when watching anime before. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have thought about it in this regard. If you think about it carefully, there are quite a few ninjutsu that can be used for movement. Feng muttered to himself. Yes, Shadow Clone is also a ninjutsu. It can not only move, but also talk. Naruto's Shadow Clone not only has a different personality from the original, but can also go shopping and spend money. There are also Saki's fake paintings of super beasts, Deidara's clay birds, etc., which are all ninjutsu that can move after being released. Even the Uchiha clan's Susanoo, strictly speaking, is also a ninjutsu. These are all, but Feng has not seen them with his own eyes. Seeing Bai using this trick at this moment, Feng felt a sense of novelty. Sasuke was too lazy to pay attention to Naruto's nonsense. He stood up and said imposingly, "In this case, the only thing we can do is destroy the mirror." Naruto still didn't understand. "Hey, what are you going to do?" He knew what Sasuke meant, but he didn't understand what Sasuke was going to do. He and Sakura were outside, and they had been scratching with Kunai for a long time, but it didn't work. The strength of the ice mirror was beyond Naruto's imagination. Sasuke quickly formed seals with his hands and explained, "This is a mirror formed by freezing water." Then, fire style, great fireball technique. Water and fire are incompatible. Water can extinguish fire, and fire can also dry up moisture. This is what Sasuke thought. Since the ice mirror is formed by water, then fire attack is the best way to break the ice mirror cage. As it happens, he is good at using fire. He put his hand to his mouth and a jet of flame spurted out, hitting the ice mirrors around him. Cracks appeared on the surface of the ice mirror due to being burned by the fire. But that was all. When Sasuke's fire escape stopped, the cracks on the ice mirror returned to normal in an instant. "You're totally useless," Naruto said with a pout. "This level of firepower cannot be dissolved." Bai had no intention of mocking him. He was just speaking the truth. Fire can dry up moisture, but it also needs to be done in quantity. It is obviously unrealistic to try to dry up the water in the sea with a lighter. Putting aside the dosage, we also have to consider the temperature, right? Fire has temperature, and water also has temperature. One temperature keeps rising, while the other keeps falling. They are opposites. Sasuke's big fireball is good for heating a pot and cooking a meal, but it's not hot enough to melt his ice mirror. Sasuke was unwilling but had no choice. This was the highest temperature fire jutsu he had learned so far, and he didn't have time to try other ninjutsu. Bai's attack followed, and the light was so bright that Sasuke and Naruto couldn't open their eyes. They only heard two groans of pain, and Naruto had already fallen to the ground, with scratches of varying depths appearing on both of their bodies. Damn it, where are they attacking from? Naruto finally understood how Sasuke felt. He was inside the ice mirror, being attacked from all directions. He could defend against the left side, but not the right side. He could defend against the front, but not the back. Anyway, there was always a direction that he could not defend against. Is it a clone? Seeing the same figure on every mirror, Naruto looked around, trying to find Bai's real body. Seeing what Naruto was planning, Bai kindly said, "You'll never find me if you only use your eyes." Really? Naruto didn't believe in evil. If one pair of eyes wasn't enough, then add a few more pairs of eyes with his hands forming seals. Sasuke said stop, but before he could finish his words, Naruto's shadow clone technique had already been completed. Naruto's chakra has reached a level that ordinary ninjas cannot imagine. To him, ordinary shadow clone technique, in the eyes of other ninjas, is not called shadow clone technique, but multiple shadow clone technique. There were dozens of shadow clones corresponding to dozens of ice mirrors. Naruto didn't believe that Bai's figure could still be hidden if he smashed all the ice mirrors together. His plan was good, but unfortunately Bai was faster than him. Before Naruto's shadow clone could get close to the ice mirror, it bang 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 turned into white smoke. Naruto's real body, hidden among many shadow clones, was also attacked. As always, he was unable to see clearly the trajectory of Bai's attack. The memories and pain when the shadow clone dissipates will be transmitted back to the original body. It is conceivable how intense the pain Naruto feels looking at Naruto, who fell to the ground and rolled around in pain. Sasuke slapped his forehead, speechless. He knew this would happen. After all, he had been here before, and although he didn't know where Bai's real body was hiding, the scratches on his body were not in vain. His brain didn't see it clearly, but his body felt it, and wherever there was a scratch, he knew from which direction the attack had been launched, because at the moment he felt the pain, there was no pain on the other side of his body. But Bai's speed is very fast, and the gap is very short. Often, before Sasuke can react, Bai has changed his position. Therefore, Sasuke guessed that there was only one white on the ice mirror, and the rest of the white was just a trick to confuse others. Of course, this was not the reason why he shouted at Naruto to stop. The real reason was that he was not blind. He saw Naruto and Sakura scratching the ice mirror with Kunai outside before weapons were useless, and ninjutsu was useless. Naruto wanted to break the ice mirror with his bare hands, but he knew it was impossible without even thinking. Look, now you know the consequences. Why don't you admit it when I say you are a fool? Bai didn't expect Naruto to be so stupid. He had already tried it outside before, but he still tried it again after entering inside. He really didn't know what to say. Then he explained generously, "This ninjutsu is a movement technique that I use the principle of mirror reflection. Judging from my speed, you seem to be standing still." His speed was already fast, and the ice mirror increased his speed, so his speed had reached a certain limit. Although in the eyes of some ninjas, his speed was still very slow, this slow was beyond Sasuke's vision originally. Bai didn't intend to attack Naruto, but he didn't expect that while he was stunned, Naruto would come in by himself. If he lets Naruto out again, wouldn't it be telling others that he is letting him go? Forget it, you can't blame me. It was you who wanted to come in. Bai sighed silently in his heart. Damn it, Naruto cursed in a low voice. How do we do this? How can I die in a place like this? I clearly still have a dream that I want to realize, the dream of having everyone in the village recognize me and becoming Hokage. Naruto roared somewhat unwillingly after hearing these words. Feng wanted to go into the ice mirror and slap Naruto twice loose. Brother, we are fighting, can you please be serious? Okay, why do you tell others about your dreams? They are your father or mother, so they have to take care of your eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, right? What does your dream have to do with other people? If any enemy dares to say this in front of me, do you think I will stab him twice? I will let you speak, and I will let you speak enough after you die. Those devils in hell who will never be reborn will have plenty of time to listen to you slowly. To be honest, if Naruto wasn't the protagonist of this world and had the power of luck, he would have died countless times just because of his mouth. Chapter 44. Everyone has their dreams. There is a protagonist in the world who is endowed with the power of luck in every anime. In other words, as long as there is a protagonist in the world, there is more or less the luck of the world. The term Kiin can be interpreted as luck in reverse. The protagonist with the power of Kiin is so lucky that he makes faster progress in practicing martial arts than others. Even those who make slower progress will always have their own opportunities. When they get the opportunity, their martial arts skills will increase significantly when fighting life and death with others. You either have a backup plan for resurrection, no matter whether it is prepared by yourself or by others. Anyway, you cannot die. Even if you're on the verge of death, you are only on the verge of death. Who knows, after your injuries are healed, your strength will increase again. If it does not increase immediately, you will have your own insights picking up money while walking, meeting the heroine who falls in love with him at first sight while shopping, buying something that others don't know the value of but you recognize, etc. These are all basic operations of the protagonist. No matter what you say, others will believe it. When the protagonist is in danger, there will be brothers who will come to help him even if their own families are killed. There is a girlfriend who will never leave him and will always be by his side. There are villains who are inexplicably persuaded by the protagonist and have their intelligence lowered, etc. These are also things that you can often see with a protagonist. In short, the protagonist of the world who has the power of luck is the darling of this world. In this world, don't even think about finding someone luckier than the protagonist. Naruto is undoubtedly the protagonist of the Naruto world. Is he good at talking? Most of those who say he is good are just joking, or they are just too young and immature in the eyes of many people. Naruto's words just sound exciting, but if you think about it carefully, is there any connotation in his words? It seems that there is none, at least in Feng's eyes. We are fighting, and you are talking about your dream. What? Do you really think the enemy will be soft-hearted and let you go? Those who will let you go are the ones who are hesitating between letting you go and killing you. Just like Bai was reminded of the dream Naruto talked about. Bai was born in the land of water, in a small village where it always snowed. Because of the war, the people in the village were very afraid of and hated bloodline limits. Bloodline limit is a talent inherited from the bloodline, an ability that one is born with. Even with just a little practice, it can develop enormous power, which is the envy of many ninjas. Envy turned into jealousy. If they didn't have it, they would steal it. There were many forbidden techniques in the ninja world that could seize other people's power or talents and use them for themselves. If they cannot seize it, they will send these talented people to the battlefield. Wherever there is danger, there will be people with bloodline limits. If you don't want to go, they will target people close to you. Whether you are forced or voluntary, they will always find a way to get you to go to the battlefield. Bloodline limits are already rare, and with years of warfare, they have undoubtedly become even fewer. Some people who want peace and don't want to go to the battlefield hide their talents and become ordinary people. Bai's Keki Genkai was inherited from his mother. His mother also had Keki Genkai, but his mother hid her talent and lived with his father for a long time. Their family lived a peaceful life. It wasn't until Bai grew up that his mother discovered that he had inherited her abilities and helped Bai hide the secret, but the secret was still exposed, and his father knew the secret, so Bai's father led the villagers to kill Bai's mother. When he was about to kill Bai, the terrified Bai used his bloodline limit and killed everyone present. Overnight, Bai became an orphan. Being still young, he didn't understand why his father killed his mother, nor did he understand what his abilities were. He just remembered what his mother told him, that he must hide his abilities from then on. Bai never used his bloodline limit again. Because of his loss of control, he killed many people and became very averse to killing. Bai, who became an orphan, left his village and wandered around other cities in the Water Kingdom without any purpose or goal. When he was hungry, he would look for food in the garbage dump. When he was sleepy, he would just find a deserted place to sleep. Until one day, he met Zabuza. From that day on, he had his own goals and dreams. It's hard for me to become a complete ninja, Bai said. Naruto didn't want to die, and he didn't want to die either. If I can, I don't want to kill you, and I don't want to be killed by you either, but if you insist on drawing your swords, then I will kill my own soul and become a completely cruel ninja. This bridge is a battlefield that connects everyone's dreams. I am fighting for my dream, and you are fighting for yours. Please don't hate me. I want to protect the people who are important to me, to act for that person, to fight for that person, to make that person's dream come true. That's my dream. For that, I can go full ninja and kill you. Listen, doesn't this sound better than what Naruto said? One is for himself, the other is for others. From a righteous perspective, Naruto cannot compare. If it were me, and I had the same experience as Naruto, I would have turned evil and started killing people long ago. Even if I didn't start killing people, I would have found a city where no one knew me and started a new life. I wouldn't have been so devoted to Konoha village. Yi Feng thought slanderously in his heart. Uncle shop owner, why are you clapping? Xiaoying listened to the applause in her ears and turned her head to complain to Yi Feng in dissatisfaction. Sakura has retreated back to the Dazna family and Yi Feng. She found herself completely useless, so she might as well come back to protect others so that she would seem to have something to do. Naruto dared to break into the ice mirror, but she didn't. Wouldn't it just cause trouble if she went in? It's better to look for new opportunities outside. However, not long after she came back, she heard Yi Feng clapping, and she also heard what Bai said. Although she was somewhat moved, she was not moved enough to applaud. Oh, I'm so moved, I can't help myself, I can't help myself. Yi Feng put down his hands that were clapping and said with emotion, listen to Naruto's speech, and then listen to Bai's speech. Aren't you moved by this comparison? Sakura was speechless. After hearing what Yi Feng said, she also felt that Bai's speech was indeed more touching than Naruto's. But she couldn't applaud her enemies over there. Sasuke didn't care what the other side said. If he was going to be moved, he would be moved after the battle. Now, the important thing was to think about how to get out. Although it seemed that it was easy for Naruto to get in, it was difficult to get out. Sasuke also knew that Bai was letting him go and did not really kill him, otherwise Bai's first few attacks could have hit his vital points, but Naruto's words seemed to rouse Bai's murderous intent, making Sasuke feel troubled. Naruto, I don't know if he sensed the killing intent. He was still shouting aggressively, I won't back down after failing once. This is not my style. No matter how many times, I will fight to the end. Shadow clone technique. Stop. Sasuke was too late to stop it again. By the time he shouted, Naruto had already created dozens of shadow clones, which rushed towards the ice mirror. This made him curse again. Idiot, you know this move won't work, but you still use it. Do you think you have too much chakra and know where to use it? Naruto really has too much chakra and doesn't know where to use it. In Naruto's impression, there has never been a situation where he didn't have enough chakra. He practiced tree climbing every day these days until he was exhausted. It was only the mental fatigue that caused his body to protest. Otherwise, how could he be so full of energy the next day after only one night's rest? If he really had a serious chakra overdraft, he would at least have to use crutches for a few days like Kakashi. The chakra consumed by dozens of shadow clones was just a drizzle to Naruto and was not worth mentioning at all. Bang bang bang. Another series of white smoke, coupled with the sound effects provided by the narrator Yi Feng. Naruto once again lay on the ground, rolling in pain. When the shadow clone dissipates, it makes no sound, and when it separates, it also makes no sound. If it really made a sound, there wouldn't be so many ninjas using this trick when performing infiltration missions. Sasuke was speechless, but thanks to Naruto, when he was inside the ice mirror, He couldn't concentrate at all to check the trajectory of Bai's attack. Now with Naruto's shadow clone attracting fire for him, he could calm down and carefully observe Bai's movements. Bai himself said that there was only him in the ice mirror, and the other ice mirrors were just reflections of the mirrors, so when Sasuke was observing, he focused only on looking at Bai's figure. This look really allowed him to see the trajectory of Bai's attack in order to attack Naruto's shadow clone and prevent it from getting close to his ice mirror. Bai would lean out of the mirror, attack one shadow clone, and then quickly move to other ice mirrors. Sasuke saw the transfer process. Do it again. Naruto, who had suffered enough pain, stood up from the ground and shouted angrily, "Shadow clone technique." Dozens of shadow clones were created again, and this time, Sasuke failed to stop Naruto looking at the accumulated water on the ground. This was the trace left by his use of fire style. If his fire style lasted a little longer, it could really melt the ice mirror. The accumulated water on the ground was proof of that, but unfortunately, Sasuke's chakra level does not allow it. And Bai will not just watch Sasuke release fire style for a long time. Being able to burn cracks in the ice mirror and melt some of the accumulated water is already Sasuke's limit. Even so, it was quickly repaired by Bai. The damage on the ice mirror made Sasuke feel no sense of accomplishment at all. As his mind raced, Sasuke kept moving and kicked diagonally, sending some of the accumulated water on the ground flying away. Without a container, the kicked away water turned into water droplets of varying sizes. He wanted to use this opportunity to verify what he was thinking. Needless to say, Naruto's shadow clone failed again, and Sasuke's action of kicking away the accumulated water was mistaken by Bai as a sign of an attack, so while dealing with Naruto's shadow clone, he also attacked him. Don't you know that this is a futile effort? Bai added as Naruto and Sasuke were lying on the ground, wailing in pain. He really couldn't understand what Naruto was thinking. Why did he use a move that was useless to him over and over again? Obvious, if Feng knew what Bai was thinking, he would definitely give Naruto another blow. It's not that Naruto doesn't want to use other methods, it's because Naruto only knows this one move. Only this ninjutsu can be of some use. As for the others, such as seduction technique and substitution technique, Naruto is not stupid enough to think that these two ninjutsu will work. Sasuke recovered quickly because his injuries were less serious, but Naruto was still rolling on the ground, half squatting on the ground. Sasuke gritted his teeth and thought to himself, even if I can see traces of movement, I can't keep up with that guy's speed. The water droplets he kicked away allowed him to see Bai's movement more clearly, but the water droplets that were bounced away made him realize how terrifying Bai's speed was. If the speed is too slow, the water droplets will hit the person's clothes directly and wet the clothes, but if the person's speed is fast enough, the water droplets will be bounced away. Water will bounce off, though, but what if it's not water? Another thought suddenly occurred to Sasuke. Shadow clone technique. Naruto continued to use the clone technique tirelessly, which made even someone as good-tempered as Bai feel a little annoyed. You really don't learn your lesson. Holding the flying needle in his hand, Bai was ready to attack. His attention was on Naruto, but he didn't notice the seal that Sasuke was forming. Bai leaned out of the ice mirror and had already chosen a target, but before he could make a move, a flame shot towards him. What? Fire escape technique? Bai frowned. If he didn't change its trajectory, the flames would hide him directly with no other options. Bai gave up on his chosen target, pushed hard with his feet, and kicked one of Naruto's shadow clones. Using the clone's force, he changed direction and merged his body into another ice mirror. Thick fog gradually rose. The fog, which had dispersed due to the battle between the two sides, gathered together again, making the bridge so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you again. Chapter 45, The Seesaw Battle. With a casual strike, Zabuza dispersed Naruto's shadow clones, and used the mist-hidden technique again, summoning thick fog to cover the battlefield. During the break in the fight, Zabuza excitedly said, I will also tell you what you said. I have promised you that the same trick will not work on me a second time. This is what Kakashi said when he fought with Zabuza a few days ago. Because of the existence of the Sharingan, Kakashi can copy most of the ninjutsu except for the bloodline limit that relies on his own bloodline to activate the ninjutsu. For Kakashi, if he saw it once, he could copy it. If it can be copied, there will naturally be corresponding ways to avoid being infected. So he said that, but he didn't understand why Zabuza said this. Seeing Kakashi's confusion, Zabuza, who was either in a good mood or wanted to show off, took the initiative to explain. In the previous battle, I was not simply like an idiot and was suppressed by you all the time. I asked Bai, who was lurking nearby, to observe our battle from beginning to end. Bai is very smart. For most moves, I can analyze their abilities and develop countermeasures just by watching them once. Kakashi no longer had the patience to listen to Zabuza's nagging. No matter what Zabuza said, it was just a plan to delay time. Naruto and Sasuke, who were trapped in the ice mirror, were in danger. It was not that Kakashi did not hear what Bai said earlier, but it was precisely because he heard it that he decided to end the battle quickly before Bai spoke. Anyone with a keen eye could see that Bai did not intend to kill him, but after Bai spoke, anyone could hear Bai's determination. Bai had murderous intention. Realizing this, Kakashi also took it seriously. He put on his forward protector upwards, revealing his left eye that was covered by the forward protector just as Feng guessed. The left eye covered by the forward guard was closed. Kakashi opened his left eyelid, revealing a red eyeball that gave people a seductive feeling. 3 black comma-like magatama were evenly arranged outside the pupil and the red iris. It's the Sharingan. Unless it is necessary, Kakashi really doesn't want to use the Sharingan. The Sharingan consumes a lot of chakra, and his chakra amount is notoriously small. The last time he fought Zabuza, he used the Sharingan for too long, which resulted in severe chakra depletion. He had to rest for several days before he recovered, but now, he has reached the point where he has to use the Sharingan, otherwise he will not be able to defeat Zabuza quickly. Wait, let me say a few more words. Zabuza had no intention of ending the battle quickly. Now the situation was in his favor, so he didn't mind saying a few more words. Taking a few steps back, out of Kakashi's attack range, Zabuza said, "Even if you defeat me, you can't beat Bai, because when that guy was still a child, I taught him all my fighting skills, and that guy also honed his own moves, so that guy can achieve something no matter what kind of tough situation he's in. He has no heart, and has even abandoned the concept of life. He is a true fighting machine called a ninja. Moreover, his skills are superior to mine, and he possesses a terrifying talent called a bloodline limit. I have obtained a very high-quality prop, which is different from the bunch of rubbish you brought. Even if those rubbish band together, they can't defeat Bai. In a ninja village as peaceful and stupid as yours, it's impossible to train real ninjas, because they can't accumulate the most important experience in killing in ninja battles. The bunch of rubbish you brought with you, they have no ruthlessness, nor the determination to kill. How can they defeat Bai? Shiro understands ninja. He's the best tool." This is not just one sentence, and no matter how Feng listens, he feels that when Zabuza says that Bai is a tool, is there actually a kind of showing off intention in it? It's like when two parents with their children meet. They both think that their child is the best and your child can never compare to our child. What Zabuza said was a bit extreme. If you think carefully about the disdainful tone, isn't that what he meant? Zabuza was praising his child in disguise over there, while Bai on this side saw the rising fog and knew that Bai was urging him to act quickly. There was no time to think about Sasuke's intention of releasing fire style. Bai's body had just merged into the ice mirror, and then quickly came out of the ice mirror. The flying needles in his hand did not stop for a moment, piercing away Naruto's shadow clones one by one. There were fewer and fewer shadow clones, and Sasuke kept making hand seals, staring at Naruto's remaining shadow clone without blinking. "I see." Sasuke was delighted. He instantly formed the last seal with his hands. An array of fire spewed out from his mouth. Although the fog was thick, the white ice mirror was not affected at all and the vision was still bright and clear. It seemed that Zabuza deliberately avoided this area when he performed the mist hiding technique. Naruto's shadow clones failed again and again, turning into white smoke and dissipating with a bang-bang sound. Bai was wearing a mask so that no one could see his expression. He was as tall and straight as ever inside the ice mirror. If it weren't for the burn marks on his pants, outsiders would probably not know that he had been tricked. Sasuke's fire style worked. When Bai got rid of Naruto's last shadow clone, he didn't have time to change direction and was hit in the trouser leg by Sasuke's fire style. Even though he didn't really hurt Bai, Sasuke still felt a little happy. Hitting the trouser leg was just a small step, but it was a big step towards success. Very good, Sasuke secretly rejoiced in his heart. Although it is slow, I have gradually grasped the timing. What time? A chance to hit white, not counting the previous time he used fire style on the ice mirror. Sasuke used fire style twice more, and both times were just his tests. Both attempts were to find out Bai's movement trajectory. The first fire escape missed, but the second one did. Although it only hit Bai's trouser leg, it at least proved that Sasuke's idea was correct. My actions actually, Bai couldn't believe it. He was very clear about his speed, and in his opinion, there was absolutely no way Sasuke and Naruto could see his movements clearly now that he was hit. It meant that his speed, which he was so proud of, was no longer an advantage. Damn it, Naruto was a little unwilling. It was just a little bit short. Naruto, can you still move? Sasuke asked. He wanted to press on with his victory, but he didn't know whether Naruto still had chakra. If he was alone, he wouldn't be able to launch an attack. He needed Naruto's shadow clone to attract Bai's attention so that he could free his hands to perform fire style. Of course, I have no problem at all, Naruto said energetically. Several of his shadow clones were injured and disbanded, returning to his original body. Normally, an ordinary ninja would have been unable to bear it. The accumulated pain triggered the body's self-protection mechanism, causing him to fall into coma, but Naruto didn't show anything unusual. He rolled on the ground a few times, then stood up as if nothing had happened and launched another suicide attack with his shadow clone. Naruto is a careless person and has never thought about this problem, but Sasuke cannot help but consider it because his subsequent tactics are all based on Naruto's shadow clones. Impossible, this must be a coincidence. Bai was still doubting himself. He didn't know whether it was because his speed was not as fast as he imagined, or because the strength of Naruto and Sasuke was not as simple as he thought. He couldn't figure it out, so he just gave up thinking about it. He wanted to put his skills to the test. He wanted to see how long Naruto and Sasuke could hold out under his attack. A bright white light appeared on the mirror, which was a sign that Bai was about to launch an attack. Anxious, Sasuke kept making hand seals, keeping his ninjutsu ready to be used at any time. At the same time, Sasuke shouted to Naruto, "Naruto, run!" Naruto looked confused and still didn't understand. Isn't it just as you thought, that you create a shadow clone of yourself and wait for the opportunity to attack? The trick you just used was quite effective. Why didn't you continue using it? Don't worry, I have enough chakra, so I can create a few more shadow clones without any problem. There was no time to explain. Sasuke said quickly, "Hurry up and jump out of here and attack from the outside." Although he didn't understand Sasuke's plan, Naruto did as he was told and rushed straight to the crack in the ice mirror closest to him. "Do you think you can do it?" Bai's tone was a little more angry. "He just loudly told me his tactics in front of me. Did he think I was deaf and couldn't hear him? Or did he think I would be soft-hearted and let Naruto in and out? Impossible." With a muffled groan, Naruto flew backwards before he could react. Not discouraged at all, Naruto quickly got up from the ground, shouting, "I won't lose," while rushing towards the gap in the ice mirror. There, Sasuke saw Bai's figure rushing towards Naruto, and he released the fire style, great fireball technique that he had been ready to use. Bai was very angry. While dodging the fireball, he threw out a flying needle. This time, it was not just a scratch, but the flying needle pierced deeply into Sasuke's shoulder. With a flash of his figure, Bai was already standing in front of Naruto. With a wave of his arm, he knocked Naruto flying backwards. Hateful. Naruto didn't know how many times he had said these two words today. The feeling of not being able to defeat the enemy made him very frustrated, especially since there was a guy he hated next to him, and this guy had at least hit the enemy once, which made Naruto even more unhappy. That was enough. Sasuke gritted his teeth and pulled out a flying needle from his shoulder, then stood up and said, "Let's do it again." "I understand." Naruto did not ask the reason. Although he was unhappy, he knew his limits. It was a taboo to have conflicts with teammates during a battle. Looking at the white figures on the ice mirrors around him, Sasuke thought, that guy's chakra is also limited. And it is being used up bit by bit now. Bai's increasingly slower speed and the increasingly clear figure that he could see were all proofs of this. Sasuke chose a direction opposite to Naruto. As long as one of them escaped, the rest would be easy. "I won't let you have your way." Bai leaned out of the mirror and threw the flying needle in his hand at Sasuke. "Let's start with you." A needle pierced Sasuke's leg, causing his momentum to stop. Several flying needles followed, piercing Sasuke's different joints. Sasuke couldn't help but scream out in pain. His cry of pain made Naruto look back involuntarily, and in the moment he turned around, several flying needles made him follow in Sasuke's footsteps. Naruto's screams were louder than Sasuke's. The flying needles that were clearly piercing his body were all on his back, but the pain was much less than that of the flying needles on Sasuke's joints. Yet his screams were louder than the latter. Is it that everyone's tolerance for pain is different? This doesn't make sense. Naruto's shadow clones were broken up several times, and the pain accumulated over time, but he didn't scream so loudly. Sakura clenched her fists and prayed for Sasuke. The vast expanse of white all around prevented Sakura from seeing any situation on the battlefield. She could only judge from the noises she heard that the battlefield on Kakashi's side was fine, with some fighting going on, but the battle situation on Sasuke's side didn't sound good. With only the screams of his own people, she was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. She still had to protect the Dasna family and Feng. This foggy weather was perfect for a sneak attack. I can only pray silently, hoping that my people will turn the danger into safety. Feng yawned at an inopportune time. He was not sleepy, he was just a little bored. The two groups have been fighting for such a long time, but there is no real result. Don't think that Naruto and Sasuke's screams are scary, but the fact that they can scream so loudly just proves that they are fine. Chapter 46. A lot of heartfelt chapters. If something really happened, how could they have the energy to scream? So, Bai is still so kind. Although he has murderous intent, he still doesn't attack the vital parts of Naruto and Sasuke. Uncle Shop Owner? The drawn-out voice showed that Sakura was in a very unhappy mood. She was just worried that one of her own was feeling sleepy. How can you be like this, Uncle Shop Owner? Zioin turned her worry for the others into anger, and poured all of it on Feng. You can't help, but at least don't be like this, right? What do I look like? Feng was puzzled. He didn't do anything. Teacher Kakashi and Sasuke are fighting the enemy. You should at least pay attention to them, Sakura said dissatisfiedly. Feng's cold attitude and his lack of concern for his own people made Zioin lose all her good impression of Feng. Bah! I trusted you so much, the stick figure said. What was in Sakura's mind? I didn't expect you to be such a person. Just wait, if anything happens to my Sasuke, I will definitely drag you along if I fail to kill him. Oh, so serious? Feng raised his eyebrows and signaled back with his eyes. Yes, it's that serious, the stick figure said seriously, with his hands on his hips. You're still raising your eyebrows? Sakura frowned, becoming even more dissatisfied. Feng yawned again. You were the first one to say bad things about me in your heart. Sakura was shocked. How could it be possible? How could someone see through her inner thoughts? Could it be a ninjutsu similar to that of the Yamanaka clan? Why are you the same as Kakashi? Feng said speechlessly. Don't think everything is about the Yamanaka clan. Their secret technique is to read memories, and mine is to read minds. Bah, face reading? You guys have so many different expressions on your faces that one can tell what you're thinking at a glance. Are you thinking of dragging me to be buried with you? No. Sakura refused to admit it. Feng didn't care. He waved his hand and said, you youngsters, you just can't keep your cool. You can hear Naruto and Sasuke screaming so loudly, you know they are fine. If they were in trouble, how could they have the energy to scream so loudly? Besides, don't underestimate your Kakashi-sensei. If the lives of the two were really in danger, your teacher would have used his ultimate skill to kill Zabuza instantly. Really? Is it true? Zioin obviously didn't believe it, but she still had some hope in her heart, hoping that it was really as Feng said. In this way, she can rest assured. As long as Sasuke is not in danger of life, a minor injury is nothing. Which ninja has never been injured? The stick figure in her heart even had evil thoughts. If Sasuke gets hurt, then won't I be able to take care of Sasuke? Thinking of the scene of Sasuke lying on the hospital bed unable to move, and himself feeding Sasuke mouthful by mouthful beside him, the stick figure couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at Sakura's perverted expression, Feng knew what kind of scene Sakura had imagined just by using his toes. It's nothing more than a scene of taking care of Sasuke. Really, young people are young. Now that they have started to fantasize, don't they know how to expand their horizons? Sasuke can't move. If you don't take this opportunity to do something extreme, how can you be worthy of the injuries Sasuke has suffered? Go ahead, it's a done deal. Hey, don't think about it in the wrong way. We are all children and can't do such things. What Feng wanted to say was that while Sasuke was unable to move, he should let Sakura kiss him a few times to confirm their relationship first. With Sasuke's tsundere personality, how could he just leave Sakura alone in the future? That's impossible. Didn't you see how much Sasuke cared about Naruto, who took his first kiss? In the early stage, the two loved and hated each other, but in the later stage, they reconciled and became like-minded friends. In short, Naruto and Sasuke's lives are tied together. Sakura at least has an advantage over Naruto. After all, Sakura is a woman. If Sasuke wants to attack Sakura, Sakura will just lie on the ground. Feng doesn't believe that Sasuke can do it no matter what. It should be his second brother who does the doing, and he just needs to talk. Just as the two were fantasizing, hurried footsteps were heard, getting closer and closer, and the long handle of the knife appeared in Feng's sight. Beheading sword. Feng's eyes focused and he was about to stand up. He hasn't forgotten what he does, isn't it, to prevent emergencies? Now seems to be the time. He concentrated and held his breath, mobilizing the chakra in his body. The chakra blade extending from his arm gradually, without stopping, a figure flashed by. stood in front of several people, and waved at him vaguely. It was Kakashi who came. Others may not understand what Kakashi meant by waving his hand, but Feng understood that he was telling him that it was not yet time for him to take action. Well, I'll just watch the fun for a while. Feng retracted his movement to stand up and sat back down. Too late, Zabuza snorted, wielding the beheading sword in his hand and slashing at Kakashi, who had spread his arms because he had to protect the people behind him, and he came in a hurry. He didn't have time to block and could only use his body to block Zabuza's way. Maybe Zabuza was just thinking of playing around, so he didn't hit Kakashi's vitals with a knife. Instead, he just used the blade to cut across Kakashi's chest, leaving a big gash on it. Blood splattered, and a few drops of blood splashed on Sakura's face, making Sakura stunned for a moment. By the time Sakura realized what the thing on her face was, a high-pitched voice echoed across the entire bridge. It took a long time to stop. Was that Sakura's voice just now? Sasuke struggled to support himself on the ground with his hands to prevent himself from falling. Naruto was lying next to her, motionless. Only when you got close to his mouth could you hear him calling Sakura's name. The flying needles on Sasuke's joints made him feel piercing pain whenever he moved the slightest. Sakura's screams outside sounded terrified and made him even more worried. What the hell is that bastard Kakashi doing? He was so worried that he didn't care about the principle of respecting teachers. He just wanted to know what was happening outside and why Kakashi hadn't killed Zabuza yet. He almost killed Zabuza last time. He was almost unable to hold on any longer. Damn it. This isn't a solution, Sasuke thought as he forced himself to calm down. Previously, he planned to have Naruto use Shadow Clone to attract Bai's attention, while he would wait for an opportunity to attack with fire style. But considering that he didn't know how much chakra Naruto had left, and fearing that Naruto's chakra would be exhausted and he would not even be able to move, Sasuke gave up the idea. I thought it would be better for one person to escape from the ice mirror, and the other person to serve as bait inside. Anyway, when Bai attacks, he can only choose to attack inside the ice mirror or attack outside the ice mirror, and cannot take care of both sides at the same time. Even though Bai's very fast and can create the effect of attacking from two sides at the same time, the area outside is large and he can create distance, unlike inside where his range of movement is limited. The larger the area, the longer the attack distance, and the more chakra is consumed in vain. This way, the effect is actually better than letting Naruto use his Shadow Clone to attract attention inside. Of course, it would be best if both of them could escape. Unfortunately, although the idea was good, they couldn't get out. Not to mention two people going out, even one of them couldn't get out. We have to think of a way to get out first. The power of a bootlicker is infinite. Naruto woke up instantly when he heard Sakura's scream. Sasuke was surprised at Naruto's strength. He was lying on the ground unable to move just now, but now he could actually stand up, gathering chakra at the soles of his feet. Naruto's speed suddenly increased and he ran quickly towards the gap between the ice mirrors. What a meaningless struggle. Bai's figure instantly appeared in front of Naruto. Naruto jumped backwards at high speed, creating some distance between himself, and then adjusted his direction the moment he landed, running towards the gaps between the other ice mirrors. Bai's figure followed closely behind. Wait, what's next? Naruto, be careful behind you, Sasuke shouted excitedly and anxiously. What made him excited was that Bai's speed had slowed down, and now he couldn't even match Naruto's speed. What made him anxious was that he had already seen the flying needle in Bai's hand, aiming at Naruto's back. Hearing Sasuke's shout, Naruto turned back subconsciously. Well, now the front part has been hit too. All of Bai's flying needles pierced Naruto. You can't escape from here. Absolutely. Bai, standing in the ice mirror, was still talking useless nonsense and wasting time. Enduring the stinging pain in his joints, Sasuke trotted to Naruto's side. Can you stand up, Naruto? Naruto groaned in pain and said stubbornly, yes, I can. But Naruto couldn't straighten his body no matter how many times he tried with his hands on the ground. There were flying needles on his chest and back, so Naruto could only lie on his side. Stop wasting chakra meaninglessly. That will play into that guy's hands, Sasuke scolded anxiously. I know, of course Naruto knew, but what could he do? If I don't try to rush out, I will die here sooner or later, so I might as well give it a try. Damn it, this is going to be really bad. Naruto has now fallen down, and obviously doesn't have the strength to stand up again. The attempt just now was probably Naruto's last gasp. This won't do. What should I do? I have to think of a way. Sasuke kept muttering, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Although Bai's speed has slowed down a lot, it is still faster than his. Although his eyes have adapted to Bai's speed, His body cannot keep up. He had to think of other ways. Let's decide the winner. Shiro said as he kept throwing the flying needles at Sasuke, who was still standing. Sasuke quickly picked up a flying needle from the ground and waved it, ding ding dang dang, intercepting all the flying needles shot by Bai. He couldn't match Bai's speed, but the flying needles shot by Bai were not that fast, so his body speed could still keep up. What? Bai was even more surprised, as if he didn't expect that his flying needles could be intercepted by Sasuke. Stand up, you idiot, Sasuke spoke to Naruto bluntly. He didn't know how many times he could block. His body was almost at its limit and he needed Naruto's help. Bai was still thinking about what was going on. He had clearly aimed at the acupuncture points that could cause fatal injuries, but they were blocked one by one. When would Sasuke be able to keep up with his movements? Was it because his speed had slowed down? Is it a coincidence? Bai thought in his heart, but his hands did not stop moving. The flying needles shot towards Sasuke like raindrops. Seeing Sasuke accurately blocking the flying needles one after another, his forehead was frowned under the white mask. No, it's not. The figure switched back and forth between the ice mirrors, and the needles kept flying, sometimes shooting at Sasuke, and sometimes shooting at Naruto, who was barely getting up. The more he looked, the tighter his frown became. Not only that, he was also worried about his companions while fighting with me. Suddenly, Sasuke groaned. The pain in his leg almost made him unable to move. Could it be my actions? Sasuke's blocking movements became faster and faster. Bai confirmed his guess. That boy has seen through my movements. In that case, Bai's figure instantly disappeared from Sasuke's sight and appeared in an ice mirror above Sasuke's head. It seems that the boy over there has exceeded his limit. A voice came from above his head. Sasuke looked up and threw the flying needle he picked up towards the ice mirror above his head. Even though he knew it was useless, he still wanted to vent his anger. It was so frustrating, really so frustrating. When had Sasuke ever been teased like this? Great, that's a really great move. The voice came from behind him, and Sasuke immediately turned around and saw Bai holding a flying needle in his hand, ready to throw it out. You are very agile, but I am going to stop you from now on. Chapter 47. The old path that has not changed. Your motor function, reflexes, and ability to judge situations should have reached their limits. What can you use to stop me? Bai's voice was erratic, sometimes appearing on Sasuke's left side, sometimes on Sasuke's right side. Front, back, and above his head were all possible places where he might appear. The flying needle in his hand was ready to be thrown out, and he was saying something to attract Sasuke's attention. Sasuke's gaze followed Bai's figure as he turned, and cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. A few drops flowed into the wound on his face, causing bursts of stinging, but Sasuke didn't dare wipe it. He was afraid that because of distraction, he would get hit by a few more flying needles. What Bai said was right. He had indeed reached his limit and was now holding on with just one breath. Bai's speed slowed down a lot, but he was still faster than him. It's not just because of the injuries on his body, but also because after fighting for so long, his chakra has been exhausted. These are all factors that can affect his speed. I can see Bai's movements clearly, firstly because Bai's speed has slowed down, and secondly because my eyes are gradually adapting to Bai's speed. Even when the Sharingan is closed, it still has some magical functions. The line of sight can capture fast-moving objects and keep up with their speed. The owner of the Sharingan can do this even when the eyes are closed. The Sharingan, when activated, simply shortens the time it takes to catch up. Of course, this is only the most basic ability of the Sharingan. There are some more advanced abilities that I cannot use now, so what can I use now? Sasuke thought a lot about the ability of his eyes in an instant. He was able to see Bai's movements clearly, all thanks to the ability of his eyes, but now, it's a bit stretched. In order to prevent himself from seeing his movements clearly, Bai changed his position back and forth, making it difficult for him to lock onto the movements of his hands and thus determine the forward trajectory of the flying needle after he threw it out, and then block it. This path is no longer feasible. While thinking about countermeasures, Sasuke could only pay more attention to where Bai would appear. Before he could come up with a new way to deal with the situation, he could only use the old method. Bai, under the mask, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Very good, your attention is now on me. Then, thinking in his mind, when the figure changed again and Sasuke had not yet caught up, Bai suddenly threw the flying needle in his hand, aiming at Naruto, who was lying on the ground on his side. That's right, although he said his target was Sasuke, Bai's real target was Naruto. Sasuke's eyes were always on Bai. If Bai targeted Sasuke, it would be difficult to achieve results in a short period of time. It would be better to change the target and focus on Naruto, who was unable to move. As for the tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, even though he has never been to school, he can still use it. This is a ninja's basic judgment of the battle situation. Although Bai never considered himself a ninja, he could be one if necessary. Whoosh whoosh, this is the sound made when a flying needle cuts through the air with the help of speed. Even a sponge can produce terrifying power. The flying needle is called a needle, but only its shape is like a needle. It is much longer than a needle, about 10 centimeters long. It is not a hidden weapon like the kanbin, which is shorter due to its length. It does not need to be poisoned like the senbon, but it still has considerable power, adding to the added force that Bai threw out. Sasuke knew just by the sound that if these needles were delivered firmly, they could pierce a person right through. This is the true power of Bai's flying needles. The previous ones were just small tricks. The flying needles would only pierce people but not penetrate them. Judging from the sound, the flying needles didn't seem to be aimed at him. Since it wasn't him, it must be Naruto. Without too much time to think, Sasuke grabbed Naruto's body and rolled on the ground, avoiding the flying needles. Chop, chop, chop. All the flying needles hit the bridge surface, and none of them penetrated the bridge, causing trouble for the islanders who would always trip when passing by in the future. Ouch! Naruto groaned in pain. Because Sasuke threw him to the ground roughly, some of the flying needles penetrated deeper into his body. If Naruto hadn't been so exhausted, he would have jumped up and screamed in pain. Sasuke was also breathing heavily. He didn't expect Bai to suddenly change his target of attack. The previous analysis made him think that Bai was going to get rid of him first. After all, he still had the strength to stand before. As a result, he focused all his attention on his own defense and almost ignored Naruto. Sasuke's reaction was quick, but because of this, some of his cards were exposed in advance. It was actually dodged. Bai's surprises came one after another. This time, he used all his strength in the flying needles. He was confident that the flying needles would hit Naruto, but he didn't expect Sasuke's quick reaction. Sasuke raised his head, panting, and stared at Bai's figure without blinking, alert to any movement of Bai. Those eyes, Sharingan. Bai suddenly realized. No wonder his speed could be seen through. So that's it. When Sasuke raised his head, Bai saw Sasuke's eyes. At this moment, Sasuke's eyes had quietly changed color. The red eyeballs, with one Magatama on the left and two Magatama on the right, were full of mystery. I see. You also possess the power of a bloodline limit, Bai said with some emotion. It's incredible, although it's not complete yet. It seems that our battle will soon be over. This ninjutsu consumes a lot of my chakra, and there is a limit to the speed I have to maintain. I'm afraid that as the battle goes on, my movements will fall within your ability to see through them. No, your eyes can already keep up with me. Bai was also thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. Directly attacking Sasuke is a bad idea. In this case, he will continue to attack Naruto, attacking way to save Zhao, and making Sasuke run around in a hurry. Patta, patta, the blood dripped onto the bridge, making a sound. Kakashi covered the wound on his chest to prevent the blood from flowing too quickly. Feng, who was sitting on the ground watching the fun, felt a toothache and went back to his old path in the anime. It's true, it's come to this, and you don't even need me to take action. Tsunami and Inari fainted from fright at the sudden turn of events, and Dasna stood in front of his family, not flinching even though his legs were shaking. Teacher Kakashi, Sakura heard a shrill and broken cry. She seemed at a loss as to what to do. She wanted to go forward but was stopped by Kakashi with a gesture. You're too slow to defend, Kakashi. Zabuza's words were full of sarcasm. What about Bai's strategy? Your Sharingan is useless, right? Kakashi had no energy to answer, and Zabuza didn't care. He just kept talking. The fog will block your vision. Your Sharingan can see through and copy other people's ninjutsu, but it's not like your Byakugan can see through it. The fog will block your vision and restrict your movements, but I will not be affected at all. Don't forget, I am proficient in silent killing. In this environment, you are no match for me. Looking at the wound on Kakashi's chest, Zabuza continued sarcastically, you were so focused on saving those little brats that you lost your composure. It seems that the fog in front of your chakra has become even thicker. Hehe. Let me tease you a little longer, Kakashi. I want to happily pay you back what I owe you. Oh, what a terrible statement. Feng frowned, changing the scene, turning on a small red light, and lighting the scented candles. Zabuza's words did not seem out of place at all, and Feng felt that they were somewhat ambiguous no matter how he listened to them. You don't have to worry. Zabuza hadn't finished talking yet, and it seemed that he was not here to fight, but to reminisce about the past. Shiro should have almost dealt with those guys. Just stay in another world and cry and apologize to them for your inability to do anything. Hehe, ha 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 ha. Accompanied by hearty laughter, Zabuza took a few steps back and his figure disappeared in the thick fog again. Kakashi did not stop him. He just looked in the direction of the ice mirror when there was no fog yet, without saying a word. No one knew what he was thinking. Sasuke was killed. Upon hearing the news about Sasuke, Sakura instantly stopped caring about Kakashi's injury and started worrying about Sasuke's condition. She shook her head and said firmly, "This is impossible, Sasuke, what a joke." The stick figure waved his fists in all directions angrily, leaving after images. "By that kind of guy?" Sakura clenched her fists and placed them in front of her chest. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. "Impossible." The stick figure waved his fist faster and faster. "Killing him off is impossible." Sakura couldn't believe this was happening. Damn it, damn it. Waving left and right, the stick-drawn man was boxing without any rules. Naruto too, wow. Feng raised his eyebrows. It was strange. Brother Ying was also worried about Naruto. Although it was just a coincidence, this kind of situation was not common. Exactly. "Hey, who is talking?" Sakura looked around. It was Kakashi, the husband-waiting stone Kakashi, who spoke, but he didn't speak to her, but to Zabuza. "I believe those guys are powerful. Naruto is the most unexpected mischievous ninja. At the same time, Sasuke is from the best clan in Konoha." Zabuza's figure was just covered by the thick fog, but he didn't actually go far. He was just a few steps away from the few people. Kakashi was not staring at the ice mirror, but at Zabuza. A powerful ninja often has strong physical fitness. Maybe not as good as a ninja who specializes in physical skills, but definitely much stronger than an ordinary person without chakra. Chakra is not only used to release various ninjutsu, it will also quietly change the host's physique. Without a good body, just the hand seals when releasing ninjutsu can cause hand cramps. The changes brought about by chakra are all-encompassing, including faster movement speed, stronger jumping ability, stronger defense, and vision beyond that of ordinary people. The more chakra a ninja has, the stronger he is. This is not absolute, but it is roughly the same. The key lies in whether you know how to use your power. The stronger the ninja's strength, the stronger his physique will be, and the stronger his physique, the stronger his eyesight will also be. As your eyesight improves, you'll be able to observe things more carefully and see farther. Although Kakashi always says that his chakra is not enough, it is true that it is not enough, but it does not mean that it is not enough. It depends on who you compare it to. He cannot compare with Naruto. Naruto's chakra is innate, inherited from his unique bloodline. He cannot compare with him in this regard, but compared to Sakura, he is still more than enough. Just because Sakura can't see it, and because Desna, who is an ordinary person, can't see it, and because Feng, who is just like an ordinary person without mobilizing chakra, can't see it, doesn't mean that he can't see it either. He could see it. He could see that Zabuza hadn't left yet, so he kept staring in Zabuza's direction to prevent him from attacking again. Zabuza, who had been fighting with him before, left the battlefield. He thought Zabuza was preparing some ninjutsu, so he was also on full alert. Unexpectedly, Zabuza used a feint to come here, and his reaction was half a beat slow, which was the reason why he was late in returning to defense. He would not make the same mistake again. Even with Feng as a backup, he would stay here just in case. How is that possible? Kakashi's voice was quite loud, so Zabuza, who hadn't walked far, could naturally hear it. He just couldn't believe it. Among the most outstanding clans in Konoha, apart from the Senju clan, which gradually disbanded on the day the village was founded, the Uchiha clan is the only one worthy of this title. The Uchiha clan is not only famous in Konoha, but also in the entire ninja world. Everyone in the world knows the reputation of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan, is the envy, jealousy and hatred of many ninjas. Chapter 48. Why Save Me? That powerful eye technique brings unparalleled strength. There was once a saying circulating in the ninja world: if you meet an open-eyed ninja from the Uchiha clan in a one-on-one battle, you can only run away. Zabuza didn't know who said this, but since this sentence came out, it seemed that many ninjas agreed with it. If they didn't agree, this sentence would not have been so widely circulated in the ninja world in the past. Zabuza had never encountered an Uchiha clan ninja with open eyes, let alone fought with him, so he could not quite understand this sentence. After the battle with Kakashi a few days ago, he understood the meaning of this sentence. No matter what moves you make, the Sharingan can see through the weakness and copy it to use on yourself. He doesn't know whether this is an ability unique to Kakashi or an ability possessed by every member of the Uchiha clan who has the Sharingan. Anyway, he only knows that it was the most frustrating fight he had ever had, and he was suppressed by Kakashi almost the entire time. This is also the reason why he was so excited today, because he was finally able to gain the upper hands in the fight with Kakashi, but that shouldn't be the case. From the information he knew, the Uchiha clan had become history. Nothing is impossible, Kakashi said without changing his tone, as if he was not the one injured. That guy's name is Uchiha Sasuke. He is a genius ninja with the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. Yi Feng curled his lips, not quite agreeing. There were many people in the Uchiha clan who were more talented than Sasuke. Not to mention those who were dead. His brother Uchiha Itachi, for example, was more talented than Sasuke. Of course, Yi Feng would not embarrass Kakashi at this time. If he wanted to praise him, he could do so. Yi Feng would just treat it as a joke. He is the descendant of that tragic family. Zabuza recalled the kick that Sasuke had just used to send by flying, and then recalled the first time he met Sasuke, and he suddenly realized, no wonder he has improved so quickly. But it's the same with Bai. No one has ever been able to crack Bai's secret technique, not even one person in the past. Here you go again, starting to praise your child again. Yi Feng was speechless. When you said this, why don't you put down the knife in your hand? In order to see the fun more clearly, Yi Feng mobilized some of his chakra and concentrated it in his eyes. The slight mobilization of chakra did not attract anyone's attention, and no one noticed Yi Feng with this gathering. Yi Feng felt as if his eyes had turned into high-powered telescopes, and the thick fog around him could not block his vision at all. Not only could he see Zabuza not far away, but a little further away, he also saw the ice house made by Bai. He saw that when Zabuza was praising Bai, he placed his hand on the hilt of the sword, ready to swing the sword at any time. Well, I'll probably take care of you too, Zabuza said in a cold tone. Panicked. Yi Feng guessed that Zabuza was panicked. He said that his child was better than other children, but he was still worried that his child would be bullied when playing with other children. So he planned to deal with the other children's parents first, and then deal with the other children. In this way, his own child would always be the best one. Not panicking. Don't panic. Didn't you just say that you wanted to play with Kakashi for a while? Why are you going to deal with Kakashi now? Sakura, stay here and don't move, Kakashi instructed Sakura, and then he and Zabuza disappeared into the thick fog, one after another. What? Sakura was still immersed in the joy that Sasuke would be fine, until Kakashi disappeared. Then she reacted and nodded vigorously. Yeah, looking at the two people's disappearing backs, Yi Feng didn't know what to say. What are these two people doing here? Just ask, what are these two people doing here? One person stabbed someone and ran away, and the other person chased after him after being stabbed. In between, they said a few meaningless words, praising their own children, and then that was it. Why don't you two fight? Why are you running around like that? Are you trying to exercise? Forget it. Let these two parents who don't need to take care of their children go play by themselves. Yi Feng turned his attention to the competition field for the junior group. Yi Feng was a little confused. How come Bai fell down just after he had been looking away for a while? Naruto opened his eyes drowsily. Having more chakra is good. Even his coma time is shorter than others. His memory was still at the moment when Sasuke saved him by rolling sideways and then put him on the ground. He felt a flying needle piercing into his body a little bit, and then he knew nothing. That's right, flying needle, white. Naruto suddenly woke up and was about to look for Bai when he saw Bai lying on the ground not far away, motionless. Aha! Naruto's face showed joy. Is this a victory? Bai has been defeated. It's true, you are always in the way. Is this Sasuke's voice? Why does it sound so weak? Naruto was a little confused, his eyes moved upwards, and his joyful expression froze on his face. Sasuke stood in front of Naruto. He felt his eyelids were heavy and his Sharingan was closed. He was no longer able to open it. What's that expression on your face? Sasuke turned his head slightly and looked at Naruto. This was the biggest move he could make. If he hadn't seen Naruto wake up with his own eyes, he would have been worried and would have collapsed by now. The blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth gathered into a small pool under his feet. Although his body was extremely heavy, Sasuke still wanted to curse. You super idiot. Why do you want to protect me? Naruto asked with his pupils shaking and gritting his teeth. Am I worthy of your trying so hard to protect me? I am just an orphan who is always in trouble and no one likes me. Why do you want to? Don't you have things to do? Don't you have revenge to take? How can you fall here? How can you fall for me? How should I know? How should I know? His eyes were unfocused and he repeated this sentence unconsciously. Many images suddenly appeared in Sasuke's mind. In school, Naruto always picked trouble with him for Sakura. In the village, Everyone was performing a mission together, and Naruto fought with a cat. He smiled and went up to help the cat kick Naruto. When they were on the road, Naruto had diarrhea for a long time because of eating an unknown fruit, which delayed their journey. In the woods near Desuna's house, he and Naruto practiced climbing trees together. During dinner, he and Naruto competed to see who ate more, and Naruto vomited. The store owner forced them to clean up for each other, and there were many more he didn't know when he had gotten used to Naruto's noise in his ears. Images flashed through his mind, Naruto's faces, some smiling, some crying, and some dejected pictures after pictures, faces after faces, formed Naruto's. They shouted their own names, Sasuke. It was really noisy. Sasuke laughed. I obviously hate you the most. Why did you come to save me? Looking at Sasuke's back full of flying needles, Naruto clenched his fists and shouted angrily, you are too nosy. Who knows? My body just pounced on me naturally, idiot. Mind your own business? Never mind, was the memory just now a revolving lantern? I heard that before a person dies, they will recall their entire life, whether they remember it or not. But why are the memories in my mind all about Naruto? I'm so tired, I want to sleep. Just sleep like this. Just sleep like this. Sasuke, Naruto yelled, lunging forward and catching Sasuke's body as he fell backwards. It's so noisy. I want to rest. Lying in Naruto's arms, Sasuke stared at the ice mirror above his head. The mirror reflected his eyes that no longer had their former brilliance. I'm so unhappy. I haven't defeated that man yet, he said in a weak, unconscious voice. How can I die like this before I defeat my brother? Sasuke raised his hand, wanting to pat Naruto's shoulder, his voice trembling. Naruto, you have to be well, and stay alive. He raised his hand, then put it down again. He really couldn't hold on any longer and he needed to rest. Naruto stared at Sasuke in a daze. His mind was blank and his lifeless eyes could only see Sasuke's figure. He got up from the ground, looking at Naruto who was hugging Sasuke's body, and said in retrospect, in order to protect important people, he rushed forward regardless of his own safety even though he knew it was a trap. He is a respectable ninja. Just now, Bai saw Sasuke's Sharingan and knew that if his target was Sasuke, the Sharingan would see his every move clearly, and he would not be able to do anything against Sasuke, so he always targeted Naruto. Naruto, who was lying on the ground in a coma, was the best fixed target. If Sasuke didn't want his companions to die, he had to keep blocking damage for them. However, Bai underestimated the power of the Sharingan when he wanted to go around and reach the ice mirror behind Sasuke to attack Naruto. Sasuke saw his movement and blocked his way in a flash. Sasuke was hit in the vitals by his flying needle, and he himself fell into coma and lost the ability to move because of Sasuke's attack. The coma lasted for a very short time, and when he woke up, he saw the scene slowly blending into the ice mirror behind him. Bai's voice came out. Is this the first time you've encountered the death of a companion? This is the way of a ninja. Hearing the voice, Naruto came back to his senses. Looking at Sasuke's peaceful face, anger surged in his heart. Stop talking nonsense. I obviously hate you the most. Uncontrollable anger caused the chakra in Naruto's body to continuously pour out, and white air currents surrounded his body. The rich chakra was visible to the naked eye, stirring the surrounding air and causing the space to become somewhat distorted. Extreme anger made the expression on Naruto's face become hideous and terrifying, unforgivable. These words were squeezed out from between his teeth as he uttered these words. A huge amount of chakra burst out from his body. The red materialized chakra was waving wildly like thick whips. I'm going to kill you. Naruto suddenly raised his head. His red eyes and black vertical pupils gave people an ominous feeling. What's going on with this chakra? Bai was so shocked that he could hardly speak. It's impossible. Chakra can actually be materialized. Besides, this chakra is amazing. Naruto's changes have not stopped yet. The materialized chakra formed the phantom of a fox's head above Naruto's head. Behind the phantom, there were several chakras that looked like tails twisting. The flying needles on his body were expelled from Naruto's body one by one. Naruto's hands were stretched and turned into animal claws, and his nails also changed and became pointed and sharp. What shocked Bai even more was that Naruto's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and they were healed in the blink of an eye. Roar! The shadow above Naruto's head did not make any sound, but Bai actually felt that he was really facing a ferocious beast, and the beast was roaring at him. This power, Kakashi, who was chasing Zabuza, suddenly stopped. Is it Zabuza? No, Kakashi rejected his own guess instantly. Zabuza's aura was not like this. This terrifying chakra once, Zabuza also sensed it, What's going on? This chakra. Zabuza frowned, and for a moment he didn't know how to describe it. He had never felt such a strong sense of oppression. This chakra made him feel uncomfortable. Is that Kakashi? No, Zabuza shook his head. This chakra was too amazing. Kakashi couldn't possibly possess such a huge amount of chakra. Who is it? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, No Value. Naruto. Kakashi stared at the place where the chakra fluctuations came from. He knew very well the source of this power, but he did not expect that this power would leak out at this time. The tailed beast was sealed in Naruto's body. More than 10 years ago, in order to seal the tailed beast, their Konoha village paid a heavy price, and Naruto's parents also died in that battle for more than 10 years. The seal has been very stable and there has never been any mistake. This is one of the reasons why the third Hokage was confident in letting Naruto leave the village. The power of the tailed beasts is great. Once the seal is broken, no one can stop them. At least here, Kakashi doesn't think anyone can stop the tailed beasts, and this tailed beast is the most powerful one among all the tailed beasts. He also admitted that Feng was very powerful, at least in terms of chakra control. He was the most powerful among all the people he had ever met, but he didn't know how strong Feng was, whether he could stop the tailed beast, and he didn't dare to bet on this possibility. We must hurry over there, Kakashi made up his mind. Even though he didn't know if it would be helpful if he rushed over, he had to at least give it a try. What a murderous aura! Bai was shocked beyond words. He is completely different from before. Here it comes. Bai's eyes were solemn, and he threw the flying needle in his hand at Naruto, who was running towards him. Naruto got on all fours, like a wild beast, roaring and rushing towards Bai in the ice mirror. As his body moved, the red materialized chakra wrapped around him also dissipated. If Bai hadn't been sure that he really saw it, and that kind of pressure couldn't be faked, he would have thought that he was under an illusion. Extreme anger overwhelmed Naruto's reason. There was only white in his eyes. A voice that only he could hear kept telling him to tear the person in front of you into pieces. Tear the person in front of you into pieces. What? Bai was a little bit unbelievable. It was actually bounced away by chakra. There seemed to be an invisible wall in front of Naruto. Bai's flying needle hit it, making a sound of iron colliding, and then was directly bounced away. In that case, what's next? Bai's figure shuttled back and forth between the gaps in the ice mirror, circled behind Naruto, and threw the flying needle in his hand. I got it right. A look of joy appeared on Bai's face before he could be happy for too long. Another powerful chakra burst out from Naruto's body. The burst lasted only a short time. After forcing the flying needles out of his body, the power dissipated into the air and merged into nature. Crack! Naruto smashed a piece of ice mirror into pieces with one punch. Bai felt a little scared because the broken piece of ice mirror was the one where he had hidden himself when he went around Naruto just now. If I hadn't been transferred in time, I would have shattered like that ice mirror. Right, Bai Hao thought fearfully. Whoosh whoosh, no matter how scared he was, he couldn't stop attacking. Several flying needles fell from the top of his head and went straight to Naruto's back. The instincts of wild animals are the most sensitive. Even though Naruto didn't look up, his subconscious body reaction allowed him to quickly dodge. Bai has made up his mind to attack Naruto from behind. There is an invisible barrier in front of him, and although he will be bounced back from behind, at least it will be effective. Bai's figure kept switching back and forth between the ice mirrors, and Naruto's sight kept switching as well. Wherever Bai stepped in front, Naruto's sight would follow. For a moment, Bai couldn't find a suitable opportunity to make another move. As soon as he paused and made a motion to throw the needles, Naruto would immediately rush over and smash the ice mirror where he was hiding. As the ice mirrors continued to decrease, Bai became more and more anxious. Maintaining ninjutsu and moving at high speed both consume a lot of his chakra. If he continues like this, he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Whoosh! Bai's figure flashed past Naruto, and he decided to take a risk. He had no choice but to take the risk. There were not many ice mirrors left, and Naruto would not give him the chance to repair the ice mirror. He could only try to pass through the ice mirror. It's okay, Bai comforted himself. I was walking inside just now. Even the kid with the Sharingan took some time to adapt before he could see his movements clearly before he opened his eyes. There is no reason for this guy without the Sharingan to be able to see me. If he could see me, he wouldn't have broken the ice mirror after I moved to another location. one step slower, every step slower. If I just go a little faster, he won't be able to find me. What? The next moment, Bai's vision shook, and he found that his arm had been grabbed by Naruto's somewhat animalistic hand while he was comforting himself, having finally caught the prey. A strange smile appeared on Naruto's ferocious face, just like a cat that caught a mouse, or rather, a fox that caught a mouse. The anger in his body found an outlet, and chakra gushed out of Naruto's body like a volcano erupting. The rich chakra formed an airflow, making the white clothes rustle. This is the third time. Kakashi frowned. This power has erupted 3 times, each time more violent than the last. Could it be that the seal has been broken? No. After feeling it carefully, Kakashi denied it again. The Nine Tails chakra is much more than this. More than 10 years ago, when the Nine Tails erupted in Konoha village, Kakashi was also in the village at that time, although he was not present when the Nine Tails was sealed. But Konoha village is neither big nor small, and the power of the Nine Tails is so strong that people can feel it even across a village. Kakashi had also had a close contact with the Nine Tails when it went crazy. The oppressive feeling that the Nine Tails brought to him at that time was still fresh in Kakashi's memory, so it's not that the seal has been broken, but that the seal is about to be broken. The Kyuubi's chakra is indeed leaking out. Great, the seal hasn't been completely broken. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. But now is not the time to completely relax. He had to find a way to strengthen the seal. Unbuttoning the strap of his chest pocket, Kakashi took out a scroll from it, opened it, and saw names written on it. Quickly wiping the blood from his chest onto the names on the scroll, Kakashi closed the scroll again, formed a seal with his hands, and shouted to a deserted place, "Did you hear me? Zabuza, we are all very busy. Although it goes against your way, we will stop here. How about the next move to decide the outcome?" "How interesting." Zabuza, who is in the thick fog and nowhere to be found, responded to him. "What can you do in this situation?" "Kakashi, I'm waiting for you to show me." Chakra continued to burst out from Naruto's body, forming an air shock wave that shattered the surrounding ice mirrors one by one. "No, I can't block this force." With his arm tightly grasped by Naruto at such close range, Bai, unable to break free, was struggling to resist the impact of chakra. The next second, Naruto's angry punch was heading straight for his face. Oh, the punch hit Bai right in the middle, and his body flew backwards in a spin. He landed on the ground and rolled a few times before stopping with a crackling sound. The mask on his face cracked into pieces. Naruto's anger did not diminish. His ominous red vertical pupils stared at Bai, who was struggling to get up from the ground. The enemy is still able to move and the prey is not dead yet. This is simply unforgivable. Roar! Naruto let out a roar like a wild beast and rushed towards Bai. The pieces of the mask were falling off, and Bai felt a little regretful, but also a little relieved. "Zabuza, I can't beat this kid. Zabuza, I may disappoint you." Chi, trying hard to suppress his anger, Naruto's eyes gradually regained clarity. "You are." He recognized Bai, the Bai who was picking herbs in the woods, the gentle big sister who was chatting with him. The broken mask fell to the ground, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Bai looked at the fist in front of him in confusion. "Why don't you fight? I killed your most important companion, you should kill me." Thinking of Sasuke, whose body was still warm, and looking at Bai with calm eyes, Naruto swung his fist but stopped, tightening and loosening it, loosening and tightening it again. Damn it! Unable to hold back any longer, he punched Bai in the face. Bai was hurt and staggered back a few steps. He was already at the end of his strength and spat out a mouthful of blood, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Bai felt the strength of his fist and asked in confusion, "Where did the momentum just now go? You can't defeat me with your current strength. Isn't he someone very important to you? The subtext is that you should have attacked me with the intention of killing me, as you did just now, instead of just throwing a powerless punch like this. Momentum? What momentum?" Naruto didn't understand what Bai was talking about, and he found that he had no recollection of what had just happened. He only remembered the moment he saw Sasuke die in his arms. He was furious, and then he knew nothing else. When he woke up again, he saw Bai's appearance under the mask. Hearing Bai's question, for some reason, Naruto suddenly remembered what Bai asked him in the woods. "Do you have anyone important to you?" Of course, I remembered what Bai had just said. "I want to protect the people who are important to me and hope that their dreams can come true. This is my dream." "What is my dream?" "My dream is to become Hokage and have everyone recognize me. When I become Hokage, I can protect more people, not just those I care about and those who are important to me." "Is Sasuke important to me?" "Important." Just as Sasuke couldn't answer the question, "Why did you save Naruto?" Naruto couldn't answer the question why was Sasuke important to him. Sasuke, is very important to Naruto. Bai didn't wait for Naruto to answer this obvious question. He just muttered to himself, people often misunderstand and sympathize with the enemy who should be defeated and give the enemy a chance to live. This is not compassion for me at all. Do you know the pain of having no dreams, not being needed by anyone, and simply living? Naruto didn't understand. Why couldn't he just say it directly? Why did he have to beat around the bush? What do you want to say? Zabuza doesn't need weak ninjas. You have taken away the reason for my existence. Bai said it very bluntly. His existence was for Zabuza. Naruto defeated him, leaving him with no reason to continue staying with Zabuza, because he was too weak and couldn't even beat a young brat. Why? For that kind of person? Naruto was even more confused and asked angrily, isn't that the guy who takes money from bad guys and helps them do bad things? Is the only person important to you the only one with no eyebrows? Who doesn't have one or two important people? Bai also has one. A long time ago, there were other important people. My parents. I was born in the land of water, in a small village covered in deep snow. Although we lived a poor life relying on farming for a living, my parents were content with the status quo. I was very happy. My parents were really gentle. But something happened when I was still able to remember. What happened? Naruto asked anxiously. What could have caused a person to change so much? My blood. Looking at the blood on his hands which was stained from wiping the corners of his mouth, Bai was stunned for a moment. Blood? Why do you always only say half of what you want to say? Naruto, who is impatient, asked even more anxiously. So, what exactly happened? A lot of things happened that Bai didn't want to talk about, but now that he was about to die, Bai didn't care anymore. My father killed my mother and wanted to kill me. When I came to my senses, I had already killed my father. At that time, I felt that I was like this. No, I had to think that I was like this, and then I knew that this was the most painful thing. In this world, I feel like I am completely unnecessary, an unwanted existence. Naruto was stunned. Isn't this the same as me? Chapter 50, Value of Existence. Why does Naruto insist on becoming Hokage and gaining recognition from the villagers? Isn't it because his existence is dispensable to many people? At least that's how Naruto understood it when he was a child. He couldn't understand why other children had parents but he didn't, why other children could play together but he couldn't, and why parents could allow their own children to play with other children but not with him. Why? There were many whys that Naruto could not understand when he was a child, or rather, he still doesn't quite understand it. Just as Haku exists because of Zabuza's existence, the same is true for Naruto. But Naruto exists not for a certain person, but for everyone in the village. Bai found his target, and Naruto also found his target in order to play with everyone and make friends with everyone. Naruto must become Hokage after all. The Hokage is the most popular and beloved person in the village, although this most is not so true in Feng's eyes, but Naruto, who has lived in the village since he was a child, firmly believes this. When the villagers see the Hokage, they will bow and greet him, and the Hokage will respond to everyone's greetings kindly. All ninjas obey the Hokage's orders and are willing to follow his orders. The Hokage holds a very high position in the village, high enough to be in charge of all matters in the village, big and small. You said that in such an environment, how could Naruto not have some alternative ideas? All the information he had heard and come across said that the Hokage was very powerful. Naruto didn't know whether he was powerful or not, but everyone recognized the Hokage because Naruto had seen and felt it with his own eyes. Therefore, the seed of becoming Hokage and getting everyone's recognition, or getting everyone's recognition and becoming Hokage, took root in Naruto's heart. Slowly, the seed sprouted, blossomed and bore fruit, and grew into towering trees. The name of the big tree is Hokage, and the fruits on the tree represent the villagers in the village. This big tree named Hokage grows in Naruto's heart, in Naruto's mind, in Naruto's soul, and in every part of Naruto's body. This big tree has become Naruto's obsession. For Bai, Zabuza is not the big tree in his heart, but the soil on which the big tree depends for survival. He himself is the big tree. Soil is soil wherever it is placed. A big tree may not survive without the soil. The species of a tree determines its growing environment. If a tree that lives in the tropics is placed in a cold area, can it still survive? No. The big tree named White is of a rare species, so rare that it can only take root in the soil named Zabuza. Now some outsiders have taken a fancy to this place and want to develop it, so the trees need to be moved away and the soil needs to be leveled. The tree thought it was rare and therefore precious, so precious that others dared not to take this piece of land. However, It did not expect that the person who took this piece of land did not care whether it was precious or rare. This oil is still soil, and this oil is still in that place, but the moved tree cannot survive. Naruto can understand. He also has a tree in his heart, and Konoha village is where the tree in his heart takes root. If the village was gone and the trees fell, Naruto couldn't imagine what would become of him. You told me before that you wanted to become the strongest ninja in the village and let everyone recognize you. If someone appears who truly recognizes your existence, then that person should become the most important person to you. Zabuza knew that I was the one who inherited the bloodline limit. He took me in even though he knew that I had this ability that everyone hated. Bai's expression was calm, and there was no fluctuation in his tone while he was telling the story. Only when he mentioned Zabuza, a smile appeared on Bai's face. He recalled the scene when he first met Zabuza. A kid like you won't be needed by anyone and will end up dead on the streets, Zabuza said as he looked at the child in front of him, who was shivering in the snow, wearing thin clothes. He was just speaking from his heart. There were many homeless children like this one in the Water Kingdom. Too many tragedies like this had happened in the Water Kingdom, which had been plagued by civil wars for many years. He wanted to change the status quo of the Water Kingdom and end the civil strife in the Water Kingdom, but he failed. Baiyu was not afraid of Zabuza. In Zabuza's eyes, he saw another self. My brother and I have the same look. Bai thought sadly that they both had the same homeless look in their eyes. Zabuza felt inexplicably shocked. He was a ninja from the Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water. To him, the Hidden Mist village was his home, but because he failed to assassinate the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, he became a traitor in the village and could never return to the village. Doesn't that mean he's homeless? Zabuza was unwilling to give up. He thought that not being able to go back was only temporary. After each failure, he would try again. If he couldn't do it alone, he would find a few helpers. The village shouldn't be like this. He believed that as long as the source of the civil unrest was resolved, all problems would be solved. Why is there civil unrest in the Land of Water? Why is there civil unrest in the Hidden Mist village? Isn't it because the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village issued an order to eliminate those who possess bloodline limits in the country? But why did they need to clear it? Zabuza didn't know. He just felt that it shouldn't be like this. People who possessed bloodline limits just had good talents. Why should people with good talents be hunted down and killed? Isn't this equivalent to destroying one's own strength? Other countries are developing, and when talented people appear in their countries, they are probably so happy that they can't even contain themselves. Why is this happening in our country? He couldn't figure it out, but he knew that if things continued like this, the village would either perish in a civil war or be annexed by ninja villages from other countries. He needs helpers. He needs more people to work with him to achieve the goal of saving the country. The kid in front of me is also a talented person. Maybe in the future, he can contribute to my goals. Thinking of this, Zabuza said, Kid, do you want someone to need you? Can you give everything for me? Bai nodded. He didn't care. He was alone anyway and might die in some corner where no one cared about him. In that case, you might as well find something to do for yourself, so that at least you can have enough food and clothes. Right, very good. From today on, your abilities belong to me. Follow me. Bai followed Zabuza and stood on the hillside overlooking the entire town. Looking at a brightly lit town not far away. Bai didn't know why Zabuza brought him here. He didn't ask. He would go wherever Zabuza went. Bai, I'm sorry, I have to abandon the Water Kingdom tonight. Zabuza was feeling a little lost. He brought Bai here just to say goodbye to the place where he lived before leaving. He had to leave, and after he became a rebel ninja, the village never stopped hunting him down. If it was just one person, it wouldn't matter to him, but now there's another Bai, and Zabuza can't guarantee that he can take care of Bai when he is being chased. Bai was still too young, and his abilities had not yet been developed. He had no ability to protect himself. Taking him to stay in the water country, hiding here and there, wasted Bai's talent. He wanted to find a quiet place, teach Bai well, and make Bai his right-hand man. It didn't take long for Zabuza to recover from his disappointment and said firmly, but I will definitely return to this country, and I will take control of this country. What I need is not words of comfort or encouragement, which are useless. What I really need is, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Bai. Bai was very smart. He knew what Zabuza wanted, so he took the initiative to say, I understand. Don't worry, I am Zabuza's weapon. I will keep my promise. Please treat me as a tool and keep me by your side. The childish tone was full of determination. During his days of wandering, Bai was fed up with the feeling of loneliness. No one wanted to talk to this dirty kid. When adults saw him, they would just spit at him, curse him, and then walk away from him. The kids would just bully him, calling him a wild kid and an unwanted bastard. He stood by the trash can, eating leftovers dug out from the garbage dump. He curled up and slept in a corner where no one noticed him. He dared not use his abilities for fear of hurting others. He was afraid of loneliness, and his heart died on the day his parents died. It was also after the death of his parents that Zabuza was the first person to tell him that he was needed. He was very happy that he was no longer alone, happy that he was no longer useless. No one needed him, and no one cared about him. Good boy, Zabuza praised Bai. This was the kind of person he needed. The memories stayed here, and a trace of bitterness arose in Bai's heart. He failed to do what he promised to Zabuza. I'm sorry Zabuza, I couldn't be the weapon you needed. Naruto-kun, looking at Bai walking towards him with an expressionless face, Naruto couldn't help but take a few steps back. He had a bad feeling in his heart. No matter how dumb or stupid he was, he could see that Bai was not in a right state at the moment as predicted. Naruto-kun, please, kill me, Bai said decisively. He was determined to die. Facing Bai's request, Naruto hesitated. Ninjutsu, psychic summoning technique, earth style, chasing Feng technique. Kakashi released 2 ninjutsu in succession. He was prepared to end the battle quickly. He couldn't let Naruto lose control here. As the ninjutsu was performed, the words on the scroll seemed to come alive, running out of the scroll and then disappearing before Kakashi's sight. While waiting for Kakashi to demonstrate, Zabuza marked, no matter what you do, it's meaningless. You can't detect my breath at all. However, I know you like I can play with you in the palm of my hand. Kakashi, you've completely fallen for my jutsu. Zabuza has his own confidence. He is like a fish in water in the thick fog, while Kakashi can only see a limited range. He doesn't believe that Kakashi can find him in such an environment. On the other hand, he was not in a hurry either. He was more confident in Bai's strength. He believed that Bai could deal with Naruto and Sasuke. I guess they used some forbidden technique over there. Zabuza guessed there were several chakra outbursts, and Zabuza thought that Naruto and Sasuke had used some forbidden technique. This kind of forbidden technique that suddenly increases one's strength often has terrifying side effects. Zabuza was still thinking that there was probably no need to do anything in vain. The after effects of using forbidden techniques a few times would be enough to kill one of Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi did not respond to Zabuza's ridicule. He was carefully feeling the movement until he heard a dog barking, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Wang wang, a dog barking broke Zabuza's confidence, causing him to subconsciously exclaim, impossible. Several ferocious big dogs opened their mouths wide, showing their fangs. They came out from different places in front, behind, left and right of Zabuza, and bit Zabuza's legs, arms and shoulders with a grunt. If your eyes and ears don't work, then use your nose to track. Now it was time for Kakashi to fight back. His figure flashed to a place not far in front of Zabuza and he fought back. This is a summoning technique specifically used for tracking. I deliberately didn't dodge your attack just for this. Your weapons are stained with the smell of my blood. These guys are my lovely ninja dogs, and their noses are more sensitive than any other dog. I agree that she's sensitive, but I agree that she's cute. You really do think beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. How can the dog hanging behind Zabuza be cute? That big mouth can fit 2 of Zabuza's heads. Only the Parker pendant on Zabuza's chest is cuter, small and chubby, just the type I like. Feng thought with drooling. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.